We'll get started. Mr. Conley, you ready?
Ready to roll.
All right, take it away.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the FY26 budget meeting. This is my sixth, but the first where I have to do all the talking, so thank you in advance. A quick thank you to Ann Freitas for helping to coordinate coffee, lunch, etc., and a million other things that go into today and into the budget process in general. I'm also joined by Nick Navin, who is our Assistant Finance Director / Assistant Treasurer Collector. We're all juggling multiple roles these days. Nick's been instrumental in putting this budget together, so we want to thank him as well. And lastly, throughout the day, we'll have our all-star lineup of department and division heads that will come in to answer any questions about their respective budgets. A little bit about the budget process. So the budget process starts when the last budget's approved, but we dig in deeper in the fall. We do our department budget reviews in November and December. Budget goals and objectives are adopted by the Select Board on February 4th. Today is obviously the budget review. From there, we'll move on to warrant review in early April, and then both items, the budget and the warrant process, will move to FinCom before town meeting in May. This next slide we show every year just
Mike, will
again
you close that door, please?
to take a look at our single-family tax bill in comparative to our peers in the area. We'll put our services up against any of those community services, from public safety to education, public works, etc. What you'll notice is it's the lowest besides the bottom three, which are Salem, Burlington, and Peabody. Burlington, as we've talked about over the years, has a much broader commercial base, and Salem and Peabody get significant state funding that Danvers does not as much. So again, in terms of affordability and service level, we would put us against anybody on that list. Getting into the budget pressures for FY26. These are some of the usual ones, but we will talk about them in detail as we go out throughout the day. Our retirement contribution, we are valued to be fully funded in 2035, which we'll talk about a little bit later, but that equates to roughly an 8% increase every year to hit that target. So in terms of the FY26 budget, that's roughly a $760,000 increase year over year. Healthcare, which will be a theme throughout the day, which was a big driver this year. We received a 10.91% renewal, which we'll talk about in detail as well. That translates to a $1.45 million increase year over year. Danvers Public Schools, this year they are below their recent trend. Over the 3-year average, it's 5%. Our total increase in contribution is $1.98 million. And then Essex Tech, a little over 4% this year. Their 3-year average, again, slightly over 5%. This year's impact is $177,000. Down the bottom, you'll see it mentions that for the upcoming FY26 budget, the full levy capacity and our conservative projected new growth add up to $3 million. If you quickly scan the impact table on the right, you'll notice that that adds up to more than $3 million. So the result is trying to find other revenue sources through state aid, local receipts, etc., and then making cuts in other areas of the budget in order to balance. And that's what we've done again this year. Taking a look at the snapshot of key reserves. As in past years, building and maintaining key reserves remains a priority. This slide gives an overview of what we hope to achieve in the FY26 budget. You'll see our certified free cash as well as our free cash after appropriation. You'll also see our debt stabilization balance trend, our general stabilization balance trend, the OPEB trust fund, and our unassigned fund balance. Those are all, FY25 is projected other than free cash, FY26 will all be subject to appropriation, and we'll get into details on some of those reserve funds as we go through the warrant process. I did want to dig in a little bit deeper on free cash. I know that's been a topic in recent weeks. Free cash, for those who don't know, every year as our books close is a point-in-time analysis of our available surplus. It can come from surplus revenue, unspent expenditures, and any other unreserved funds that have carried over from the prior year. It can be reduced by a variety of factors. Warrants payable, grants and deficit also reduce that factor. But the end result is what we call free cash. And as the joke goes, it's neither free nor cash, but it is free cash. The target is 3 to 5% of net operating revenue. So for Danvers's budget, that's roughly $5 to $7 million is the target based on best practice and recommendation by the Department of Revenue. Our local policy is also to maintain at least 1% of that remaining after town meeting. So even when we go through the appropriation process for reserves and infrastructure improvements, the goal is to leave at least 1% remaining for any unforeseen circumstances. We historically use free cash in Danvers for items that other communities may put in the operating budget or may not, or may actually be bonded, which would lead to interest payments as well. It's been our policy for many years to do it that way, and it's been successful for many years as well. So our free cash does things such as purchase police cruisers, all our building and ground improvements, additional paving besides Chapter 90, as well as our technology warrant. The funding also strengthens and maintains reserves, so our general stabilization, our debt stabilization, our OPEB trust fund, and our special education stabilization are all funded through free cash. It's been brought up about the estimate to actual delta. So again, some of our variances have been larger the last few years. That was mostly driven by the pandemic and trying to be conservative. Over the years, you've seen that delta shrink, though. And you'll see that again, both in FY25 when it closes and in the proposed FY26 budget. One key metric from just the past 2 years, from the 24 budget to the 26 budget, our estimate, so the amount we're counting on to balance the budget, has increased by over $4 million. That's not $4 million in new revenue. That's $4 million that essentially is less free cash that we'll have in 26 versus what we had in 24. So again, that's long been our policy to do it. It's effective. It's helped us in key times, most recently the pandemic, but before that, the Great Recession. Because we had such conservative revenue estimates when those revenues cratered, such as motels, meals tax, it didn't lead to a dramatic reduction in services. So again, that policy has served us well. Most recently, our free cash certified at $13.8 million. Again, that seems like a very large number, and it is indeed a large number. Two things to point out. One of that is $3.8 million in landfill revenue, which we'll talk about later on or through the warrant process, and $2.6 million in what is historic investment returns we're getting right now, as many of you are as well. So again, if you back those out, which are really one-time or very unique circumstances, you're at about $7.4 million in free cash, which again, if 3 to 5% is your target, is pretty much on target. On February 4th, the Select Board, after consulting with the School Board, Library Board of Trustees, adopted their goals and objectives. One is to maintain current staffing and services and hold fees at current levels while the town transitions to a new town manager. The proposed budget adheres to those guidelines. Number 2 was to ensure public safety and emergency services have the appropriate funding in place to be fully staffed. Police is adequately funded to hire a full complement of officers in FY26, including 1 additional officer, which will be the first new additional officer since 2008. It also includes funding for a staffing study to determine the optimal staffing and structural areas for the department moving forward. The fire department funding is also increased. So we had a SAFER grant, again, a very successful grant for $1 million that was awarded 4 years ago. That ended this February in a commitment to providing great public safety. The Select Board, along with town staff and the fire department, work to maintain all those positions. So again, those will come off the grant and are now fully into the operating budget. And our last goal is always provide Danvers Public Schools with resources to continue making progress, particularly in the area of special education. The town has made it a priority in the 26 budget, and in a few minutes, Superintendent Bauer will walk us through their plans for the coming year. Page 7 of your packet, and again, the packet's changed a little bit, but the most recent one's online. There's hard copies that are just slightly stale on the table, and then this presentation I'm giving also is online as well, if you'd like to follow along. In terms of expenditures, as you'll see, the schools, 3.8%. That was down from last year, 6.4%, which, as we talked about last year, was a historic investment in special education, which the superintendent and his team will talk about later. General government includes full staffing of public safety and emergency services. Retirement, we talked about, again, close to 8%, which we will see annually until 2035 when we're fully funded. Benefits, again, we will talk about a little bit more in detail. Debt service, declining based on our debt schedule, the great rates we've been able to achieve over the years, as well as our structure. Essex Tech, like I mentioned, is a little over 4%. So the total expenditure side of the budget is going up 4.24%. In terms of revenue, these figures represent where we're at this point in time with the best information available. This change year over year is against the final budget numbers submitted to set the tax rate in December. So if you're looking book to book, there might be some variation. But again, the revenue estimates aren't finalized until we set the tax rate each December. Property tax, as usual, is based on a very conservative $600,000 in new growth, but it also does include full use of our levy, including excess levy capacity. As we saw last year, we ended up exceeding our new growth, and they were able to leave $100,000 in levy capacity on the table. Again, we'll see where we are this coming December in terms of that. State aid is based on the governor's budget, essentially a minimum increase this year on Chapter 70, which is the big driver of that number. In terms of local receipts, you do see some steady growth, and again, that's what I talked about, and you see an 11.8% increase. That's not new charges for services. Again, that's getting closer to the actual, which will impact future free cash. Motor vehicle excise is up $300,000, again, based on trend. Pilot payment, so our electric pilot payment, we adjusted this past fall. It's the first time we adjusted in several years, and before that, I think it was probably the 90s was the last time we changed it before then. Electric is a division and located in the town, so in addition to some support services they directly participate in, like human resources, accounting, manager's office, they also benefit from the public safety provided by fire and police. They benefit from public works paving the streets. They benefit from an educated workforce provided by Danvers Public Schools. So again, as routine with most communities that have an electric division, they contribute a pilot payment to help defray costs for the taxpayer. Investment income, again, we had historic returns last year. We're on pace for historic returns this year. That rate has already come down slightly, but we felt that it was in the best interest to maintain services to increase this estimate by $700,000, getting it to $1.5 million. We're pretty confident that we'll hit that number this year and future years. The terminal rate, should it go down to somewhere in the threes, which is projected by some of our advisors, would still hit that $1.5 million number. So again, we're confident in that number. But again, it's one where we probably will see some surplus, but the alternative is budgeting to the actual and creating a structural deficit, which I don't think anyone wants to do in terms of service delivery. And then other available funds, mostly driven by our debt stabilization fund, which helps offset debt related to projects such as the Smith School. With that, Mr. Chairman, I'll stop to answer any questions in particular. Obviously, a lot of the expenses will dig in as the day goes on, but if there's any questions.
Thank you. Dee, any questions?
Not at the moment, thank you.
Maureen?
Nothing. No, good job, Rodney.
Mike?
Just a quick question. That 100,000 that was left over from the levy, does that go into free cash?
No, so that basically becomes unused levy capacity. So essentially, it was 100,000 less that went into the tax bills last year. This year, we're projected to fully use that, including that 100,000. But again, this December, we'll see how the tax rate shakes out and our new growth beyond our conservative number.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
All set?
Yes, thank you.
All right.
Thank you. And with that, I will turn it over to Danvers Public Schools. Dan. Bam.
Good morning, everyone.
Well, good morning and welcome. You get the lead off today. That's great, Gabe.
Yeah, absolutely. Pleasure to be here, so thank you for having us. Gabe Lopes, current chair of the Danvers Public School Committee. It's my honor to introduce Superintendent Dan Bauer as he presents the fiscal year 26 budget on behalf of Danvers Public Schools. Given the uncertain economic environment and the challenges facing school districts nationwide, I couldn't be prouder of the work Mr. Bauer, his staff, and this school committee have done this year. At a time when many districts are cutting back, facing labor tensions, especially strikes, which we fortunately avoided, and Danvers has remained stable and forward-focused. Last year, we asked for a significant investment from our town to flatten the curve on rising special education, out-of-district placements, and transportation costs, allowing us to make critical improvements for all students in the district. Thanks to your support and the leadership of Mr. Bauer and his team, we have done just that. This year's budget reflects our commitments to fiscal responsibility while ensuring we provide the highest level of education for our students. Despite inflationary pressures and funding challenges, we present a reasonable, well-balanced budget backed by a steady administration. We continue to maximize resources through careful planning, grant funding, and strategic cost-saving measures, all without sacrificing our mission. Mr. Bauer has delivered on everything this committee has asked of him, and we stand firmly behind his leadership. I am fully confident that you will appreciate the level of thoughtfulness and diligence that has gone into this budget, which prioritizes both financial sustainability and the continued success of our schools. Thank you, and with that, it's my pleasure to bring forward Mr. Bauer.
Thank you, Mr. Lopes, for that wonderful introduction. Good morning, Select Board.
Thank you for having us. Good morning, Rodney. Good morning to the audience, and thank you to our school committee for their full support. But I also have to say, before I begin, thank you to the select board and the town for their continued support of our schools, for our mission. As we know, schools are vital for the success of any town, and I'm eternally grateful for the support that we have. With me today is Mary Wormers, our assistant superintendent. There she is. That she's available for when we get to the question phase. There may be some fine questions that she'll answer. And behind me, and shouldn't be behind me, should be beside me, is Pam Crum, our outstanding business manager. And as Mr. Lopes alluded to, we're very proud of the fact that we were able to negotiate all 4 contracts last year. And Pam deserves a lot of credit for the work she does behind the scenes in terms of not only providing information, but very thoughtfully looking for where the blind spots might be and all the other areas to make sure that we're fiscally responsible. So I just want to say thank you, Pam. And she's available here for questions as well. I may need to phone a friend as we get to that portion. And I'll do the best that I can. I know there are a lot of slides, so I'll move rather quickly, but again, available for questions at the end. Okay. So I think it's important to point out that our design is probably no different than any of the departments that we begin in November. We ask that all of our leadership go to their constituents within their buildings and the directors as such to look at the needs that we have. Also, we were very clear to say that the goals established by the select board was a level service budget as well as preserving positions, but also how can we improve special education services. So we go through multiple cycles, and where we are today looks much different than where we were in December. So a lot of hard work has been done, not only by our directors and our administration, but all the stakeholders, and we're appreciative of that. So as I mentioned, the focus was a level service budget, which, as we know, means maintaining our salaried and non-salaried budget lines to provide services that are required and needed for our students for success. And in many ways, a level service is much different than level funded because obviously you have associated costs of increases every year. But we also are looking to continue improving our special education programming, which I'll talk about in a little bit, but it's key to note that after last year's presentation and the generous allocation of funds to help us continue to build infrastructure for special education, we have a whole new special education team. We have a new director, 2 new assistant directors, and a new out-of-district coordinator. And that's huge to know because we also put in place audits to really dig deep into our special education programming. A lot of this happened after the presentation last year. So I'll talk more about that, but I think that's key because the number one thing we want to make sure that we do is, as we build infrastructure, we do it with an eye to be sustainable through ups and downs that we know that we'll always face financially. And also adhering to looking how can we support and improve student achievement within our schools and continue to build the sense of belonging that I think makes our district an outstanding district. The budget pressures that we all face as districts, the Chapter 70 funding, which is a huge, complicated formula that it would probably take all day to explain that. But the bottom line is that we're at foundational level this year, which most districts are. And it's key to note that enrollment does connect to this. And it's key to note that we need to provide and continue the level of services because if students leave, that's less funding that comes in, and it also counts against us. So the more that we retain, the more that we can keep our financial stability. So that's key to note that as we weave through all of this, not only providing level services, but also with an eye to improvement. Special education out-of-district placements, although we're stable and the investments are paying off, the tuitions and such, they still will increase every year. Transportation costs, which we'll talk about in a little bit, they continue to rise. And the contractual obligations, which I'm glad Mr. Lopes pointed out, we successfully negotiated all 4 contracts. And certainly, if you look at the landscape around us, it's no coincidence that we did, and I think it's all due part with the collaboration we had with everybody involved. Obviously, our team, the town, Rodney and his team, as well as our teachers and the administrative assistants, the cafeteria workers, and our instructional assistants and behavior techs. So there was an eye to making sure that they're compensated fairly, competitively, so they stay and continue to provide great services, but also keeping in mind that there's a balance with affordability. So overall, if you note that our ask will be 3.8%, but the increase of the salary is 4.05 over the course of the year. So I think we did a good job balancing that because we want to make sure, and we had an eye with the negotiations, that we can afford this over time. Curricular needs, they always change, and then inflationary increases. Okay. Well, I got my water, so I'm all good. And this slide, there's no surprise, is that the special education transportation costs have gone up, almost 75% over 7 years. It's just, and I'm not laughing because it's one where it's just, we look for what we can do with the controllables, and a lot of this is out of our hands, but we have put in systems in place to look at the controllables of transportation to flatten the curve. That's what we're trying to do, is flatten the curve with these costs. We have to transport, but there are certainly things that we're putting into place that, and I'll talk about that in a little bit, that will help flatten the curve on that piece. And then the second component, again, is just the rising special education costs that all districts are facing. And certainly, it's not necessarily associated to increased out-of-district placements, because that's really not the discussion point. It's just the affiliated costs with those. But also, where were we with our programming prior to last year to keep as many students in-house that we can in our district, which we want, they want. So the improvements go towards flattening that curve as well. But there's a lot of related costs, including tuition, transportation, and associated services. So the next piece that we really have worked hard is looking at our resources and how can we maximize them. Obviously we have retirements that do occur. Can we reallocate resources and attrition, as people may leave the district, and looking for ways that if we have a need in one area and as things change, we shift that. So we're trying to look from as much as possible within before we ask out. And we knew that was important this year, but it's an exercise that we did last year as well. And we dug in very deep this year on that component. The non-salaried pieces, as much as we can use grants to offset these one-time costs, we will do that. And Mary and her team did an outstanding job. Over 200,000 plus in grants we brought in this year over last year. And we'll continue that piece because that does help us a great deal, where we then can divert costs. So how can we flatten the transportation curve? We did employ a transportation director this year. And already the savings basically negates his salary. Prior to his arrival, so we have over 2.5 million plus in transportation needs. And this is not a knock on anybody, trust me. Prior to his arrival, the gatekeeper for the transportation was administrative assistants, and that was the system that was here. I know there was a director beforehand. So we knew in order to increase and improve the operation and to be able to look forward, bringing this position in was a critical position, and it has already paid off. We're looking to add 2 vans into our pool, which we've already added 1. And this is collaboration with the DPW. That's why it's so important that the town works together. So the vans that are coming into service, and we had 2 lines in our budget for van drivers. We've already hired 1 van driver. We have 1 van ready to go. The second van is about ready. We're trying to hire a second driver. But already over time, just bringing 1 van into the fleet right now will save us at least $20,000 by the end of the year, at least. Because that allows us then to take routes and students off private contractors into our service, and our service is less expensive per van. We've already added 2 other vans last year for extracurriculars, which that saved us at least $30,000 plus. That allows athletic teams, the smaller ones, to be transported without contracting out. We have special education programming with services through the day for work-related opportunities that now we can utilize that van, and it saves us a lot of money. And out-of-district costs, we continue to build our programming, our autism strand, therapeutic and language-based, and I have some more information on that. So definitely grateful for the allocation last year because it's allowed us to continue to build the infrastructure, and it continues to go. So the next slide, I won't go through every grant, but this is an example. So we've brought in $684,000 in grants into our district just this past year, and that's over $200,000 plus from last year. And Mary and her team deserve an enormous amount of credit because we don't have a full-time grant writer in our district. And so this is through the hard work of her team. And there's a variety of grants that are here that provide opportunities to improve programming, ultimately to increase student achievement, but also support our students so they feel a strong sense of belonging, and that improves performance as well, and also supporting our staff. So I'm very proud of that, and that's no small change. Okay. The next slide is the Emergency Assistance Program. This is virtually the same slide as last year. As we know, the shelters will be closing down this year, and they're going through that process now. This funding for our services, which provide English language teachers, we've also employed a number of support systems, not only for our students that come through the program, but for all students. That money is not included in our budget, and it wasn't last year either. And the idea of the 104 per day is funded per student that was not on the rolls last year. So we have a number of students. We're receiving our last allocation this spring. The funding will end as the shelters close. But it's critical funding because it has allowed us not only to add staff that's needed, but also curricular-related and communications-related. In fact, the Reach My Teach communication platform is superior, and we're actually looking to adapt that as a district-wide and replace our Blackboard, which means cleaner communication to families. The bottom line is our enrollment's going to shift. So we know that as that shifts, that need is going to change, and obviously that will be a reduction in terms of those positions, and we're currently in the process of analyzing that. But there will be a continued need for English language services because the number in town have increased outside of the shelter program. So we'll continue to receive transportation for the rest of the year. And this fund, though, is critical because it's not in our budget, doesn't come out of the town, but it allows us to move forward into the next year, any remaining funds that can fund some of those support positions that we put into place. Okay? Thank you. All right. Strategic planning for the future. This is the exciting part here where, we're looking to build pathways K-12 to help reduce out-of-district placements. And we went through a lot of audits. We have some more that are slated for therapeutic this spring. But we've seen that there's essentially 7 key areas through our audits that need to be addressed in order to bring our services up to where they should be for special education services. That will have a direct correlation to improving out-of-district, to reducing out-of-district placements, but more importantly, supporting our students and families in the best way possible. The thing that has come out of this, which we're keeping the ask where it needs to be this year, but there's a lot of work that needs to be done in the future. And we know that we're going through some transition now, but our team is working really hard to see, again, from within, what can we do to improve the services, but we know that we do need to look at team chairs at the elementary, the middle, and the high school. That is something that we have lacked over years, no fault, but that's something that we're looking for the future. Again, transportation, the regionalization of the North Shore Education Consortium, I think it's 21 different districts. We went through an initiative last year as the pilot year. This is the second year where there's been an analysis of all of our out-of-district transportation needs, and every district has provided that information to a centralized area, and they compute it down to how can we create routes. And then as we look to put bids out for transportation, that process has already begun, so that is very encouraging. The estimate of savings for all the districts participating is 10% per district. So if you look at $2.5 million, that's a significant savings just with that. That's anticipated. We can't count on that. It's not here yet, but we're very encouraged by the progress that is being made because these pressures are felt by all districts. Again, talking about attrition and reallocation of staffing to build programming, we have the needs. A lot of we put in last year, but we still have more needs. And as you know, that we're also putting a strategic plan into place. We're coming to the final piece of that to build our vision for the future and really lean into the portrait of the learner. As our students arrive in pre-K to K, when they walk out of our schools, they're prepared to be able to be as successful as possible in an ever-changing global economy. So I put this slide up here, and this was in last year's as well, but I want to highlight this because I know there's a narrative out there that says, well, our enrollment's declined, or why is the staffing as such? I will defend that the staffing is critical because things have changed over time in terms of what we offer for students. We have 23 advanced placement courses we offer at Danvers High School. I put that up, I was in Marblehead and Beverly before that. That's outstanding. So that offers opportunities for high-level students. We've offered different career pathways we're building. We also need some specialized programming for special education to keep them in district. And I will put, this is a shameless plug, but we have a Falcon Showcase April 2nd that I'll invite the Select Board to show all the great things that our high school offers. I think that we don't advertise that enough because it's an outstanding school. But I will say that the students that last year's class, we had 171 students, we had 212 that graduated, but 171 going on to 2- and 4-year colleges, 68 different colleges and universities, locally, including Harvard, Amherst, BC, Northeastern. We have somebody at the University of Dublin, which that'd probably be a fun opportunity. But what I'm getting at is that it's critical that we keep the programming going, because Danvers High School, it's not just an option, it should be the place where our kids go outside of things that we offer. The next piece is, again, thank you to the investment last year. So quite a bit of positions we pulled over from ESSER, but quite a bit of positions that we added for supporting our programs. And it's key to note that very specialized programming with our BCBAs that create the behavior plans on through the social workers that we've added, speech and language providers, behavior technicians, and everything that's needed on top of some of the support positions at the high school and middle school that have stabilized with ever-changing needs of our students. And I think the biggest piece too is, you hold this slide, don't go yet. So I know that, there probably will be a question in terms of how do we know that the investment was successful last year with special education, right? So reminder, we have a whole new student services team. And that's not knocking, it's just been transition. They are doing outstanding work, and I'm proud of the work they're doing. I'm proud of the work of all of our educators. And we went through several audits that it exposes ourselves to showing areas that we really need to improve. But without that data, it's hard to put together a systematic plan of improvement. So that's critical. But I will tell you right now, with our autism programming, again, resources provided, we've been able to create 2 tiers, an intensive and moderate strand of this programming, which then that allows us to receive, specialized services. And 30% of our students that are out of district fall under the autism strand as the primary disability. But investing in these 2 tiers, we're now creating cohorts of students, which makes it easier for students to remain in district, and that's huge. And also, we're looking at a solid pathway K-12, because as a parent, if you have a child that has needs in autism, you want to be confident that the district can offer services all throughout their time in our district. And we saw some weaknesses along the way, and we're working on patching that up. Again, thankful to the investment last year, but we know we have more work to do. Therapeutic program, we've created now a program at Thorpe and Holton Richmond that allows students under this strand, and there's 19% of our students out of district that have an emotional disability. So this investment's allowing, again, to improve that pathway. And then our language-based program, about 10% of our students out of district are under this strand. We created a second classroom for elementary students, and we're looking to add that now, a pathway through our middle and our high school, so students stay in district for language services as opposed to going out. So these investments that were provided last year are working. We have more work to do, and I don't want to paint the picture that we're done. We have a lot more work to do. But this also allows us to shift extended evaluations that often will take place out of district for students that may have needs. We're looking to shift the evaluations in district to match our programming, and that will allow typically our higher rate of those to stay in district. Again, more work to do, but I think that we're showing good progress here. If you look at our specific numbers for tuitions and stuff, we're below last year in terms of I can't say a ton of money, but we are below, and the numbers are staying relatively flat. And that's what we're looking to do, is flatten the curve. Things can change without a district quickly, though, right? You could face move-ins, you could face other factors, increasing tuitions at collaboratives that are out of our range. But by and large, we're trying to control what we can control, and that's the key to successful planning. And that's why we dug in deep this year, and last year as well, and we know that we have more work to do. Okay. So just looking at next year, it looks rather modest, but we're trying to utilize as much of our funding that go out to contracted services for different things and bring them to positions in district, BCBA, school psychologists, special education teachers. Team chair, we're really digging deep to try to bring in actually two, an elementary and a middle. That's to be seen, but that's going to have to be from within our means. All right. So with that being said, I went a long time without water, so I better get back. Trying to conserve. So we have some potential fundings and savings that we can't count on yet because it's still in progress. You know, in terms of Chapter 70, I mentioned that our foundational level is $75 per student. Last year it was $104, you know, so roughly that's about $96,000. And that money doesn't come directly to us, but it goes to the town, but we work together for this. There is legislation that is trying to increase the foundational level back to 104. If that happens, that's certainly money that would come back into our coffers, which would be great. Circuit breaker is the tuition's fully funded at 75%. Transportation this time is not. So it's not fully funded. And we've been advocating with Representative Cairns, State Senator Lovely to say, and there is in the supplemental budget push to increase that reimbursement to 75%. That's a substantial number that could go back into our circuit breaker coffers, which will help replenish that fund. Potential transportation savings, ideally, if we can save 10% across the board, that's substantial. We can't count on that yet, but we feel that our planning will lend itself to get there. And then the pre-K tuition, we went with the thoughtful 2-year increase because we are competitive and we provide outstanding services. And that wasn't increased in over 15 years, and we brought it up modestly. But that number itself can help provide a support position. So as we look at the cost reductions with transportation, so if we put more vans into the system, if we look at our routes and try to firm them up so we maximize the routes, utilize pre-K transportation with our drivers, all right, really analyze the vendor contracts, but more importantly, the Northeast North Shore Educational Collaborative regionalization at that 10% savings. Across the board, we're looking at 10%. And we want to be conservative. Again, we can't, that's not here hard fast, but as this develops, it goes back to trying to control the controllables. These are items that we can control now that we have a director of transportation in place that can help guide us through here. And we hope that, again, it's flattening the curve, which I think
Dan,
is...
can I ask you, just to clarify,
Yes.
you're showing 5 areas to save 10%.
Yeah.
But overall, it's just a 10%
10%, yes.
period. Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay. So as we look to the proposed increases to our budget, the non-salary requests, that's a big line, is out of district tuitions and transportations. The non-salary requests, which are the hard materials that are utilized, contracted services that go out to special education, contractual obligations, which we have to pay, a step scale, COLA, cost of living, that brings us up to $4.9 million. The offset itself is really simple. Circuit breaker funding, we're going to dig deep this year, and we have the funding to do that, to dig in. That's why that additional replenishment is important, that we get that. But the staff savings with retirements, collapsing unfilled positions is almost $500,000. So that offset is $2.9 million, which then itself, as we total everything out, at a $53 million at a 3.8% increase. But this is just to illustrate that most of our costs as a school district are fixed, as are all. And out of that fixed account of the budget, like 84.3% are salaries, and that's very typical for that. So our offsets and increases come to the $1.9 million increase, and that represents a 3.8 increase over last year. And I think it's important to understand how this is relative, and if you look at a 13-year average, we're below the 3.87, and that does include the big ask last year of 6.41. But we know that we have to look within. I think our team did an outstanding job, outstanding guidance by the school committee, great collaboration with the town, because it's really important that we are not only fiscally responsible, but also looking to create sustainable programs, because as Mr. Lopes pointed out, the landscape around us is rocky with a lot of districts. And we want to make sure that we continue to build in a way where we can make it through lean times and then look to continue our building as things may change. So I'm very proud of this budget, and I know there's a lot of areas that we certainly need. And I didn't want to paint a picture like that things are done, and I told you I wouldn't come back with the 6.41, so at least I lived up to my word on that piece. But at the end of the day, again, with strong schools and strong effort by our team, they're digging in and doing their all, and the continued relation across all, and I honestly can say I'm very proud that we have the relationship across all, and I know the library's here, and unfortunately you're behind me, I'm sorry. But we've been collaborating even with the library, looking for ways we can connect for more opportunities for our kiddos. And we're reaching across as many. The DPW is outstanding. And we're looking to continue to develop even more relationships because sharing resources and looking for ways that we can improve, I think it's all of our responsibility. So hopefully I didn't put anybody to sleep, so.
No, it's too early.
Too early.
Questions, Mike?
Oh, right out of the gate, okay.
Yep.
Hi, Dan. I think we're going to need some car washes and bake sales. It's a big number there.
Yep.
I do have a bunch of questions, and they're all over the board. If you can, I can just shoot them off real quick.
Yep.
Can you tell me, how do the kids stand up in Danvers with, say, across the board, across the state, whatever, nationally? It says by the end of grade 5, 60% of students will score at meeting and exceeding standards of MCAS, and then grade 6, grade 8, 60%. Is 60% a good number?
I think it's all relative. We've been very flat with our, and that's MCAS scoring off of that. We've been flat over, I did a 7-year analysis. Our elementaries have done well, usually above state average over 7 years. Our middle school is a little bit below the state average in some areas. Our high school has bounced back. It's been up and down over time. But I would say that, and certainly with the changing legislation that's taking MCAS out of a graduation requirement, if you look at other data, all right, and again, I know that we're K-12 continuum, but when I break down advanced placement scores in terms of AP scores, we've gone up. SAT scores are within the national average, above national average, and above state in some areas, which I think is important. And I will say that the percentage of students moving on and having opportunities is important. So we can do better. There's no question about it. And I think what we're trying to put into place is addressing some of those areas that we know we need to improve. We've changed our literacy program. It all starts at the elementary, is where it starts. But we also know that we have some points at the middle, making that transition, that connection that we're addressing for that alignment, as well as to the high school. So I hope I answered that for you.
So basically, you have a plan to do better
Yes.
with that. All right, thank you, yeah.
You're
Quick question. There's a lot of subscriptions and committees that we're a part of here. Is there anybody that checks to see when we don't need to be part of these? Because there's thousands of dollars in all that stuff. And I'm not saying it's not necessary, I just don't know. Does anybody say, okay, well, we don't need this, it's outdated or whatever, and take it off the board?
Or if I could ask clarification, Mike, you mean subscriptions like technology and applications?
All
or?
that, it's laced through all this different things, I'm just wondering, is there some way to make sure we're not paying for, the Time magazine to show up that we're not reading anymore?
Yeah. That is a good question, and that's a fair question. The answer is yes. So our technology, in terms of the subscriptions, because obviously we've moved more in that direction. Jim Sullivan, our technology director, works with our directors, works with Mary to look at what do we need. So a prime example of that is the Reach My Teach, which we're not paying for now. That's the communication that goes out to families and staff that allows things to be translated much more efficiently. And our current model of Blackboard, which is old and clunky, which if you get my update, sometimes you see some pagination errors and things like that because it's not a great system. We're replacing that next year. We're not going to have the two. There's no need to have two, and because that funding is going to go off, so we're going to replace that. And there are some very fine, minute applications that teachers over time will say this is better than that, so we don't want to duplicate the efforts. So another quick answer is yes.
Thank you. So the transportation seems like you're on with that. You're going to get more vans and whatnot. The training for the drivers, because we don't want to have any of the no kid left behind stories in
Yep.
in the media, there's certifications and training that happens with the drivers, and they
There-
get up and look in the back of the bus and make sure there's nobody there.
There is, yes, exactly. So for 7D transportation, which is to and from school, that's a higher level of certification that all drivers have. So that is in place, yes.
All right. With the changes in the Department of Education, do you have any insight as far as how funding might change, whether it gets better or worse? Any thoughts on that? Or?
Well, my thoughts initially are that, it's a wait and see. But the entitlements that we receive, and you can look in the back in the appendix that breaks it down, there are a number of entitlements we receive as a district to offset special education and offset other areas of our most needy populations. I think 1.6, 1.7 million that we receive that helps offset that. And every year that goes to review. This is not new, what's happening now for these appropriations in terms of under scrutiny. They've been under scrutiny for the last several years. And even last summer, reviewing a report where things may not go up, it may be level funded as opposed to level service, which means level funding really is usually less service because of the increase of costs. So I think this is a wait and see approach on this.
Do you think there might be more money that the state will have for education if there's a savings on the federal side?
Not sure.
Okay.
Not sure.
I didn't know if there was any talk.
Well, there's definitely talk within the supplemental budget that I pointed out in terms of circuit breaker in Chapter 70, because those are really old formulas, and the needs have just risen across the board. We're fortunate that, we don't receive as many of the federal entitlements just based on our population as more urban areas that rely more on that piece. But I'm totally a wait and see at this time.
Okay.
Confident that we have good advocacy, at least at the state level with Joan and Sally. We communicate with them frequently to let them know our needs as well as the other. When I meet with our superintendent group, we all talk about ways that we can continue advocacy because we know those funds are vital.
Is the cost per student in Danvers roughly the same across the board?
Yeah, it's a little bit less than the state. It's for some reason we're a little bit behind where the state is, but it's relatively similar. Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
And my last question, is there any possibility or talk about maybe bringing some kind of shop classes to the high school that might keep students in Danvers versus them leaving?
Well, I will say that we have looked, so we've acquired another pathway, an environmental science pathway. We already have manufacturing and engineering, so we're looking for ways to expand that. But in terms of the pure shop classes such as electrical or plumbing, not at this time. But we've met with Essex Tech, we've met with Heidi a few times, and trying to look for ways like, there's programming there that allows students that could take courses at the high school during the day, and then the afternoon, after dark program it's called, where they can do some of those shop classes. So that way students can get the best of both worlds. We're looking at that piece, and that may go off as a pilot next year. We're still a few
Does
pieces.
that help us cost-wise?
It does. I mean, there's a little bit of cost with that, but that does keep students here. And I will say I think one of the areas that we got to continue to work on improving is showing like all the things that we have.
Yeah.
Right? Because we do have tremendous options, and obviously the tech provides for a specific service for students in that case, and we shouldn't directly compete necessarily. But I think what we should really do is show the areas that we have that are advantageous for students that are looking for what we can offer, the higher level of courses, but also the combination of, like, let's face it, the world's changing, and our students need to be prepared in terms of electronics. They need to be prepared in terms of engineering and things of that nature. So those are the pathways we're trying to invest in. The medical field as well. We're launching an aeronautical course next year, which I'm curious to see how that goes. But we're looking at that, but again, I'm providing longer answers than I probably need to, but
No, that's good.
the answer is those specific programming, no, but yes to looking at ways we can offer more options for kids.
Maybe light duty shop classes, because what you just said, you don't want to duplicate what they're already doing. I get that.
Did you come over to see the woodworking shop that we have?
Not yet.
Yeah, come on over and see that, because we do offer courses where they're able to do some of that.
Oh, cool. All right.
Yep.
All right. Thank you. Thank you very
welcome.
much.
Mr. Bauer did show me those programs. You'll
Oh,
be
nice.
impressed. Take a walk through with them.
Okay.
Maureen?
Yeah, thank you, Dan and Pam and Mary and school committee for keeping that number good for us. We anticipated a little bit more. I like hearing about the out-of-district coordinator, that new position. I think that will help you tremendously. We can't control the transportation cost and the special education cost, but it looks like you are trying to get really ahead of the curve with that. Grants, over 200,000, that's great. And, you touched upon, saving out of service 20,000 instead of private 30,000, all that adds up, right? So whatever we can do for the kids and for, to support the administration too. I think, like we talked about, Dan, before, is keeping the kids in district as much as we can.
Yep.
And it feels like I've seen an improvement already from last year to this year, and I want to commend all of you for that. I think that's great. It's very important that we do that. And with the transportation, if you need more vans, another van, let us know. I think that will help offset some of the cost. The team chair, I think that's great with the leadership. Hopefully with the new town manager, I think that's going to be someone's priority to really, get all the leaders in the same room and really do a lot of collaboration. It's nice to hear that you work good with the Essex Tech, for that After Dark program. I think that's wonderful. Whatever we can do to help both schools, right? We're one community. We're all one. I think that would be great. And then the programs you talked about, like my colleague Mike was saying, when we went to school, there was like home ec, I'm kind of dating myself, and bookkeeping and things like that. Anything we can do, even giving kids the opportunity, financial literacy. I think that's a huge piece that I don't know if we have that. I know that we do the people come in and we'll walk through and do the credit for life.
Yes, credit for
right?
life.
So that's good. I think kids really need to know that to be able, believe it or not, to balance a checkbook, right? You're going to go out to this world. You're not still living, in your parents' home. You want to prepare them. And if you could, I think it would be wonderful for everybody to hear that if you could touch base about how we had that opportunity to sit with administrators, colleagues, teachers for building the future for the kids. Remember that day? Could you talk about that and let everybody know how wonderful that was? Because you want to prepare these kids for the future.
Right. No, I appreciate that. We're coming toward the end of finalizing our vision for the next 5 to 10 years and to create a portrait of the graduate. So what are the key competencies that students should master by the time they leave high school? But it starts when they arrive, the entry point. And how can we embed these strands throughout everything that we do? So right now, we took feedback from the community, we took feedback from the select board and town leaders. Thank you for participating in that. Our faculty, staff, we've had students involved, and the superintendent advisory council involved, where we're pulling out this, like, what's important, what do we want to see our schools, where do we see them in the future to develop that vision? And then we're looking at the core competencies, such as, collaboration, communication, critical thinking, all the things that we know. But what is that? So our job is going to be, once we crystallize that, is like, how's that demonstrate in the classroom? Because those are very broad terms, but how can we show that, because that is real world? But that doesn't take away from, and I have to be very clear, the foundational work that there's always the foundational work of academics. So we can't stray from that, so it's blending those two worlds together. So by the end of this year, we should have the core of it mapped out to present to the community, and then continue to build as it aligns with our strategic plan. So right now, we're trying to pull out the strands that we can build our yearly plans off of. So when we come back for budgets every year, we can say that's aligned to this, this, and this, so that we have a clear pathway for the future. So that was a lot of fun.
It was a lot of fun that day. Just putting their ideas, with stickies and going over and writing them down. But good job. Thank you. Commend all of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Dee?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Bauer. I did watch the school committee meetings where the budget discussions occur, so I watched all of them. I went to my package with the intent of looking at how do we either save money or how do we make money. because that's the bottom line, without cutting the services. It was hard, so there's not really much on this budget. It just seems, I was talking to my friend Paul Pollack earlier, I'm like, I'm looking for places where I can cut, and I just don't see it. I do have a couple of clarifying questions to understand.
Of course.
If I look in my package on page A6, the one that was dropped off, line 181, the management, because I was looking more on outliers. Management
sure.
reserve, that went down 91%. What's that, and what does that mean?
So the management reserve is created to float costs that are really associated to salaries and such. So it was a large number last year because we went into contract negotiations and we knew we needed that money to help move through the contract planning. And once that's been achieved and we've been established, it's not atypical for that to be reduced. It will come back again when we get into the next contract cycle.
Okay.
That's monies that we utilize for that offsets the salaries and those expenditures such as that.
Okay, so it's not money that we just reallocated to other things?
We reallocate it, yes.
That was reallocated?
Yes.
Okay.
How did I do, Pam?
I mean,
I'm sorry, Pam is,
no. I mean, I think when there was a slide earlier about the offsets that we were using against the increases, and one of those was about $500,000 in savings from attrition and retirements. So when someone retires and they've been serving the district for 3 decades, the expectation is that their replacement will be a teacher perhaps with less experience at the outset, and so we will realize some salary savings with that replacement hire. So that management reserve is a place also where a lot of that offset is sort of housed, and that is a little bit higher this year, in addition to the fact that we're not carrying money there for the contractual increases that we expected through the negotiation process. In addition to that, we are experiencing a few more retirements and other attrition kind of things going on, and that savings, that offset, is living inside the management reserve.
Okay.
If that makes a little bit
Does
more
make
sense.
Thank you. Thank you very much. The special education transportation costs, and I know last year you spoke of regionalization or
Yes.
some attempt to do so. You mentioned that earlier today as well. Where are we in that process really? And
Sure.
And do we think we will have something in place by next year, or?
Yes, so we're in the year 2 of that pilot. So last year, they asked us for all of our data. So where are our students going, all the routes. We provided all that information. They've broken that down and then brought it together with all the other districts. So where we're at right now is very encouraging. They're putting out bids right now to providers.
Okay.
So they've consolidated the routes, and that may mean that one route might go through Danvers, Beverly, and Gloucester. So they've put packets out to the providers, and that's typically around this time. So to me, that's excellent news, because once the contracts come back, for the providers, then we'll start to see where we're really saving. So right now, they're anticipating 10%, but we really won't know that until the hard numbers come back to, the routes and such like that are accepted by whichever providers.
Okay.
So really, with the second year, we're on track to answer your question. And then I think that's going to be cleared up within the next 2 months, which is outstanding.
Perfect. Thank you. I do see that we lost one curriculum director, and now we have 2.
Correct.
Is it one for the middle school and one for the high school?
So what we're looking to do is, we did make a budgetary cut to help offset, but we're also looking to streamline our curriculum director to have one that would be a 612. We're looking to mirror the elementary. So currently, the elementary curriculum director is grades K through 5. And that person has a team of 3 individuals, Unit A members, that's all they do, a math coach, literacy, SEL, and library. So we're looking to mirror that at the secondary level. So although it's unfortunate with the budget cut, but I'm looking at it as an opportunity to do streamlining, but also to rebuild and looking to create teams at the high school and middle school that can work with that 612 curriculum director. And create, I think that will increase vertical alignment between the middle and the high school, which is critical, and also to help with that transition from grade 5 to 6.
Okay, so so there will still be one for the elementary school then.
That's no change there.
Okay,
And the only change will be there won't be one dedicated to the middle school and one to the high school. There will be only one that will serve grades 6 through 12. But we're looking internally to create teams similar to the elementary, although budgetarily I couldn't devote specific positions quite yet. So we're working through that process as we're bringing on board a new assistant director, working with Mary, as well as our new high school principal. So there's a few moving pieces, but that's the direction we're headed.
okay, perfect. And in that same line of thought with reduction in staffing, I also saw there's a math teacher, I think it's an FD math teacher position that's eliminated.
So
Are we losing math classes? Because, my own son took APBC Calc as a junior, and that served him very well. Was able to have AP courses for the college, got bachelor in 3 years instead of 4. Are we losing? And I know we have to cut budget. We have to, I'm concerned if we're going to be losing high-level classes for our students.
And to be very clear, no, we are not. So with a high school schedule, which is very complex with multiple sections, we're looking to streamline. We're not reducing or changing any classes.
Okay.
And and I want to be very clear, there are no Unit A members that are being cut, none, 0. We're looking for ways through attrition and retirements to make this work. That's how we're making a few of the shifts, and that's the quiet way of attrition to bring down the overall piece. But we have multiple sections. So for example, in the geometry, you may have 5 or 6 college prep sections. At the honors level, you might have 4 or 5. So the ultimate trade-off, I don't know if this is not the specific example, but in general, so instead of having 4, you could probably look with the enrollment to make 3. For the college prep, instead of having 6, you might be able to make it to be 5. So in no way, any way will that reduce the quality and the classes and personnel, people. So there are no Unit A cuts, which we're very pleased with that.
Okay, perfect, thank you. I also saw that they said $23,000 add-on for Danvers Cares, which is, I think Maureen represents the board there now. Love the program. Have been part of it for many years, and have a really soft spot for what they do. Does that go toward programming or stipend for the mentors, or both?
It goes mainly for the stipend, and the shift that we made this year was we shifted the model to have 3 of our staff run Danvers Cares. So we went from 1 outside into 3 inside. So that divides up into stipends.
Okay.
So we're sharing the work, which is incredible. They were able to have 1, and that was a lot. Now we have 3 doing the work, and they're sharing and dividing that up. So that's been a very good thing.
Yeah, I think that's a good thing. I
Yeah.
I think it's a great thing that the school has, and it helps not only the school but the community, and I'm all for it. So thank you. All
What's
set.
up? Thank you. Dan, can we go to page B7?
Sure. Yes.
So help me understand the program realignment. I understand Highlands has no capacity for specialized programming, but Riverside LC ends this year, Smith Therapeutic ends this year. What does that mean?
So what that means is this program, this started last year. We're looking to centralize those specific strands to maximize resources. Prior years, you may have different sections. Yeah, I forget which slide that is. The bottom line is, so we're taking all the learning centers, we've moved them to Smith, although we allowed Riverside to keep one cohort because it was important to us to allow those students to finish in their school. So this year, that cohort is aging out. We're moving those resources to the middle school to build off of that. The therapeutic piece, we allowed students at Smith the same concept. And it did stretch our resources, but it was the right thing to do to allow students to finish at Smith, and then they'll move to the middle school. But we also have created sections, because ultimately the Thorpe will have all the therapeutic programming. And the same with the language-based, it was at Smith, that's all moving to Great Oak. The pre-K, all last summer, again, huge collaboration with the DPW. All of our pre-K programming is now at Riverside. What that has allowed us to do is those programs, it increases the collaboration between them, increases the collaboration between services, and that really has been a good thing. So this slide really represents there are remnants that will fully be involved into the programming at those buildings next year.
But does it mean that students will be taken out of their neighborhood school in order to get the services they need and go elsewheres?
We've been doing that. That's been the case. So, for example, in the past where you had learning centers at Thorpe and Riverside, and let's say you live in the Great Oak, and you required specific specialized services, you would go to either one of those schools, and we provide the transportation. Now we're just moving everything, instead of 2 or 3 buildings, under one roof. And it's important that we spread out the programming throughout the district, and Highlands just is one that there's just no capacity, just because of their high enrollment, or not necessarily high enrollment, but just because of the
Lack
building.
of space.
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay.
I hope that answers that question.
It does, thank you. E14.
Okay. Sounds like we're playing Battleship.
Yes.
Yes, student activities. Okay.
Student activity accounts. Net current balance, 225, back in '23 is much larger number. I can't understand these numbers, is basically what it says. I'm saying to you, there's no correlation from year to year.
This is where I will phone a
Where's
friend.
all the money?
So the net current balance is something that is computed yearly. These are essentially revolving accounts where there's constantly money that
I know.
is coming in and going out, and the balances roll over from one year to the next. This report does not capture an ending balance at the end of every fiscal year, but I thought it was important, maybe more for the business office to understand, and the principals and the school committee and everybody, to understand the volume of money that is coming in and out of these accounts on a yearly basis, which is why I kind of was capturing the total amount coming in and the total amount going out on an annual basis. Over time, those pluses and minuses add up to the net current balance that was reflected as of February, right around February vacation is what that number is. So I have available, I can provide to you, if you're interested, what the balance was at this time last year and the year before. But you're right that you would need to go back to the very beginning of when these accounts were established and look at plus this minus that in order to arrive at that $225,000 current balance for all these accounts.
So when I look at 23 expenses, 431.
Yep.
24 expenses, 390. So that's a delta of $41,000.
It is.
Difference.
Yes.
And that's accurate?
It is accurate. One example would be that the DECA organization at the high school is a very large and successful organization where
And
their money
growing.
is managed through these accounts. Depending on where they are traveling to and how many students are traveling to the international competition, which sometimes is in California, sometimes is in Orlando, then we have money for plane tickets and hotels and registration fees, but that can rise and fall depending on how many students and what the per student cost is to attend that stuff.
How many students went this year?
I believe we are under last year's number.
is? Okay.
We haven't actually, they go in April, and I think there might be around 50 students that are going along with the associated chaperones,
Yes, that's
Okay, that's great.
something like that.
Okay. So this is more of a question perhaps for the manager. The revolving account will be in the warrant article for student activity accounts?
Student activities are governed separately by the school
They're
department. so,
governed separately? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. And that's
Do
always
produce-
been the
yeah.
case?
Yeah, and yes.
Okay.
And as part of student activities, it's also audited independently each year. So if someone wanted to get a deeper dive on the activity in the student activity account, we have that information available.
Okay, good. Thank you very much. Okay, I think we're all set. Anybody in the audience? Yes, Mr. Bates?
Could I-
Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead. Hold on, Bill.
But generally, too, not to, in terms of fees and such like that, we've been fairly level with fees over time as well, so.
I was
increased
looking at
cost.
the fee structure, and I'm glad I don't have any kids in school anymore.
I know, I do, Dan.
Mr. Bates?
Yeah.
Good morning, Bill Bates, Town Meeting Member Precinct 4. I just wanted to share, most of you know that I'm a new Danvers crossing guard, and one of the things that I wanted to say this morning was to the students, the parents, the teachers, and the administrators, how proud I am at the politeness of the students towards the Danvers traffic control people. Their thank you, have a good day, have a nice Thanksgiving. It's so encouraging, and I'm talking I've been at the middle school, the high school, and elementary, and it's overwhelming. They're so polite. The other thing I wanted to say is, as a 9-year member of the school committee, I worked with a lady named Mary Wormers, and she is retiring this year. She is an educational and municipal hero, and I would like to give her a round of applause. Now, that's it for the good stuff. I would like to suggest, and I will be doing this during the DPW portion also, that the Danvers Public Schools needs to be a better neighbor around these schools. The new Smith School, which has been open for a number of years, has been lit up like a Christmas tree at 1, 2, 3 in the morning for no reason. The neighbors have called, they've worked with the former DPW director. It's the first time I'm bringing it to the superintendent and the school committee's attention, but we were able to work with our neighbors at St. John's Prep to get our privacy back and turn those lights off when they're not needed. Please look at the system. Smith School can do better. The other thing I wanted to say was, we live next to Smith School, and at 3 a.m., the week of school vacation, we got plows out there plowing it, and beep, 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 beep. Let's be better neighbors, please. Thank you.
Anyone else? You see two hands, probably way back there?
Let the young fellow go first.
Okay.
Please.
Put your hands up higher, folks.
Thank you. Kevin Barrich, 34 Poplar Street. I have two children in Danvers Public Schools, a middle schooler and an elementary schooler. So I think I've noticed that we're very specific all the time about what we want to add, which is good, right? We ask for more money. We need to say what it's for and why it's worth it. I'm less sanguine about what we want to cut. Because every time this budget, the last year's budget, there's always some areas where we're going to find the savings to pay for this new thing, and it's a little hand-wavy about that, right? So this past school year, 6th grade foreign language education was cut in half. I don't think that was clear from last year's budget. Theater, drama arts, the curricular parts of that, not the extracurricular, but the curricular parts of that were cut at the middle school. So I just want to ask explicitly, what are we cutting this year
Kevin,
to pay for this year's
Did you go to the school
priorities?
committee meeting on the budget?
I did. I watched Mr. Crane actually ask this very question
Oh, okay.
and did not get an answer. So I wanted to ask it again. Thank you.
Well, we don't have the answer up here.
I know, Dan, but I have to direct my comments at you,
Yes, you do.
as you know, right?
Thank you.
Thanks.
Dan, you want to respond to that?
Absolutely. And I would welcome, certainly, The budget slides, the packets are all online, which is great. I also welcome any individual calls or visits to my office to discuss these things in detail. That sometimes a school committee meeting can be challenging. You make public comment, we present, but I'm always available for follow-up. So in terms of the world language was not a cut necessarily, it was a programmatic change that we made because they're making some adjustments with scheduling and looking for areas for including a WIN block, which allows for more remediation of skills, such as an MTSS block that we have at the elementary. So there's a continued piece of that, but I appreciate that part. In terms of performing arts, and Alex Grover, who is he's really our 612 performing arts director, and he's just outstanding. So very clear that, there was a personnel move last year, but we still provided an outstanding, the musical at the middle school is outstanding. We still have those opportunities for students. The class itself was one that we were not running, but we found it was a programmatic move for that particular class. But the program itself for the extracurricular stuff is still going strong, and we're looking to continue to build that piece.
Thanks for it. Does that help, Kevin?
I'm asking I know what the cut was last year. What's the cut this year?
Is there a cut this year?
Or
I think Mr. Colantonio specifically said, we haven't identified what we're cutting at the middle school yet to pay for this, but it'll be something we don't know. Do we know now?
I have to ask him on the clarifications. I'm not sure exactly what that specifically means, but for overall cuts, in terms of the middle school itself, if there's any movements, it's going to be internal that would not be something cut from my office piece. Because oftentimes, in being a principal for 7, but an assistant for 10, there's often internal moves that are made that, because there are some areas of the programming you want to improve and some things that you diminish based on overall needs of the students and desires. A lot of times that may happen with elective courses and things of that nature, but in terms of the pure subjects and the core subjects, that's usually much different. There may be a variation of a course that you might run, like it's not going to change from the pre-algebra, algebra, and those courses. But in terms of an elective connected to math, that could change. But there's a programmatic shift with the world language last year with grade 6 to implement the WIN block. So, and I'm happy to follow up more specifically if you'd like.
Yeah, thanks, Sam.
You're very welcome.
Thank you. Anyone else? No hands up? Bill, are you trying to put your hand up?
At my age, yes, I am.
Yes, thank you. I'm sorry.
I'll go last if there's someone else.
No, go ahead, Bill.
Bill Bradstreet, Town Meeting Member, Precinct 1. I had several questions. One was, in the past, families used to move to Danvers because of our school system. Do we know if that is still the case from, I don't know, comments or how you would find that out? I mean, we were noted for our school system, which is why people wanted to live here. Whether they can afford it now or not, I don't know. But do they still want to move here because of our school system?
Well, professionally, I would say to you, many young families have moved into town recently. If you put a house on the market, it doesn't stay on the market long.
Right.
If houses were coming on the market and sitting there for 3, 4, 5 months, I would say, you have a good question. What's wrong with this picture? But that's not what I see in the marketplace with real estate. People are moving to Danvers, given the opportunity.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And they
Comment?
look at schools, too. and
Well, of
everything.
course they
They
do.
look at everything.
Yeah.
They look at schools, I think people do move to Danvers because of the schools. Absolutely.
Grants was mentioned. I always say it, and I do believe it. Grants come with strings. The strings that come with the grants that the school is able to get, are they worth the effort? Do they really help? Or, I know money's helpful for the school department as it is with any department, but the counterbalance of the strings, does it end up being worth it?
We'll let the administration speak to that, but when I was looking at the grants, they look very specific to me for certain programs, so that's what you apply for. But
Okay.
I'll ask Mr. Bauer to respond.
Absolutely. Well, there's one grant that I know you might be interested in that we provide, but to answer holistically, the whole grant application process, we know up front in terms of what is needed to make sure that the grant is successfully completed. So as Mary and her team are applying, they know all the parameters to bring it to final conclusion. I want to say we have a civics implementation grant of $30,000, which we need. We're utilizing that, I believe, at the middle school, right? And high school, K-12. So we know there are parameters that must be met in terms of developing, implementing, and getting into place, which we meet those standards. But we wouldn't undertake a grant. Oh, yeah, great. Civics grant, $32,000. So we know we have that in place, and we know when we put in a grant, we review and like, is this realistic? I think that's a great question, because ultimately we don't want to go forward with something that we can't meet and not take advantage of those funds. The early college grant is substantial, because we do have that partnership with North Shore Community College, where we send a cohort of students up to take advanced courses there, and that's been huge. The SEL grant of $100,000 is substantial, because that has allowed the work at the elementaries with the PBIS, positive behavior intervention strategies, and really creating stronger expectations for students. So when Mary put in for that grant, she knew, all right, we're going to require, we have an outside consultant working with us, so that's funded. Also the specific work and time, and then being able to submit, like, what is the progress and how we finished up. And in terms of the federal grants, the Student Opportunity Act, you know, we have to put in, you know, we receive federal funding, so we have to show all the benchmarks that we've made on that. So to answer your question, yes, we want to make sure we don't get ourselves in, apply for a grant, just to apply, specific reason, but also knowing, like, how we apply that. I hope I answered that. Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you, Bill.
Part of what he mentioned was civics. My question is, because of the way the world is these days, civics to me is important. It used to be, when I was going to school, it used to be taught. I think it was a standalone subject. I still think it should be a standalone subject for our young adults today and moving forward. The other thing is, and I've talked about it before, cursive writing. Is it or can it be studied or implemented? So many documents from years ago were written in cursive writing. Some of it is illegible. I know some people print or they'll use a computer, but I still think when you find an older document, it's in cursive writing, and I think it's important that the young people coming along can read the wisdom from someone who preceded them. Mention a list of needs or changes needed in the schools. Is there a list of that you can go by in, like other departments do? I need a new mailbox, or I need a new pavement, or I need this. Is there a list, and are they put in order of needs? Obviously, the least needs to be last, the most important needs to be first. That was spoken about. And I know it's small. My wife tells me I'm anal, but please refer to the kids as young adults. They're not kids anymore, not in today's busy life. They are young adults that are trying to deal with adult problems at a very young age, and it's only going to get worse. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. Anyone else? Jim?
Jim Rose, Town Meeting Member, Precinct 3. Yeah, I just want to talk about the grants, but basically, I just want a quick comment on top of that. I understand that there's all sorts of crazy things happening up at the federal level, Department of Education, and they're going to diminish that, but we should be getting money out of that. And then there's also little comments to the effect nationwide that if DEI is still being taught, then we could lose our federal funding. So I just want to make sure that Danvers has done its due diligence. Like, I don't know if any of these unfunded, any of these grants are DEI based, or, I mean, I don't know if any of this stuff is built into our curriculum or even in other departments, but how do we stand on that as far as DEI protection against federal and inclusion?
I feel you have more questions, right, Jim?
I do.
Okay.
Well,
Do you want to exhaust them or come
Okay.
back, or?
My
No,
last question would
let's
be,
answer that one first, Dan. Let's
Yep,
take-
absolutely happy to. So my duty as the superintendent is to ensure all programming meets the requirements to ensure that we are fully certified in everything that we do. So, and the grants are the grants, so they're listed. There's no hidden punches there. Those are the grants. Happy to provide even a deeper list of what they go with, but I can say that I'm more than confident that we are in a good place with the programming that we provide to ensure that we have continued funding.
Thank you.
Yep.
Jim?
thank you. And my last question is, it does go back to the grants, is that it's $680 some odd thousand of grant money that we're getting in. And so how much is this going to cost us? In other words, once we implement these grants, they're going to pay for whatever it is, all these programs and things. So, but once the grants are over, like you said, when they're complete, but we have to carry them for a certain amount of time and actually add that to our budget. So how much is this $684,000 actually going to cost us in the budget? And that's my final question.
Sure. Yep. So, yeah, for example, the SEL grant, so once that goes, nothing. Because the consultant we're utilizing to help formulate and improve programming, we won't have any further need for that because we've already developed the in-house methodology. We already have curriculum that's SEL. We don't have like SEL math, SEL social studies. We don't have that. But we have baseline social emotional learning, particularly at the elementary, that's already there. It's just enhancing that piece. So the answer to that one is there's nothing. The Math Acceleration Grant, we currently have Carnegie Math is our curriculum. So we have our curriculum. That's allowing a consultant and more research work to improve that curriculum. So that's already there, so there's no more money. The 1-8 Discovery Program is one-time, that's seed money, so that we can improve applied learning for experiential learning, which is critical. It's like the hands-on stuff, right? So that is there, that's gone. Early College Grant is something we get every year that provides that piece. Civics Grant, we have curriculum, but that's allowing us to improve that curriculum. So all of these grants aren't going to come in and serve as something that would then basically, like, how will we put this into the budget? So these do not. The Capital Skills Technology and Equipment Grant is huge because that's from the state, which allows us to buy equipment for that medical pathway, for that engineering pathway. So when you go into the shop, a lot of that equipment's already been bought, right? And with that piece, the health services, all these grants are not going to come back into the budget, nor will there be an allocation that will be required. So I hope I answered that for you, Jim.
Yes, you did.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay. Up.
Sandy Francischini, 9 Wildwood Road. I just had a quick question regarding Essex Tech, the collaboration that you wanted to do with them. I know there was talks about possibly restricting how many students can apply at Essex Tech, and I was wondering with this collaboration, would that stop that restriction? Or?
Can we wait till Essex Tech is here? 'Cause
I wasn't sure, because I know that you were also involved, too. I was going to ask them as well,
No,
too, so I
we'll
didn't know if it was
impose that
okay.
at Essex, and please address your comments to the board.
Okay, no, so I know, I was just talking, okay. And then another thing also, too, I also agree with Bill. I have young adults at home, too, and they're now applying for jobs and such, and the first question they say is, I don't know how to sign my name. So I think it is important for the kids to
Thank
learn
you.
cursive as well. Thank you.
Good point. We'll get back to you when Essex Tech is here.
Thank you so much, I just want to make sure that.
Yep, no problem. Anybody else? Thank you, school committee, Dan, Pam, Mary, for coming and presenting. Much appreciated. And I'm going to take the agenda out of order and ask the library if they'll wait 10 minutes, because I'm moving break time up to now.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes,
quick, will we be voting line by line?
what do you want to do?
Probably easier line by line, if that works for you.
Yeah, it is.
Okay. I have no authority, but I'll make a motion to move the education budget.
No. We'll ask Mike to do that.
Second, yeah, second.
Mike, you want to make that motion?
I will repeat what Rodney says and make a motion to accept the school budget as it's proposed.
And who wants to second?
I will second it.
All right, any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, very good. It's unanimous.
Good job. I think the break's good, too.
Yeah, I know.
My hairdresser just canceled again.
This is,
no.
Wow, oh, wow.
the agenda was put
fine.
together by some young people.
Yeah,
It doesn't look bad at all.
it definitely.
My name is Noelle Bach. I am the library director at the Peabody Institute Library of Danvers.
Welcome.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you for having me, as usual. So, there we go. I have the click. I usually don't have the clicker, actually. It's all new for me. So this is our budget this year. As you can see, it is just really a 2.27% increase, which is pretty standard for us since I've been here 3.5 years now. We have like somewhere about a 2.5% increase every year. The state actually requires we have about a 2.5% increase every year as well. So we pretty much hold steady there. The increases that we do have are really just salary for the most part, and then our membership in the Noble Consortium fees have increased modestly. They do a really good job. So you can see that where we're at is pretty much our average of where we're going to be usually. I just like to do a little snapshot of our circulation since that's like an easy metric for people to understand. So I am actually, except for January, for some reason this past year, our circulation keeps increasing every year, bit by bit. That's usually something that really, we expected after the pandemic, of course, there to be a big increase in circulation when we reopened up fully, and there was a big jump then. But we actually been increasing our circulation every year, little bit by bit, which is I give as definitely props to my staff who are doing a great job of purchasing materials that people really want to have in our building, and for them to be able to check out and use. So that's really a compliment to my staff that they're able to provide what people really want and keep people coming back to our library and using our materials. So that's just great. That's great for us. And honestly, I expected that we would not see increases anymore at this point, that we'd really just be completely level. But from what I was looking at, we're having at least another 2% increase in circulation this year, if not a little bit more, and it continues to do that. In the Noble Consortium as a whole, out of all the communities, I'll look and see what other communities are doing, and we circulate far more than a lot of other places. Cities like Everett, Revere, we do far better than a lot of other places. And our children's department has been doing a lot of statistics lately. They are comparing pre-pandemic numbers to current numbers. And one of the statistics they came out with recently is that they have seen, the children's department alone has seen a 63% increase in circulation, looking back at 2018, 2019, to what they're doing now in similar years since post-pandemic. So, sometimes people say kids don't read anymore, and children's room is nah, they are reading and really, really going through all of our things. So it's great. So this is just a little snapshot of just a few things that we do at the library. So we have a seed library that we started, fourth year. So and our little statistic is last year, 1,800 seed packets went out to nearly 200 people in the area. So that's people growing and being sustainable here that we support, and that's a completely free program. We have a deceased prior person that worked for the library. Her family donated money to start the seed library, and so they're continuing to do that. And this year, actually, I wrote away to Burpee Seeds, and they gave us some free seeds for it as well, so that was great. We have databases that we maintain. That's part of what Noble, our consortium, does, is that they help us buy at a reasonable rate databases. The state also provides some. And so we have crucial vetted information, right now in a world where a lot of internet data is not necessarily trustworthy. All the data that you can get from the library databases is vetted information, and it's on every topic. So if you're looking for medical information, you should use a library database. If you're looking for educational information, anything, business information, we have all of that information from databases that you can use for free from the library. Our community outreach is still going fantastically. So we go to several assisted living facilities. We visit the senior center frequently. We go directly to homes, so we have a home delivery service. We go to the community events. So I was also at the pancake breakfast this year, but we have Light the Night Purple we're involved with, Onion Town Festival, Pride Party. We help do planning with those as well. So we try to look for wherever we can, work with other groups. And to highlight what Dan was saying with us, we do try to work very much with the schools. So we have a second grade library card drive that we do. So we try to get to all of the second grades. My children's staff does that, and and some of them come and visit the library. Otherwise, they'll try to work directly with the school and get library cards into the hands of all the second graders. They also do school class visits, come to the library. Our teen librarian has a monthly visit to the high school, and then she's also had started working with the middle school librarian as well to do some programming. And we've been working I've been meeting with Dan and the middle school principal, among others, to talk about how we can provide and support programming for the middle school students after school. We always support the summer reading program for the schools, so we buy multiple copies of all the books that are on the summer reading lists so that the students can get those for no cost as well, so make sure that we're supporting that. And we also will work with some of the clubs that are working as well. And so that's just some of the ways that we partner, and we continue to partner. We like to partner with the arts in town as well. So we have collaborative art shows with the Danvers Art Association. We have 4 a year. One's just ending today, actually, and we have a new one going up next week with the Danvers Photo Group. And we work with other individual artists in the library to do shows throughout. We have dozens and dozens of author visits. We do book groups, story times. We're really on top of trying to make sure that we promote literacy in our community. And language learning has been a real focus for us over the last couple of years. So we have an English conversation group that we run weekly. We have little breaks in between. We'll run it for 8 weeks at a time, and then have a little break, and then start up again. So we've seen a real increase in people coming to go to the English conversation circles to improve their language skills. We recently purchased this past year a database that has children's books in multiple languages, so it's all an online thing, but it's, I want to say 65 languages that you can have children be able to read in their native language as well. We have a free Transparent Languages a lot of people will say, oh, there's Duolingo and things like that. It is like that. It's through the state that we get that for free, and it has everything that you can think of for a language on there. I use it actually to help learn sign language myself. I've been working on sign language. And we're expanding our world languages collections as well in the library. So this is a real demand that we are seeing in the community that we are trying to make sure that we're doing it. Oh, and we're adding playgroups in Spanish, too. We have Spanish playgroups that we're adding as well. So those are all things that we're trying to work with the community as they ask for. And we're also expanding work with differing abilities for people. So we're working with Northeast ARC. We have Northeast ARC developmental screenings that we started doing, and we also have our grant, the current grant that we have for the deaf and hard of hearing. So we had added some technology to the building this past year, and then this year, the second year of the grant, we're focusing on bringing in sign language interpreters for some programming as well, so we can do that. And we do outreach. We do have a connection with New England Homes for the Deaf, so we connect with them, and they're going to make regular visits to the library as well. They're starting to do a monthly visit there too. And I was struck by Dan talking, and Pam actually, about the future, and that we are really focused at the library about the future as well. And so some of the things that we find that people are always looking to find out things about, so for all ages really, but we were just talking about college track, for example. So we regularly have people come in and do college planning, finance planning for people about to send those kids to college. How do we pick a college? How do we fund that college? Education, we have people doing that. We also have frequently have people come in to do programming for Medicare, Social Security. So for those seniors that are just starting and moving into that place, Sally Kearns actually helped sponsor one of those recently as well. So we're really looking for people who want to do future planning, whether they're kids in college, whether they're seniors just starting to change their world and retire and stuff like that. We have those kind of programming going on as well to try to educate and really connect with our community and things that they need. So those are just a few things. There's many, many more things that we're doing too. I was going to also, one of the other things we're going to work on with our library things is memory care kits. Those are something that we put together that can circulate, that help people who have dementia. And they're just kind of like simple activity kits, basically, that you can bring home and let people who are starting to experience that have different activities that help with their engagement and to help with their memories. So those are just a couple of things that we are doing at the library. And as you know, we have poke fun at the schools, but their increase is, our budget, our entire budget is less than the increase we give to the schools. So what the library does is such a bargain. We do everything, and that's what we do at the library. And so I just had a quote. The last quote was, "A library is not a luxury, but one of the necessities of life." And I know that there's a lot of concern and worries around our federal partnerships right now, and what kind of money are going to flow. And obviously the state does give the library state aid every year. And I've gone to a couple of, this is the season, what we call library legislative breakfast season, where there are breakfasts in different parts of the state that you attend, and you get to meet with local legislators about the state of things. And so the couple I've gone to recently, they don't know, legislators don't know what's going to happen as far as the federal partnership is concerned and how much state aid is going to flow to Massachusetts or not. But they do understand the real importance of libraries, and especially when things are down in the world as far as if costs are high, people are struggling, if jobs go down, if we have a recession, God forbid, libraries become even more important to fund because we provide, free internet service, low-cost printing, accessibility to books and databases and materials. We have a job seeker network, all sorts of things like that become even more important when we do have things that are worse in the economy. So that's just all I have to say. So that's my presentation. I do have today, I would say, my assistant director, Jen McGeorge, is here, and I have a couple of my trustees as well. So I have Julie Curtis and Corey Ryan right here as well. So I just want to acknowledge that they're here too.
Recognize them.
Yes. So, and yes, I'm open for questions.
Well, I'm
or
going to
comments.
start. Tell me about this seed program. Do I come check out seeds? for the
Yes,
library
you
card?
do. Yeah. So on the first floor of the library, there is a card catalog, old card catalog. So I've repurposed it. And so what I do is I have we both purchase seeds from the family, and then I've got donated seeds as well. And so I have a program where people come and they help me sort the seeds from the big packets into little packets. So there's enough for 4 to 8 plants kind of thing in each packet, and they get labeled, and then they're all separated in the drawers by what they are. So there's flowers, there's herbs, and then there's vegetables. And it's just all free, so you just come, there's a little sheet on the side of the catalog, and you could just write, Dan, I took 6 packets. And we just kind of keep a very informal count. But yeah, there's just about 2,100 seed packets this year that were just put out recently. You can just come and
Do you
grab what you want.
limit how many you can take?
Nope. Take what you want.
You said that in front of Bill Bradstreet?
Yeah. So usually it'll be the things that won't go in the end will kind of be the early spring stuff. So the radishes, the turnips, like that. So if people miss that first window of taking those, then those are the things that end up being left over the most. Because if they don't because you could do that
But
in
you
the
can
fall
plant
as well.
some of
but
those
yeah.
late in the summer, too.
Right, yeah, you can, but a lot of people don't do that, right? They think it. So those are the things that usually will be ending up left over. But
Interesting.
yeah, it's fantastic. It's a great program. I love it.
Hey, Dee, any questions?
Yes, thank you, Noah. I have attended several programs at the library, and they were all fantastic. So, a quick question on the budget. What is, I'm just curious, sick leave incentive? What's
What was
that?
it again?
The sick leave incentive.
Oh, so that's an old. We don't have that anymore, right, Rod? That's gone. That is gone. So that used to be a program, and it's actually, was it even still here when I was here? It was kind of phased out shortly after I came, And that was sort of a way to do a bit of a buyback if you weren't using sick leave kind of thing.
Yeah, it was basically, excuse me, through you, Mr. Chairman, it was an incentive not to use your sick time. During several contract negotiations, we phased that out because, again, it's just, in today's day and age, encouraging people, monetarily incentivizing someone to come work sick, I don't think is in the best
Exactly.
interest of anyone. So we phased that out. Some of the contracts include sort of a one-time $5,000 buyout at the end of their time in Danvers, but we eliminated the annual bonus for coming to work every day type thing, so, yeah.
But we don't do that anymore.
Yeah,
do
no,
not, no.
no, it's gone.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I don't think that's a good thing.
Yeah.
Healthcare and encouraging people to come with all the RSVs and everything. I don't think that's a good idea.
Yes, no.
Speaking of programming, does the library do anything to help people file their taxes?
For filing taxes, we do not. Some libraries do. So we did look into that. Did we have that, Jen? Did you remember? Did we do that in previous years? The like having the like once. Yeah. So it used to be very easy to get AARP
Yeah.
representatives to come and do, and usually for seniors or low income,
Exactly.
like is what it is. And we tried last year, I believe, to get somebody as well to come in, but we've been having no luck getting someone in. So usually like the senior center and some other area places will have that as an option for you to go to. But I'll say like the old library I used to work for, we used to get that, and we had 2 people who would come and it would be booked up, like
Yeah, I
like
see that in a
yeah.
lot of communities, and I
Yeah.
mean, that's something.
Yeah, we can try again. We can try again for it. It's say like they seem to have lost a lot of those volunteers that do it. So it's just difficult to be one of the places to get it.
I
But
think the Shine at the senior center does tax for
yes,
folks.
yes,
There are
yes, they
people
do.
there.
They do. Yeah, 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 yeah. So usually, just like a lot of libraries will also have like a get it as well at the library. So there usually might be 2 or 3 places in a town that might be able to be an
But
option.
years ago, before computers, you'd go to the library to get all your tax forms.
Oh,
Exactly.
we still have them. We still have them. We still have the tax forms at the library. That's something that, I mean,
yeah.
we'll do it as long as people come looking for them. But that'll probably be something I'm sure the federal government will eventually be like, no, you can't do it, on paper anymore. But they're not there yet, so we still get tax forms in.
Okay. And Mr. Chairman, is the one at the senior center free?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
And I don't know if this is the right forum for this, but I've been thinking about this. The library is such a great building and a great historic building. It's so stuck and hidden. We can't really see the beauty of that building. The trees that are in front there, right in front of the parking lot, is that under the preview of the library or the town?
That's-
And is this something we can consider in the near future to shave it off and so people can actually see the building?
That is a really good question. I mean, it's the grounds department takes care of the exterior around the building. The grounds is everything. So I don't know. That's a really good question. Like if that's something I could request or not, I guess I'll have to find out. I don't know if Rodney, have you any idea about that or not?
I do not, but Stephen King and Rob Dever will be happy to talk about it later today.
I'm sure. Yeah, if you want to bring that up when the DPW is here too, just to, and I'll ask them as well. Like I don't know, and somebody else, I think, not here, but during the course of the year, somebody else was asking about the amount of trees that we have on the grounds as well, and how they. I mean, obviously those trees were planted a very long time ago, right? That they've grown up.
Yes,
into
and
this-
I understand.
this-
I mean,
this
it's a
big
jewel
thing,
for the
but-
town, but nobody knows it's there, and when you get there, you can't see anything. So
Yeah, it is. There are a lot of trees. It is true. So I don't know what tree maintenance, or what the value is of having as many trees as we do or not. If there's a way for planning, I'm sure there is, probably something around planning for trees and things like that. It's one of those things I don't know. I don't know. I'm not good at that. But, I mean, I can talk to them in the grounds department about it for sure, too. And yeah, if you can ask them. I don't know if they have plans like that in place for how they maintain, like the park that's next door to, like
Exactly.
what trees are there and why they're there. Not in my purview.
So that would be more in the purview of the tree warden.
Yeah,
And the
yeah.
tree warden's position is to keep trees as long as possible, and not to cut down trees unless they're diseased.
Trim them back.
Trimming back is not a problem, but removing trees, you'll get a big outcry about that.
Okay, thank you. I'm all set.
All right, thanks.
Maureen?
Yeah, but then again, Dee, it's worth definitely talk about it, because you're right. The library is a hidden gem. It's beautiful.
Literally hidden.
It really is, and I do appreciate what he says because it seems like it's overgrown a little bit, and you can't see it from that side. I mean, we have the nice lawn area, the pavilion that the Rotary, donated and built. The issue with the mill pond, we'll talk about that, some other time too. But I love all the programs that you do have. I think, I know the family that did a lot of donation. She was very active, the family in the library, and they're a great family. I know them.
Yep.
I like the collaboration that we talk about. I love how you work with the New England Home for the Deaf and also Northeast ARC too. I've just been thinking, my brain just goes, there's that engineering brain, but, do we have services like, I think townwide too, and this will be a question for the town manager, maybe something to eventually work on, American Act of, with the Disabilities Act for the blind. In my professional career, we're looking at a website. I work at a bank. If someone's blind, how do they navigate that website? Something that services maybe we could offer to through the library, and maybe even through the town-wide too. Because think about it, if someone's blind and they say, refer to the webpage or go there, how do they do that?
Well, actually, I can tell you.
Okay,
I can tell you a little bit about that.
Please tell us.
As well. So, I mean, if people are not already familiar with the Perkins School for the blind, the Perkins offers an extensive amount of services for people who are blind in the Commonwealth, and so we have, as part of our collection, and Perkins offices. So if you are low vision or legally blind at all, so they offer basically free membership to you at the Perkins, and so they will serve you directly. So you can ask for a player. We have a couple at the library. You can come and look at it if you want to. There's a particular player that will play any. So you can request any book, if they don't even already have it, to be made as an audiobook. And so they will send you these cartridges that fit into this particular player, and the player has buttons with these, symbols on it that are raised and things like that, so you can easily use them. So that you can listen to anything. So we get from the Perkins for free a selection every month of some of those books that people can take out from there. They can ask the Perkins directly, and they just mail things directly to you. And we don't really check them out. They're not, but we just have a selection that then when you're done with it, you literally just stick it in the mail, and it goes back to the Perkins. So we do work with that already. And pretty much, if you are blind or legally blind, or even have low vision, the way computers work now, and there are already embedded. You'll look and I don't know if your bank website has it or not, but it's very easy. It's a widget that you can add to your website, and it's like a little thing in the corner, a little person, and it has accessibility options on there for you. And so they're usually people who are blind that go on the internet have already an accessibility option for it to read the page aloud to you. Good. So that's very, very common already. And what's one of the things that's very important that you try to use for just people who do have disabilities with reading especially is for every image you want to have an alternative, a title for the image. So on the back side of that image. So then, because when it's reading the page, if it gets to an image, it kind of will skip it unless there's a text behind it that says, this is a picture of Maureen at the desk. And then then they can know what the images are. So that's like one of the things that's on there. So there are already in place, just usually already on your computer, if you really go looking for it, already accessibility options on there. And so there is stuff in place. And so our website has that accessibility little button that you can click on to be able to change different aspects of the page to make it more accessible. My staff has been trained as well with someone who did come from Northeast Arc to talk about disabilities and how to work better with different people
Wonderful.
with different
Yeah,
disabilities.
anything we can do to promote, the library and get those messages out to the people.
Yeah.
That's great. No, thank you for what you do. Thank you.
You're welcome.
That's it, Dan.
Mike?
Thank you. Hi. You had mentioned a memory care kit.
Yes.
What's that about?
So, and I can't tell you enough about it yet because we're just in the process of creating, and my community outreach librarian is the person who's working on putting them together. So they often, they include different things, but it'll be like usually a little box, and it'll have things like certain like memory games in it, and often they'll be themed. So sometimes if we're looking at a certain generation with memory care, like say they're a generation who will be remembering World War II or things from certain time periods. You kind of do decades kits. You can do them this way and put things that are in those kits that are going to remind them of, time in their younger years for them to be able to talk with and connect with, because often that's an easier thing for people who do have, some dementia to be able to connect with. So so there's different ways. So kind of there can be different things in the kits.
Are my car keys in that kit?
We can put a set of keys in there if it's going to make you feel good.
If you find them, can you let me know? That sounds really awesome, actually.
Yeah, they're really a very nice thing to have and to be able to engage with somebody that you care about who is, going through some memory loss. Yeah.
And it's really real. On the language programs, is that all in person, or is there a link if somebody wanted to participate?
So we don't have the conversation circles as a virtual thing at this time. We do have a couple of on-demand ways to be able to communicate with somebody if they call, or if you have them to be able to do translations, but not like a conversation circle. Like right now, those are all in person.
Could somebody call the library and have something translated?
As far as like a whole document or something like that, or just
Conversation?
a conversation? Yes.
Really?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. We
That's
do
good
have
to
the
know.
ability to do that. Yeah. It doesn't get. We also have something. The town had gotten a couple of things. What are they called? Pocket Talk. Pocket. I don't want to say they're called Pocket Talk, but we had one at the library that we were using as well, and it's literally like a little device that you can, a handheld device that you can use to help translate on the spot as well. Yeah.
All right. Thank you very much.
Oh, you're welcome.
Anyone in the audience? Questions? What's the will of the board on the budget?
Yeah, Mr.
Oh, I'm
Bradstreet.
sorry.
Mr. Bradstreet's got something.
In the high chair, please.
It's going to bring up the seeds.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, like you have those.
Bill Bradstreet, Town Meeting Member, Precinct 1. I know this is Danvers, we're a town. We can't accommodate the Library of Congress. Is there some space, perhaps in an unused building, or some space someplace that the town couldn't provide? More books. I know we have the public library, perhaps there are spots or a spot in town that couldn't accommodate some books that we don't have the space for over there that would be appreciated by some of the citizens of this community. That's my question.
Good question.
I meant to ask you, but.
That's okay, because I don't have the
I'm
answer.
looking at the money man and to see.
The money man.
Well,
We're happy to look into it. Again, it's first I'm hearing that the library actually needs more space for books, so I'm happy to engage with her on the topic.
thank you,
You got
both.
Okay, anyone else? What's the will of the board on the budget?
I propose to move the budget for the library.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, opposed, none, thank you. Thank
All
you,
right,
Noel.
thank you so much.
All right, Mr. Town Manager, what's next?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, next we have Essex Tech presenting their budget. Joining us this morning, we have Shannon Donnelly, the Assistant Superintendent, as well as Marie Zamorowski, the Director of Business Operations. You should have hard copies that were just dropped off. I think we have some extras maybe on the table for anyone else in the audience that would like to look.
Anybody want an extra? Nope, okay, I got two. Good morning.
Good morning.
See you, Dan.
Hi, Dan.
Good morning. I'm Shannon Donnelly, Assistant Superintendent at Essex Tech. It's okay. Oh, sure.
Thank you.
And I'm here with Marie Zamorowski to talk about our budget. So as you know, Essex Tech is located in Hathorne, Mass. on 166 acres of land. Currently, we have 1,836 full-time day students and 35 after-dark students from the communities of Swampscott, Beverly, and Marblehead. After-dark students attend their hometown high school and in the morning for their academic classes, and then travel to Essex Tech at midday and join our career tech programs for the afternoon. We have 17 member communities whose students are able to access all of our career tech programs, and 41 surrounding communities whose students can attend our 8 agricultural programs. In addition, we have workforce training for adults in the evenings and on the weekends. So if you travel by Essex Tech regularly, it is always busy. There's always something going on. On the next slide, we have the current enrollment for Danvers. So in this current year, we have 236 students as of October 1 that reside in the town of Danvers. 58 for grade 9, 62 for grade 10, 57 in 11, and 59 in grade 12. Of those 236 students, 46 are students with disabilities, 4 are multilingual learners, and 20 are students whose first language is not English. And on the next line, you can see just the increase in enrollment over time, or the change in enrollment over time since 2018, with the highest year being 2022 at 245 students, and then that number has dipped a little bit over the last 2 years.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Excuse me. Is this presentation in the package or is different?
This is in the packet as well.
If you can just direct us as to what page we
I can do that.
flipping
It is
around.
on page 42,
Okay.
right at the top. And at this time, there are 58 students that are in our grade 9 exploratory program, and then at the bottom of this chart are all of the enrollments of Danvers students in each of our career tech programs. And again, that's on page 42 of your packet. This is a cooperative education student that is from Danvers, Catherine Nguyen. She's a grade 12 student in our auto tech program, and she's currently doing her co-op at Herb Chambers Cadillac in Linfield. We have over 200 seniors that are currently working in our communities through our co-op program, and our juniors became eligible for co-op at the end of the end of January, beginning of February, and they are starting to go out to work as well. All right, I'm going to turn it over to Marie.
Hi there. So I'll just do kind of a brief overview of the budget and maybe hit on a couple of the increases that you see in the budget summary. So our overall budget is a 4.5% increase, $1.78 million. The main factors for this are due to, and our enrollment increase is about 5% overall, and 5% for the 17-member communities as well, so it's pretty consistent there. The overall increase is due to salaries. We have the teacher's contract that is negotiated, so that's a big portion of that. The increase is related to 67% of the increase is related to salaries and wages. The second major piece is capital. We have not been budgeting capital in our operational budget and we started building that in last year. As we are 10 years old, or 11, going on our 11th year, we need to maintain our buildings. Our facilities director has a program that, monitors what needs to be repaired within the building, and we chip away at that each year, and this will help support that, as well as support our South Campus, which is the older buildings on campus that continually need to be repaired as well. So that's another big portion of our budget increase. That's a 37% increase. Then also we have our fixed costs with our health benefits and our property insurance and things like that. And the other piece I just want to point out is we are committed to maintain and pay the Essex Aggie Retirement Board, which is a $421,000 payment we have to make each year. And if we were able to eliminate that, that would bring our budget increase down to about a 3.43% increase. So that, just wanted to point that out. That is kind of a big nugget to have to pay every year, but that's something we assumed when we merged with the district, or created the new district. So that's that piece. Just, I do want to point out a couple of things on the budget, which it's not on this presentation, but there is a summary report in there, in the packet that we passed out today. Some points that have a large increase. One of the line items is under the instructional services, which is the teaching services, which I mentioned. Salaries are an increase, so that is one of the increases that you'll see as a kind of a large percentage when you look at the summary budget, and that is a direct relation to teachers' salaries in their collective bargaining agreement. Another piece you'll see, athletics has a kind of a large increase of 10%. With our growing athletics programs, we have added assistant coaches to our varsity programs, our varsity sports. We didn't have those previously, so to help with safety and to with the number of kids, we added that to our athletic program. Also, the transportation budget is a 5% increase, and that includes both some technology. We currently have cameras on the buses, so it's a matter of replacing cameras as our fleet grows and as we have to replace buses. So that's a piece of that. And also, they have a new collective bargaining agreement as well. So that's another piece there. And let's see, another area, we are in negotiations for our ASME general unit contract, so that is kind of built into our budget as well, so that's another piece. And really, the last big, which I've already mentioned, is the capital budget is a $600,000 increase. So that is like I said, one of the main drivers of the budget. So that's just a quick overview of the summary and where the big pieces are coming from. And then maybe we can move to the assessment. Oh, sorry. Clicker, there we go. So now let's just focus directly with the Danvers assessment. The overall assessment is an increase. It's a 4.1% increase. Your per pupil cost is $19,018, which is a 5.42 per pupil cost increase. But there's a couple of things I do want to point out. Your enrollment is down, which is, you're down 3. So that should be stable moving forward, we hope, to keep you at a kind of a stable enrollment. And I don't want to get too much into this, but the state and the foundation formula basically calculates what the communities should be paying towards the budget, and that is a 3% increase from last year. So that's kind of a big piece of the increase. And let's see, the average pupil cost is a little bit more than what Danvers is, as well as the, actually, no, the average cost, I'm sorry. The average cost is 6.18%, and yours is 5.42. So that's just kind of a general overview of the assessment as well, and I think that was the last slide, right? That is the last slide, so we will be happy to take any questions that you may have.
Okay. Board members, we don't vote on this today. This is a warrant article budget item that will come later. Marie, the 19018, I think it's actually less than our per pupil cost in Danvers this year, which is some 20,000. And
Super.
that's okay. But typically, your per pupil cost has been higher than ours. Is that correct, over years?
It has fluctuated a little bit, but maybe Roddy would know
Yeah,
specifically.
there are a couple factors related to Chapter 70. So again, it's not apples to apples. We've done this.
I know it's
Yeah,
not after
yeah.
apples, but the bottom line is, the
That's not the
number is
bottom line.
lower this year than,
No, it's not. Yeah.
it's not.
No. I believe you factor out Chapter 70 for the per pupil. The per pupil is just based on assessment.
This is based on your cost, direct assessment
Yeah.
cost. Yeah.
Okay.
So for example, we did the per pupil just on the tax side and not on the Chapter 70. The Danvers Public Schools would
That's
be
the
lower too.
difference.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, thank you.
If
Okay,
you do,
good.
if you look at, let me find the page in here. If you look at page 30 in the new bound booklet, it does show that Essex North Shore's per pupil cost is 22,986 overall as calculated by DESI. So, and again, it does show that we are the third lowest affordable vocational school. So
Okay.
that is good to know. That hasn't been updated. That's still FY 2023 numbers.
Sure.
They generally release it right before this book gets printed, and they have not released it for the FY '24 numbers. So, but it's,
Okay, so you mentioned DESI. DESI recently, I believe, has approved discussion on a lottery system for vocational schools and is currently in the public hearing stage of that process. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So from my point of view, trying to figure out if the lottery is advantageous to Danvers or a disadvantage. We've always been higher percentage of students going to the tech, and that's been problematic for some people. If DESI decides to put a ceiling on the number of students for a lottery, would that be to our advantage?
Well, we don't have exact
I
information
know.
yet about whether there'll be floors and ceilings for each town in the lottery. It is still in the public comment period. So if there's a ceiling, then I presume that may be beneficial because it will limit, there'll be kind of a max number, but we just don't have that information
No,
yet.
I know, that's why it's in the public hearing stage. So I'm going to turn to my fellow board members and ask if we want to make comment at these public hearings via a letter from this board advocating for a ceiling and a floor to be considered when the lottery system goes into effect, if indeed it does.
I think it's great. I think that's a good idea, Dan. Absolutely.
Mike?
So you need an answer right now?
Yeah, because I'm going to ask the Rodney to write a letter for me to sign, because it's public, it's only a couple of weeks that they'll have the public.
Yeah. All right, yeah, I'd be in favor.
D?
I'm not quite sure what, I'm not familiar with the.
So,
what-
Essex Tech, and Maria, and the principal will correct me if I'm wrong, has had a admission policy that other schools or other people disagree with. Whether right or wrong is not what I'm arguing. They have metrics that they use. They've taken an inordinate amount of our students, which I have no problem with. The kids that want to go there should be allowed to go there, basically. But the cost to us has been problematic
Okay.
over the last number of years. If there's a ceiling, at least then it'll be more predictable what our costs will be. Rodney, you want to weigh in?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chairman. Again, we'll get the information, the draft language that the legislature is considering, if we could get that, and then we'll forward to the board to review. But essentially, we're talking about, we've talked before about ceilings or caps. This is more specific to, there's a push to create a standard lottery system for vocational schools. And if it's just a straight 17 district-wide lottery, that would be very unstable for us because it's just blind luck out of 17 communities, how many seats we're going to get each year. So I think the thought would be, Mr. Chairman, if we were supportive of the concept of the lottery, at minimum, we'd want some type of window of how many of those seats would be Danvers seats each year. So it couldn't just be a luck of the draw. Now we have, instead of 60 kids, we have 150 kids, or we have 10 kids. We'd want some predictability on how many students from our community can go each year.
Okay.
So, Mike, to answer your question, we can review this Tuesday night,
Okay.
okay, under the manager's update? And decide if we want to send a letter for public comment,
Okay.
okay?
Yes, I would like to know more about what is.
No,
it
I
that
understand. I
we
mean,
do.
I forget how many years ago I was on the Essex Tech Board of Trustees. I was on the merger committee. I know that they had to absorb the retirement costs. That was a big deal. But that's what it is, so, but, all right, so we'll get an update, under manager's update on Tuesday. Sorry to get off track.
That's
but,
okay. We anticipated that there might have been some questions about the lottery.
Yeah, it's been going on for a couple of years,
It
and,
has.
all right. Questions, Mike?
No, not at the moment, thank you.
Thank you. Maureen?
Shannon, congratulations on your promotion.
Thank you.
Yeah. Couple of things. When you talked about the budget, the 4.5% increase, and the enrollment, it was due to enrollment increase 5% overall. And how much was Danvers' portion of that 5% versus, if you can answer that, or you can get back to us?
Danvers was actually down.
It was down?
Yeah, yeah. You had, it's down by 3 students. If you look at the assessment worksheet, so what I have a percentage in there of the overall enrollment and how Danvers' percentages is to all of it. You actually went from 17 to 16% of the participation of enrollment. So Danvers actually is down 3 students from last year.
Okay, and the same thing with, you face the same cost, as Superintendent Bauer said with transportation. That's a lot. I didn't know, we don't have cameras in our buses, do we? Do you, Mr. Chairman?
I
I mean, I don't think so.
We
You
do.
have cameras,
It
huh?
has supported us with a few incidents greatly. They have been very helpful. They have.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
And thank you for clarifying that per pupil cost. That was big. And I think the capital improvements, yeah, the building is about 11 years old now, you said? Okay, yeah, you can see that. And plans for a future expansion?
Well, we're eventually going to run out of space. We do have a long wait list. We're looking ahead to next year to add 10 in-district seats and 15 out-of-district seats in grade 9. And those are required by grants that we receive to expand our animal science programs. Our veterinary science program is our most popular program. And we also received a grant to add a biomanufacturing program, or add biomanufacturing as part of our biotechnology program. So those will add a little bit next year. So our grade 9 class will be 525 next year. Right now, it's about 506.
Okay, good. And I think Danvers is going to be talking with you about the After Dark program.
That's
He
right.
mentioned that, which is good, because I saw that there was only 3 communities
Right.
in that now, so that would be good. That's it. That's all I have. Thank you.
Dee?
Yes, thank you. Just clarifying questions on the process, Mr. Chairman. You say we are not voting today.
It's paid for via a warrant article.
Okay. Do we have the opportunity to modify anything from this budget?
Probably
or-
not. Shannon, can we modify anything?
I don't think so.
So this is more informational sessions and
Yes.
clarifying sessions for the public. It's
Yes.
not that we can say, I don't like this cost, can we cut it
No,
out?
their school committee's already approved their budget, and they're the ones that review it. We have, Mike Landers is our representative to the school committee, and I understand this is one of the first years that he's voted in favor of this budget. Is
Okay.
that correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay, perfect, thank you. That's helpful. After that, they take day classes and then they take night classes at Essex Tech.
Well, they really split their day, so they're at their hometown high school until about 11 o'clock, and then we provide transportation for them to come to Essex Tech. They arrive at 11:30, and then they do their career tech program in the afternoon.
Okay.
And they do that every day, where our day students do 90 days a year in academics, 90 days a year in their career tech programs. The after dark do the morning in academics and the afternoon every day in their career tech program.
Okay. And if I take it down, 22,000 per pupil, if someone from Denver did that, what would be the cost per pupil?
That I would have to get back to you. I don't know that.
Do you know for any community that's doing it now, how it's split?
Yeah.
Is it half and half?
Yes, so the way it works, and so Danvers would report that student as a Chapter 74 student on their October 1 numbers.
Okay.
So Danvers would receive the funding for that, and then Essex North Shore would bill Danvers for the vocational portion of it. And I'll be honest, I don't remember exactly what that amount is. I want to say, I want to say it's somewhere between $5,500 and $7,500 that we bill the community for that particular student attending our career program.
Okay. And they would be graduating from Danvers High. It won't be like dual graduation.
Correct.
Correct. They would receive a
Yeah.
certificate
Yeah.
from Essex Tech, and then they would receive their diploma from Danvers High.
I love it. I mean, I think that would be great. When I look in your package, and I think you said the calculation for the increase that was made amount for about 3% for this year.
The increase from last year's budget is 4.5% increase. What I had mentioned is the Essex Retirement Board payment that we have to make of $421,000. That was kind of assumed by the district and something that we have to pay every year. I was just saying, if that was something that was taken out of our budget would be 3.43% increase. It was just something that we like to point out.
Okay, I see. And I'm just curious, so if I look on your package on page 23, the per pupil increase, it says 5.42. But now, there's a community like Boxford which is actually got less. How does...
So the big driver for that is the DESI's Chapter 74 formula. So they use the district's, the community's demographics, their property values and their wage income, to calculate that. So that's not something that we calculate. DESI calculates that and says, this is the local minimum contribution that this community has to pay towards this district. So so that really kind of skews things sometimes. Like if you look at, like, every community pays a little bit different per pupil.
Exactly.
It's really based on that DESI formula. So the more affluent communities pay a little bit more per student, as opposed to, some of the gateway communities, they pay a little bit less. So that's really what fluctuates and makes it look like, okay, this isn't fair, we pay more than someone else. So that's really what kind of drives that difference in the per pupil cost.
Okay. And you might have it or not have it. What's the admission rate from student from Danvers? I know it went down three pupil.
What's the admissions
But
rate?
what's the rate? How many people apply? Do we have a low? Do we have less application last year? Is that why it went down, or the rate is fairly stable as far as the admission rate?
I would have to check on the admissions numbers. I don't know that they're in the book. No. But I can find out and let you know, like how many applied and if that number has fluctuated over time.
Okay.
And how many got in.
And when you go through the application process, do you go blindly and take every community and just rate students, or do you say, we're going to try to hit our 50 students from Danvers. Like,
No.
how does that work?
It is blind, so we don't look at, aside from whether a student is an in-district student or an out-of-district student, there's a difference there.
Yeah.
But for all of the in-district students, which include Danvers students, we look at, they receive a score for their application, and then we take based on that, we accept based on that score. So we do not look at what town they are from.
Okay.
So there is no, right now, there is no limit on the number of students per town.
Okay. And do you have a breakdown of how many of your students go to a 2 or 4 year college?
So,
How many?
rough numbers, it's about 75 to 77% of our students go on to additional education, whether that's 2 or 4 year colleges or evening programs, like additional licensure programs for some of the trades. With our vocational programs, a lot of our traditional trade programs, students can go right out into the workforce, automotive, carpentry, some of our construction programs. But a lot of the programs do, in order to advance in that career area, do require additional education. Health assisting, vet science, biotechnology, engineering, those programs, really to move beyond sort of an entry-level position, students would need to go on to receive higher education.
Okay. Okay. And to you, Mr. Chair, and I think I mentioned it last time, good neighbor policy. I live next door to Essex Tech. And there's still some residents who are concerned with the students cutting off on Hazen. So, and again, this is probably not something new. And maybe this is not the forum for it, but if you want to bring it back to the school and the superintendent,
Absolutely.
Ways to really have that good neighbor policy. It's dangerous there. We have kids walking down the street to go catch the bus.
Right.
Maple Street is jammed, and they try to cut there in the neighborhood in high speed. And then this year we also had a few residents, and I had passed this on to the town manager, complaining about the snow on the sidewalk. And I don't know if it's the town or the state or Essex Tech, but that's something that we really want to try to have that good neighbor policy going. It's so important. It's an asset to the town. It's an asset to the community. And I think having that will be helpful. Just something to bring back.
Certainly.
And full disclosure, I love the school. I love the facility. I used to be the immunizer. I've probably given you your flu shot in the building there. I've taken some of your students in externship.
Great.
I think it's a great program. We just want to make sure that we make it work not only for the students and the families, but for our fiscal situation. So thank you for all you do.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dee. Anyone in the audience? Bill?
Again, Bill Bradstreet, Town Meeting Member, Precinct 1. The courses that are offered to different trade groups ask for courses so that they can be resupplied for educated workers. I don't begrudge the young people from going to the Essex Tech to learn a trade and then go on to a college to a 4-year. I don't begrudge them that. But are the trades being helped by what is taught there so that they can have educated workers want to work in a trade? All I hear is, I can't get good help. Why can't you get good help? Don't know. If they're taught a trade because they want to know a trade, they want to go on to another college or whatever, where do they fall after that? Do they go back to the trade, or now because they're further educated, don't go for, I'll say, manual labor, but maybe a supervisory position? I think the trade schools, or the trade people need help. We I hear it, I'm sure other people do. They don't, I'd like to think they don't begrudge the young people from going for more education, but the trades need people. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. Shannon, do you have a response?
Sure. So there's definitely assistance from local tradesmen and women with our programs. We every program has a program advisory board, which is made up of employees in that industry, some former teachers, some graduates. So that those boards help to guide the vocational programs and provide opportunities for students, weigh in on equipment and opportunities that students might need in those particular programs. We also work closely with the Workforce Investment Board to make sure that our students are ready to go into the workforce and have all the training that they need. We work often with unions. Unions will come in to talk to students. In fact, the Laborers Union Local 22 helps support our construction craft laborers program, and those students upon graduation are able to go directly into the union at 18. So I understand your point, and there definitely is education and preparation for students to go right into the workforce.
Thank you. Anyone else? Question? Sandy, did you? Go ahead.
Sandy Franceschini, 9 Wildwood Road. I just had a question about the restrictions on enrollment at the tech through the town, and now where they're trying to do the collaboration with the high school. I was kind of hoping that maybe it wouldn't put a restriction on how many students could enroll or not, but, and another thing too, I actually had a daughter who went to the tech too, and she advanced on to college, so it would have been nicer to have more AP classes as well. She was in engineering. So just to make sure that the fields where they have the higher education, if they can get more AP classes and such, that would be great. Thank you.
Anyone else? Shannon? Marie, thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Well, good. See you at the warrant. The FinCom. All right, Mr. Manager, continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A couple points I didn't hit earlier. One is we did talk about grants through the public schools, but the departments don't have a special slide for it for each department, but they're fully prepared to discuss grants. I know that's been a topic on the grants they apply for and achieve. So again, not every department, there's not a lot of treasurer collector grants out there, but certainly Public Works, Public Safety, IT are all prepared to talk about their success in achieving grants. Secondly, the full budget document, which is about 180 pages, will be available by April 1st. It'll go to every town meeting member. So again, a lot of details and descriptions are in that document we produce every year. So I'd encourage everyone to take a look at last year's, but the full document will be available April 1st online and then mailed to town meeting members. Now we're going to go into IT, and I would note, again, with schools, both schools and the library, a lot of programming discussion. In the interest of time and just the nuts and bolts of it, our department presentations will be a lot shorter, but every department head or division head is prepared to answer any questions. So if there's operation questions, feel free to fire away and they'll be ready to answer those as well. And with that, I will turn it over to Colby Cousins, our IT director, who is the last one with a special slide. So there was some conversations last year sort of about the overall IT footprint. So Colby's going to walk through a little bit about our efforts there on consolidation, and again, just envisioning IT more as an infrastructure tool, sort of like paved roads versus,
Welcome,
gizmos
Colby.
and gadgets.
Welcome.
So I'm Colby with IT. Thank you very much for having me, and good morning. It is still morning, right?
It is.
Where did you want me to go over this first? Is there? Oh,
You
okay,
can start with your
slides.
slide if you want, Colby.
Okay. So yes, there was some conversation last year about consolidation and centralization, and I just wanted to run through a few of the things we've been working on. So town and school infrastructure has been a big one. We have a shared infrastructure, and we reorganized it for efficiency, and we were able to reduce the total cost of refreshing that infrastructure by about $500K. And there was a corresponding operational reduction of $80K we reallocated that into a standard 5-year refresh cycle, where we refresh our infrastructure, about 20% of our infrastructure, each year in an operational cycle. And all of that funding resides in the town operating budget for both town and schools. Microsoft 365 is an example of consolidating software. That's our productivity suite. Everybody uses it throughout the town. It's an enterprise software product that helps create a significant amount of efficiency in our operations and allows us to offset some on-premise equipment that we would have had to refresh had we not moved our data into the Microsoft cloud. Electronic permitting is another big one. You saw us moving that into the budget last year. This wasn't as much of a cost savings because we were kind of lacking in electronic permitting. So we brought a lot of customer service improvements and a lot of consistency of experience between both the public and the staff with that product. And the efficiencies we're finding are the ability to automate a lot of the back-end activities with that product. So staff communicating with other departments, permits that need to be signed off by multiple departments, that all moves around electronically now with our e-permitting solution. We have some initiatives in progress. You'll see a capital request this year to consolidate town and school phones, and there will be a resulting operational savings from that project. Some capital required. We'll see a capital request, but it's a strategic investment to realize an ongoing operational savings with phones. The financial system is well in progress, but there are more phases to that, and one of the things that we're looking forward to are some of the HR capabilities that come with that product, and modernizing our operations in HR a little bit. There's still some records in town that are not digital, so we've been going through a digitization project. The more of our records that we get digital, the more we can digitize our business processes, and that provides more opportunity for automation and efficiency. And we're still pursuing software standardization. We like the idea of products like Microsoft 365 and electronic permitting that are enterprise-wide software deployments that we can integrate all departments into, or many departments into, and we realize efficiencies in bulk purchasing licenses across the town, and everybody being familiar with the same product. So some standardization there. When people move around in positions, they're familiar with what we're using across the town. That brings us back to the operating budget. A modest increase this year. It's basically level service for this year. We had, you may remember, we had a notable increase last year, and that covered us for significant needs so that now we don't have to push so hard this year. Any questions?
I would just, through you, Mr. Chairman, I would just add again, so again, this question came up last year, and as Colby hinted, over time, we do plan to consolidate some items out of operating straight into the IT budget, but there's always going to be certain line items that exist in those budgets. The example I always like to give is fire uses cruise sense as their sort of payroll and tracking system. IT is able to assist, but it's really fire working with the vendor, so to pull it out would just add another layer of process that really wouldn't benefit. So, but again, that's not to say that IT doesn't advise on the product, but that's one that would probably always live on fire because fire is using it directly with the vendor.
Very good, thank you. Maureen, any questions for Colby?
No, I do remember you had a big budget increase last year, and it's good to see that it's taking care of itself this year. No, I'm all set. I do have a question. Are you working with any other cities and towns again for the services, providing services to them? You want to
We-
talk about that again?
Yeah, sure. We're working with, we founded the North Shore IT Collaborative, which is 8 communities in the North Shore region working together. So a point of note to this operating budget is actually about $115,000 comes back from intermunicipal agreement with the town of Middleton. And you'll see in our capital budget allocation, returning revenue from our cybersecurity and data center hosting services with those partners as well.
Good, excellent, thank you.
T?
Yes, thank you. Thanks. Quick question. Salary and wages went down. Did you get a pay cut?
Thankfully, no. No, we had some turnover in the department, and some of the new hires just came in a little lower.
That's good. Software, telephone system maintenance. It's not big, but from 2024 to 2025, it went up significantly. And then, I mean, it's a modest increase now. What is that? Why was that?
We have some telephone systems in town that are kind of end of life, nearing end of life, and some of their costs increased as that began to happen. So what you'll see this year, you'll see a capital proposal for us to kind of take care of phones townwide once and for all. We have about 7 independent phone systems in town. They're all integrated and work together. We've done that work to make them operationally fairly smooth, but we really need to do an overhaul that will end up creating an operational cost savings for us long-term. So that will require a capital investment, which we'll request at the capital hearings, or propose at the capital hearings.
Okay.
And explain further.
Okay, thank you. All set.
Mike?
Thank you, Dan. Just a quick question. I don't know that it's an easy question. It's probably laced through all the departments, but any idea what we have to spend on security to keep the system from getting hacked?
We spend about $85,000 on cybersecurity.
That doesn't seem bad. I thought you were going to say 850,000, that seems like a deal.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chairman, I think part of the highlight is that collaboration. So
Yeah.
by collaborating with those other towns, not only do we see what the best option is, and Colby leads that project, but also we benefit from bulk purchasing of these cybersecurity amongst the other communities as well.
We have a standing 25% reduction on our purchase just because of the volume that we do by collaborating with the other communities, yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
All set?
Yep.
Anyone in the audience? Bill, you were first. No, your hand went up first, Bill.
Again, Bill Bradstreet, Town Meeting Member, Precinct 1. Everyone talks about AI now. I didn't hear that specifically mentioned. Are we interested in AI for this, for our community? And if so, why? Or if we're not, why? That's all I hear is AI mentioned, and whether it's good.
That's kind of the future. I mean, we have intelligent people already working for us.
And he's one of them. It was just that it came to mind when talking about the systems that I just thought I'd bring it up.
What is the future with AI and municipal government?
Yeah, so speaking of grants, we actually just received the funding in, $150,000 from a community compact grant to do AI readiness. So there's a number of security prerequisites around data privacy that we need to work through and make sure that our system is secure in order to use AI, but you heard me mention the automation that we've been able to realize from some of the products we've put in already. And the opportunity for automation increases exponentially with integrated AI. So that's something we're studying very closely to the point where we have 150,000 to study it with. So we're actually kicking that project off probably next month. We'll be going through and evaluating all of our sensitive data, anything that we're obligated to protect from a compliance perspective, and we'll make sure that that data is safe and secured from any AI we release into our environment.
Okay, thank you. Kevin?
Yeah, just a couple of comments and one question maybe. So I continue to think that this is one of the best, most efficient departments in town, especially with this collaboration that we're doing with other towns, where we're somehow contributing a nickel of funds and getting a quarter in value back. And I think it's great. It's a model that we should look for more regionalization, more partnerships in other places, I think, where it's smart, where it benefits us. So I just wanted to touch on support to the schools from the IT department, because it's one of a number of departments that does support the schools. That number of average per pupil funding is hugely important to us, right? Because we're benchmarking ourselves against the state. We had questions about what's our per pupil funding versus what is per pupil funding for Essex Tech. So I just wanted to ask, and maybe this is a better town accountant question or Rodney question, but when there's general services being provided, telephone, IT infrastructure, backup, cybersecurity, are we ensuring that we're capturing, I understand that it may be in different parts of the budget, but are we ensuring that we're capturing what we're spending on the schools in that calculation of what we're spending per pupil?
I can take that. So essentially every year the schools file what's called an end-of-year report, and it captures all spending beyond just their straight appropriation. In terms of IT, HR, accounting, all that's included in an administrative per pupil cost. So essentially some communities do it, some go through the process of dialing out every single penny spent, which can be cumbersome, but again, some communities do it, most communities our size tend to do just a straight per pupil. So they'll say, you have whatever it is, 3,500 students, the FY26 DESI per pupil for administrative cost is 145 per pupil. So again, it's not an exact, we are getting credit, but we're not getting exact credit.
We're taking the standard deduction, not the itemized deduction.
Exactly, yes.
All right, anybody else? No? Colby, thank you.
Thank you.
Manager? Oh, we got to vote the budget, thank you. What's the will of the board?
To move the information technology budget forward to approve.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, opposed, none, thank you. I hate spending money, Rodney. I said I don't like spending money.
You got the wrong job.
All right, so next we'll be going through the administration and finance budgets, starting first with accounting. The accounting budget is going up a little over $22,000, or 4.5%, driven by contractual salary increases. It's partially offset by an operating expense reduction related to consulting services. Again, a pretty standard basic budget, but our town accountant, Heather Russo, is here, and we're happy to answer any questions.
Oh, hello, Heather. Any questions? Mike?
No, I don't, thank you.
Okay. Dee?
No questions, thanks.
Maureen?
No, I'm fine.
Oh, she's getting off easy. Anyone in the audience? My goodness. Okay, I guess accounting is okay. We can spend some money there.
Make a motion.
Yep.
Make a motion to approve the accounting budget forward as proposed.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Sorry to take up all your day.
Thanks for driving down from New Hampshire, Heather, we appreciate it, but take it as a symbol that you do good work. Next, we have assessing, which is competing with the town clerk for the biggest budget decrease this year. Assessing's realizing some savings, so reorganize the department a little bit. And one of our positions we've converted to do some field work, to actually go out and do some of the cyclical inspections. What's that allowed us to do is, again, keep it in-house, where it's under the direct oversight of the chief assessor. And it's also allowed us to eliminate some of our consulting contract with Patriot. So again, I think it's a win-win. And then other than that, that's basically it. Again, another basic budget, but again, our chief assessor, John LaBelle's here to answer any questions you may have.
All right, Mike?
I'm sorry, no questions.
Okay, D?
Yes, a quick question. The software maintenance, did that move to IT, or what's going on? Or is it just that we got brand new equipment that don't need any maintenance?
No, IT doesn't handle my software. That's my CAMA software. So last year, we were in our 5-year certification year with the state. So for that, this is on the software itself.
Yeah, but this was your upgrade, I believe?
Yeah, we did an upgrade. So the CAMA software, I upgraded to a cloud-based version. We were using a version that was probably 10, 15 years old, which the vendor is going to stop supporting in the near future. So we upgraded that to a new cloud-based version.
Okay. Thank you.
Maureen?
No questions. Looks good.
So, what, the map revisions, which is it, consulting services went down, so probably you're not
That's
assessing.
where we took the cyclical inspections away from Patriot.
Okay, all right, good.
Yep.
Conferences are up 40%. Where are you going?
I have new staff. We've been hiring some new staff. So the conferences really are all the classwork that we need to take to maintain our licenses, and a couple of them will have to get the accreditation moving forward. So we just upped that a little bit. Those classes run from $500 to $700 each. So we just kind of,
Well worth it.
yeah.
Yeah, educated employees, very good. Okay, thank you. Anybody else? Audience? What's the will of the board?
We'll move the assessing budget forward as proposed.
Is there a second? Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? None. Thank you.
Thank you. And next, we have our treasurer collector budget. Again, salary and wages contractual, and then there is, as you'll see, a double-digit increase on the operating expenses. That's due to an increased cost for mailing by our vendor. That's beyond the actual postage itself, but the cost to mail our excise tax and personal property and real estate tax bills. So again, we're going to look into this issue to see long-term. There's other options to do it, but in the meantime, it's still a great rate compared to other communities, but it is an increase this year. And we're happy to, Jill Summit, our treasurer collector, is here. We're happy to answer any questions.
I have a question for Jill. Welcome, Jill. So have you given any thought to mailing out the real estate bills twice a year, send 2 quarters at a time, cut your printing in half, cut your postage in half?
I have never thought of twice a year, but I've thought of the electronic billing, because that would cut.
Amesbury sends their tax bills out twice a year,
Yep.
every 2 quarters, every cycle.
We've always been quarterly.
Right.
I mean, obviously, twice a year is an option, but we've always been quarterly.
Well, most communities are, I understand,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
sending the bills out saves some money.
It would save some money, yeah. And electronic billing would also.
I don't
that
know,
would-
how would you do electronic billing?
What about discount?
Well, it would be, we get charged per piece. So our real estate bills are, well, they're going up to 32 cents for each bill. So if you opt into paperless, you just get an email from Unibank every
So
quarter.
how will I get my bill?
Email. And we
What if I
also,
don't have email?
we
Well, what
also-
happens if it goes to
No,
spam?
and that's true too, but you don't need to opt into it. You would actually
Oh,
have to go
okay.
in and opt into it. So, I mean, ideally, we get, a lot of people, obviously, their taxes are paid through their mortgage.
Right.
That's
But-
a lot of bills that we are still mailing out. Ideally, all of them go paperless. They still get electronic copy if they want it. We do also have bill presentment now on Unipay, so you can actually pull up as if you're going to pay it and then print out a copy, view and print your bill that way too.
Not to pick on you, but there's another entity in town that has automatic payment.
We also offer auto pay
Right,
now.
a devil of a time signing up, getting it done, and then when I signed up, 1 month didn't get paid.
Okay.
So I got a double bill the second month. When I looked at it, I said, how did that happen? It wasn't wrong, but I lost my discount.
Oh, okay.
So, something for you to, I don't know. If the automatic payment is a third party, I think,
Was this a town utility bill, the initial?
utility bills, yeah.
We just started that last July. There's about 40 people today that are signed up for it. I haven't really had any negative feedback. I mean, we did have somebody call and say that their payment wasn't posted. I referred them to Unibank because it goes through them, so.
So that's who,
But really, I haven't heard anything negative about it for the people that have signed up, so.
okay. Of course, conversely, if I no longer get a bill for whatever reason, am I going to still get charged? Because it's in the automatic payment. How do you
Right.
shut it off?
Well, you can shut off well, I don't know how the electric
Right.
water work, but you can stop that.
Okay. Well, just something to think about, Rodney. Thanks.
Absolutely.
Mike, any questions?
I have a question for your question. If they went out twice, if the taxes went out twice a year, would the town be waiting for their money longer?
No, it's the same payment. You'll get a statement for, February? And then
Well, first quarter is August 1st and
August
November 1st.
1st.
So you'd have almost like two coupons probably
It'd
on
be
that
two
same bill.
coupons,
I
right.
haven't seen what
Yeah.
one would actually look
Okay.
like, but it's probably something like
Yeah,
that.
it's your address information, and then two bills, two separate slips that you tear off and
Okay.
make
Just
your
you have
payment
to
with.
remember to pay that second
Well,
one.
that's it.
Because we're not sending you another bill.
I think that's probably the challenge. Is we would save a few grand probably in postage, but the corresponding volume of calls we'd get because people forgot that they
Yeah.
had that second quarter. So it's yeah,
So I just set it up in my bank to pay when it's due.
yeah.
Simple. But not everybody uses automatic payment like that. But still, I would think it would save some money.
Absolutely.
Okay,
Thank you.
you're welcome. Maureen?
Jill, you and your department do a great job. I'm sure you can think about ways to try to save us money. Thank you.
Dee?
Thanks, no questions. Thank you.
Anyone in the audience? Kevin?
I would, I came here today with the budget loaded on my iPad already, downloaded the PDF from the website. I think the more we can do electronically, the better, right? If you look across, the postage expense for this department is what it is, but if we look across all the departments, right, there's a lot of postage expense there. So opt-in is a great way to go, but I haven't received a paper bill from Verizon or T-Mobile or any of the large commercial companies that also bill us every month in years. So anywhere we can do this,
Well, Verizon gives you a discount if it paid automatically.
sure.
Yeah.
Sure, and if there's not a statutory bar to the town doing that, we might consider the same thing. But,
It's where we're going
Yeah.
in life, is the automatic payment.
Yeah,
And
yeah, as the kids,
I have in a bank account now that charges me $2 because I'm getting a piece of paper.
yeah, as my 18-year-old daughter would say, we should stop printing out pieces of the internet.
Thank you, Kevin. Anybody else? Yes, Bill Bates.
Where's postage in this budget? There's no postage.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, postage is taking care of the town manager's budget in total.
I'm not, how much would it cost, how much is this department costing us for postage?
You have that information? I don't want to guess. We can look into that and find that out for you.
Yeah, get that. Thank you. Good catch, Bill. Anyone else? What's the will of the board?
I say we move the treasurer collector's budget forward and approve.
Is there a second?
As presented.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, opposed, none. Thank you. Thank you, Jill. What page is dead on?
Debt service on page 31, slightly larger than the treasurer collector budget. Our FY26 debt service, you'll see a slight increase in principal of 4.44%, decrease in interest by 15.89%. The gross debt service is going down just over 3% based on some of our declining debt. Again, as we've talked about in many years, most recently with the Smith School. It's always our goal to do declining debt. The challenge with declining debt is that it requires higher payments up front. For the Smith School, for example, the larger chunk of it was financed as level debt, which means we'll have the same similar payment for the next 25 years. We were able to do a small portion of that on declining debt. So the principal will be the amount, the interest will drop off over the course of the lifetime of the debt. We also are using our debt stabilization fund in the same number as we did last year at just over 1.4 million. That's consistent with our policy to slowly phase in some of the tax-related debt, particularly related to the Smith School. Again, during the warrant process, we'll talk a little bit about appropriating additional funding, including all of our excess landfill revenue, into the debt stabilization for future capital and warrant needs. With that, again, there's a more detailed breakout in the packet online and in your hands that talks about the per projects that we've bonded over the years that we're still on the hook for, but happy to answer any questions. And then the next slide, I'll just briefly touch on, just because we usually like to show this, is the blue bar is our total existing debt. The red bar is projected. So in our debt forecast, we project $1 million a year in potential debt. We don't normally utilize it, but for example, a couple years ago, we had the Highlands roof. That was $3 million. So again, these are some of those smaller projects that we know will come up here and there. So we like to have that in our long-range forecast for planning purposes. This projection does not include anything related to a public works facility in our projected debt at this time. So with that, I'm happy to take any questions on the debt service budget.
D?
Yes, quick question. As we calculate the budget for the debt services, do we take into account which one has the highest interest and the lowest, and then we try to pay those first, or how does that work?
No, so what happens is when we go out to borrow money, so for example, we just did it most recently with our preservation restriction on the Rebecca Nurse homestead. So we went out in a variety of other projects, but take that project in particular, it's $750,000. We're going to go out into the market. We're going to get the best interest rate we can, the best true interest cost locked in. Once we sell the debt, those are locked in payments. So your payment, I know my payment on that project now, I know my payment on that project in 2043. So it's all mapped out. So every year we have to make annual payments on each project that we bonded for.
Okay.
Until their maturity.
So it's not like year to year we can say,
no,
let's just wipe this off because we're getting lower interest here. That's not how it works.
No, I mean, there's opportunities occasionally for refinancing, which we did a couple years ago, but that's about it.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
Maureen?
No, I think Rodney does a good job, and like he just said, when there's chances for refinancing, we do it. No, that's it. I'm all set.
Mike?
Just a quick question. The revenues from the landfill, that's going to be going away, correct?
Yes, I think we have another year and a half on that project. We can get an update from Public Works when they're in later. But yes,
And we
that's
use-
one-time revenue.
Are we using that to pay down debt?
So what we did was the first chunk of change was used to pay off the cost of the project, both the short-term borrowing at 4.5 million, plus the additional 1.75 million, which when we realized we could actually take in more soil, which again, we had to pay the 1.75, but the revenue was well in excess of that. So again, it's beneficial to the town. At this point, we've paid off all expenses. So in this free cash appropriation we just had certified, this $3.8 million in additional revenue. The plan from the beginning was to put this into debt stabilization for future use. That'll be our recommendation this spring. We'll also likely in FY25 have additional funding as well that'll close to free cash. Again, we'll recommend the same thing. So.
When that goes away, are we going to feel a big bump?
No, because all the costs are paid off, so essentially we're just collecting revenue right now. So again, it's great in the short term. We just want to be careful because again, to your point, in a year or two, that'll be the end of that because we'll have filled, so.
All right, thank you.
Yep.
Anyone in the audience? Bill?
I know this, Bill Bradstreet, Town Meeting Member, Precinct 1. The revenue coming in from the landfill, when that ends, the filling of that is for building the solar panels. Will those solar panels generate electricity for us that will offset any costs associated with the landfill project? Is that the right way to ask it?
Yeah, it's a good, first of all, we have to decide if we're going to run it or have a third party run it.
Okay.
And what the advantages and
Yeah.
Anything else you want to add?
No, I think that's about it. Again, we're still going through exactly, again, are we going to purchase power agreement or are we going to own them outright? And again, what's the best financially and long-term? But there'll be, yeah, we'll generate electricity, it'll go back into our electric division, which will save us money, which can be allocated for. Yeah.
Something else.
Exactly.
It's nice that money's coming in rather than disappearing. Thank you.
Okay, anyone else? What's the will of the board?
I say that we move the debt service general fund as presented.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, opposed, none, thank you. Anything else, Rodney?
We want to do the Danvers retirement system?
Oh, yeah,
Let's do it,
please.
yeah.
We're still ahead of schedule.
Yes. So we have the Danvers retirement system. We have our retirement board administrator, Corey Grace, is in attendance, as well as Heather Russo, who's ex officio as town accountant, and myself, who is also your board representative. So
33.
we're all here to answer any questions you may have. As I talked about in the beginning, part of our valuation is to fully fund by 2035. Every Massachusetts community under PARAC is required to be funded by 2040. We're ahead of the curve, which is good. During our most recent valuation, we were able to lower our assumed rate of return to 7%, which essentially is how much we expect to make on our investment. We don't want to overshoot that because then if you don't hit that target, then you can be in trouble towards the end of your valuation period. So we've done a good job lowering that to a more consistent, reasonable, achievable number. We're 64.5% funded based on our January 2024 valuation. And as you can see, the salaries and operating expenses are pretty small. The bulk of our funding is the actual contribution to the retirement system and fully funding our pension system. Happy to answer any questions. I would point out, in terms of good news, we ended calendar year '24 with $170 million in assets and achieved a 12.75% return on our investment. The year before was 17%, so that's back-to-back double-digit returns after switching to a new consultant. So I think that has borne fruit over the past 2 years.
And how optimistic are you for 25?
TBD, but.
Thank you. So what are we paying a year towards this? And is it going to be stable, or is it going to increase?
Yeah, so it'll increase every year until we're fully funded. So our projection is 8% every year until 2035.
Increase 8% every year?
Exactly, correct.
Of the current number?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
All right, thanks. Mike?
No questions, thank you.
Maureen?
No, they do. Corey does a good job. Thank you.
D?
No questions, thank you.
Audience? What, Kevin?
So two questions, I guess. So how confident are we that the change in consultant related to a higher return versus just we had two historic 25% years in the S&P, and that's the cause of the higher return?
I will say both. I will say that we were, every year, and you can find this on the PARAC website, there's a ranking of every retirement board and how they performed in the year before. Over the past few years prior to the switch, we were in the bottom tier. We were, where did we finish last year? We finished 10th out of 104 systems.
Okay,
So
great.
So again, not just, to your point, headwinds are strong and we're all making money. However, secondarily, compared to our peers, we're doing better.
Okay, great. And then my other question, and this is really it's not a pointed question, it's just a question because I don't know the answer. My understanding is that towns and cities kind of have an option. They can run their own contributory retirement system like we do, or the state can do it for us. We probably lose some control, but they pick up some of the actuarial costs and things like that. I guess, is there any more color to that? Just things I don't know about why we do it versus having them do it? What are we gaining? What are we missing out on?
Again, I think we gain internal control, and I think the numbers show that, again, and I would have to research this more fully, but I think we outperform PRIT, don't we, historically? I believe we've outperformed PRIT, so we've gotten a better return on our investment by managing it ourselves. Again, we don't manage it ourselves. I don't know nearly enough, nor does the board, but we have an investment consultant that manages it well, and again, the results have been very positive. Yeah.
All right, what's the will of the board?
I say we move the Danvers Retirement Board as presented.
Second?
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, opposed, none. All right, Rodney.
I believe we're scheduled for lunch.
It's very good. I think we're early. Good job.
20 minutes?
Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Next up, we have our public safety departments that'll be coming to speak. Fire, followed by police. Just because I anticipate this may be a question, so there's been talk about some more information on the dispatch center, potential resolution opportunities. Chief Lovell is presenting Tuesday night as part of his quarterly update, and we'll include that as part of his overall presentation on Tuesday night. So again, being as it really isn't germane to specifically the FY26 budget, but is worth discussion, that's when we have that slotted. So, and with that, we have the fire budget.
19.
4.54% increase year over year. Some of that is operating, driven by some of our contractual obligations, as well as vehicle maintenance. And then the salary number is driven by maintaining, as we talked about earlier. We were awarded $1 million SAFER grants that expired in the month of February of this year. We funded the remaining months of this year in the FY25 budget, and FY26, this figure represents their full absorption into the tax levy. Based on this staffing, and as usual, barring anything unforeseen, we anticipate a reduction in overtime that we saw last year, somewhat seeing this year. So we believe that the reduction in overtime will help offset some of the cost of bringing the 3 firefighters off the grant and into the operating budget. Our chief, Brian Barry, is home after some recent surgery. He's recovering well. I am sure he is watching, so hello, Brian. In his stead, we have Acting Chief Jamie Schaffner, who will walk us through any questions the board may have on the fire budget.
Welcome.
Thank you. Happy to be here. Where would you like to start? Do you have any questions specifically, or Rodney gave a good overview?
Anything you want to add to that overview?
No, most of our increases, like Rodney said, are contractual, and the ending of the grant is reflected in that. So some of those odd increases are because those members are going on the payroll and their attached benefits going with them. So that's the meat and potatoes of our budget this year.
All right. Mike?
You guys are fully staffed, correct?
We are now, thanks to this grant that brought us back to fully staffed, and we are currently fully staffed.
And how many members?
So we have 51 members on the line, and 2 members in fire prevention, and then myself and the chief.
Okay, all right. No other questions. Thank you.
All right.
Maureen?
No, you guys do a great job. Thank you for what you do. I think your budget looks good. Do you see a need for any more firefighters?
So currently, because of this grant, we're able to come back to full staffing, which we're very grateful for, and happy to be back to where we used to be. So as of right now, we do have an eye on the growth of the town and seeing how things are developing. So something like a staffing study might not be out of the question in the future, but right now we're just happy to be back to where we are fully staffed, where we haven't been for many years.
Yep. And do you see any more grants available that we can try to grab?
So actually, yes, we are on top of grants. So like Rodney mentioned this, we've got 3 firefighters, fully paid benefits, everything through the federal government, through a SAFER grant. We are currently administering an AFG. We're in a $1 million regional grant to get some big officer level training that we could never afford as a department on our own. We're in that with some other surrounding communities. This year, we've got a couple other grants. We've got an emergency management grant, and we've got some Department of Fire Service grants. That helps us buy a lot of equipment, some higher-end equipment that would be tough for us to absorb on our own. We apply to these annually. Anything that's available, we're always looking. We also just recently found out we're getting a second round of grant money that we're going to be able to purchase equipment that we had planned on buying years out. So we are on top of the grant world. And looking back, some of our when we look to bigger purchases, we're always looking at that. This year we're looking at buying a new engine. We've applied for another federal grant for that to try to get funding for that as well. We're waiting to hear. But things like our radio systems, those were purchased with grants. Our SCBA kits, which is now like at $10,000 a set, those have been purchased with grants. So we do a pretty good job staying on the grants, and we've been successful so far and plan to stay that way.
Excellent. And just a general question. I know, is it Engine 1 that's the big truck, right?
Tower 1.
Tower 1. Have we ever thought, it was brought up before about, when you get that emergency call that big truck has to go out, is there something smaller that goes out that we could maybe budget for in the future instead of bringing out Tower One truck? I mean, I just
No,
thinking.
that's a fair
know?
question. So the way the fire services, we're prepared for unpredictability, correct? And what we're there for all emergencies, but we're really there for that no other department can do is put out a house fire when that comes in. We don't know when that's going to come in. And the way we operate at a fire is as a unit called a company. So like at Tower One, those guys stay together all the time. The engines stay together all the time. That is there. Those guys don't go anywhere without each other. So to split a crew to save on vehicle maintenance, and then when a fire comes in to have those crews split, there's a deficit that has to be paid for that. Where in the past we operated a little more like that, where that rescue truck we used to have. Since moving away from that model, I can say confidently that operations at fires are significantly more effective. So the NFPA recommends 35 people on a first alarm fire. We're doing it with 10, and I'm proud to say we're doing it well. And a lot of that is because of the way we set ourselves up, so that there's everything's lined up to operate the way it should be. Everyone knows their roles and they're ready to go when that moment does happen.
Okay, great. And do you see any need for any more trucks?
So like I said, we do have a warrant in for a new engine.
New engine, right?
Yep, we
What
stay
is
on
the
top
cost?
of
What's
our,
the cost for
again,
that?
the NFPA recommendations is a 15-year frontline lifespan, and we try to stay on that schedule, and they stay in reserve for 25 years or so.
And the cost?
So, yeah.
approx-
so we have-
sorry, the cost, yeah.
So it's it's going to be a warrant article. It's a $1.1 million fire pumper truck replacement.
So part of that is the way the manufacturers are pretty much across the board now. You're looking at a 36-month build time. So that 1.1 has those projected increases in budget or increases in cost of production built in. We are exploring through a manufacturer ways to reduce that. We found a program that could shorten that build time to 12 months, which would obviously save the projected increases on that. So we're working hard to get in that program for savings. We also have some capital investments that can save on that build time as well, or excuse me, on that build cost. But that's where we are right now, and waiting to hear on that grant that we applied for as well.
Wonderful. Thank you. That's it.
D?
Yeah, thank you. The 1.1 you're talking about is not in this.
No, so
budget.
that'll be a standalone warrant article coming up in April.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, and thanks for all you do.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Quick question. The out of range, what is that?
That's a great question. So out of range is, so we have ranks in the fire department. We have, when you see the engines out, you have a firefighters, and you have a lieutenant that runs that truck, and then a captain runs the shift. Out of range is when there's an absence of a rank, and we bump somebody up. So maybe a firefighter will work as a lieutenant, or a lieutenant will work as a captain. And that out of range is the difference in what the firefighter, with the example of firefighter and lieutenant, what they get paid as a firefighter versus the bottom step of a lieutenant. They get paid that difference, and that out of range comes out of there, meaning they're working out of their rank, out of grade. So that difference in the pay gets paid out of that.
Okay,
So-
so they've performed duties of the person that was above them.
Correct, yep. And that has increased because, like I said, we changed our operations a number of years ago where we collaborated with the town to add a lieutenant's position. So there's a few more opportunities for that to happen. And we've had just incidentally some injuries this year have been at a lieutenant level. So more people have been covering that out of range.
So that explains the bump. Educational incentive. What is included in that? Is it?
So educational incentive, it's a contractual benefit. So depending on their degree they have, there's a stipend attached to that. So that has increased. There's a contractual increase this year, and on the plus side, we're also having more members furthering their education.
And the EMT incentive?
Same thing, contractual benefit where they get a stipend for having their EMT, which there was a contractual raise this year.
Tuition reimbursement. Do people get that? Is it like a lottery, or how do people?
Nope. So, per the collective bargaining agreement, all members are eligible for tuition reimbursement. They're reimbursed based on the grades they get in their classes, and so there is an increase in that this year. So, how we forecast that is per the contract. Any member that has an intent to pursue their education that year at whatever level has to let us know prior to the time we set up our budget. They need to let us know what classes they're thinking of taking and the per credit cost, and we budget based on that. Of course, everyone's intentions don't always play out in reality, so sometimes those plans fall through. So we expect that budget to be higher than the actual cost, because some people may not be able to take those classes they plan on taking. As well as, recently the addition of free college tuition in Massachusetts. We encourage members to take advantage of that if they're eligible, which should also see an effect on that line item.
So it's available to all members.
Correct.
But you just have to do it ahead of time so it can be built in the budget.
Yes, in order to take advantage of it, you have to notify us by the deadline so that we can budget appropriately.
Okay. And the medical supplies, does that include things like Narcan?
Yes, so anything in our what we call the first in bags, when you see the guys go into a medical call, they're carrying all those bags. Yes, anything you would need for like what's called a BLS, basic life support emergency. I don't think Narcan comes out of that, though.
I was just going to jump in. I believe we get Narcan provided to us from the state at no cost.
Okay. Thank you. And the last question I have is about your fitness club membership. And again, all these are awesome. I love to see them. I love to see that we're offering
welcome
them.
the questions.
I know that there's a lot of insurances. And even at my work, I did not know that I had fitness reimbursement until many years later.
I'm right there with you.
We have Tufts for our insurance of Blue Cross Blue Shield. Okay.
I have that, though.
I know Blue Cross Blue Shield does fitness reimbursement. Do we promote that, or are we aware of that?
Speaking as an employee, yes, HR does make that known.
Okay. So is this in addition to that, or this is a different thing?
No, this is different. So this is a benefit members have. We have a deal with the gym in town on Prince Street. The name's evading me at the moment, but we have a fixed dollar number that we contribute. Depending on the amount of members that are interested, they cover the rest of the costs and share it to encourage members. Obviously, being fit is an important part of our job.
Yeah.
But no, it's not related directly to the insurance.
Yeah, we may want to look into that, because I think all these costs could be reimbursed to us by the insurance, in which case it will not be a line item for us, and we'll just get it for free. That I had no idea.
Yeah, it's a good area to explore.
Every member who has Blue Cross Blue Shield, there's a limit. I think it's $150 for you and $150 for either a spouse or the child, depending on what it is. And if the membership for the club is more, then the town only pays the difference. But if you count $150 or $300 times, I don't know how many employees we have, anyone will be entitled to go to the gym and just submit that for reimbursement to their health insurance.
I like that idea. Yeah. We'll look into that further for sure.
Thank you, and thanks for all you do. Thank you.
That's all.
If I may, your tools and equipment maintenance, while the same as last year, it's about 25% higher than historically. So what are you looking at?
So tools and equipment maintenance, what that is so we have a lot of things like we follow the NFPA recommendations. So we need certain equipment tested every year. So things like our ground ladders, our aerial ladders, the tanks we wear on our back have to be hydrostatically tested. That had to, in order to stay compliant with the NFPA, we needed to stay on top of that. That's why it was raised in years past, to make sure, and those are done by testing agencies. And of course, they're, like everything else in this world, their costs increase over time. That was probably fixing that. And like I said, even with the level funded, I'm sure their prices will go up again this year.
Well, my point is, 24, there was only 8,800. It would have been 20,000 last year and 20,000 proposed for 26.
So yeah, that's before I was in the administration, so I don't want to speak out of turn, but I was willing to say that we probably weren't covering all of the testing required at that price. So they probably adjusted to make sure that all of the required equipment was being tested per the recommendations of NFPA.
Okay. Do you have anything else in the capital budget to talk about other than what we already have?
Yes. Do you want to?
Please.
Yeah, so in the capital outlay for fire, and the acting chief can give more detail, but there's a second year of our 3-year turnout gear turnover, as well as 2 fire prevention vehicles that are being replaced. Both are proposed to be electric vehicles with an offset from electric, as well as the added benefit of, instead of being able to purchase a generator to light up scenes, because they're electric vehicle, will be able to essentially light up the scene using the vehicle, which is an added benefit
Well,
as
that's
well.
interesting.
Yeah.
Okay.
So yes, I can start with the turnout gear. We are in year 2 of our turnout gear replacement. We're doing over a 3-year process. So the turnout gear is the cool suits you see the guys out there wearing. Those have a 10-year lifespan per NFPA. So we are staying on track. Those sets of gear, roughly it's 7 or 8 years. So we're right on track of getting the full use out of them as well as replacing them before they're past that 10-year mark. So he said this is the second set, and then there'll be one more year, but we'll get the third to get everyone through to get all of their turnout gear. Any questions on that before I
No.
move on to the vehicles? So we have, like Rodney said, put in for 2 electric vehicle Ford Lightning pickup trucks. That would be for our fire prevention division. So there's 2 members in fire prevention. They would be replacing a 12 and 9-year-old Explorers, respectively. So let me preface this with saying, like, currently there are no pickup trucks in the fire department. So this was kind of a dual solution we looked at, where for the needs of the department and especially the fire prevention division. So not only do you see them out buzzing around doing a lot of code enforcement, but they have other roles as well. They are the principal coordinators for the SAFE program, which is what goes out to all the schools to teach to the kids the fire safety. With that, they're hauling that big smoke trailer that the kids love every year. They're pulling that to every school, lugging a whole lot of training equipment with it. They currently don't have a vehicle that can do that, which has caused some logistical issues. They also respond to our incidents. They are principal support, primary support at an incident. So with a more capable vehicle like a pickup truck, they could shuttle more equipment to and fro, but especially post-incident, post-fires, where we have just piles of filthy stuff that's covered in carcinogens, we could throw that into a pickup truck rather than having to put it into the a Ford Explorer or the bed of or the cab of a truck with other people in it. Lug that back, get it decontaminated and cleaned. They also are our investigators, our fire investigators in town. So once the fire's out and everything's cleaned up, that's when they go to work digging around trying to find the source. Like Rodney mentioned, a big part of that is, we'll get into the lighting in a minute, but they're using the hand tools, same thing. Digging up, at the end of this, they wind up with a lot of filthy equipment, maybe some charred evidence, things like that. We want to be able to transport that safely without the cancer is becoming a major problem in the fire service. Anything to eliminate that, putting things in a pickup bed, not in a compartment with a body who's breathing, is a safer way to move. We decided to go towards the green vehicles because as a department, we've listened to the community over the past few years, especially in these forums where they urged us to explore that option. We've seen the success of the police department, especially electric light. They're very happy with those Ford Lightnings, so we explored it further. There was a reduced fuel and maintenance costs. It's pretty attractive to that. And the unique thing is that they are able to generate their own power. So I'll talk on that in a minute. But as far as like costs, to try to offset the cost, we put a good effort into this. So we've collaborated with Electric Light, and a big thank you to our friends there who have generously contributed $45,000 towards these electric vehicles to offset some of that cost. We've sold that 2011 F550, the old Ford rescue truck that, due to our change in operations, we don't use anymore. We sold that for $25,000. As well as that, like Rodney said, which I think is a cool fact, is when those guys are doing that investigation, the fire's out, the engine and the ladder companies are clearing up and getting off the scene. Historically, we've had to leave a diesel-powered engine with 3 guys sitting there running, so basically as a generator, so they could light up the scene, because once the house is on fire, there's no more power in it. If it's night, you can't see anything. So we really need to we significantly light up these scenes to make sure they're doing a thorough investigation. These vehicles will give us the option to, we won't need to have that big diesel truck running, and those guys will be able to light their own scene. And looking ahead, where we're speccing out, trying to build this new engine, but obviously has high costs, we're able to eliminate a PTO-driven generator, which is a $20,000 to $30,000 savings that we won't have to put onto the truck. And as far as those Explorers we have now, we plan to repurpose one to us as a backup vehicle, as we do not have a backup vehicle for our command vehicle. But on a financial end, we are about to start some new hires. When those members go to a 10-week academy, there's mileage costs associated with that. And so we're paying, it costs about $3,000 to send people to a 10-week academy. And we're on the cusp of a number of hirings. So if we have a vehicle we can send them in, we're saving that mileage cost every time. And we're also going to repurpose Rod Dever and DPW. We're going to send an Explorer his way. He said he has a need for him that could save a lot of costs on his end. So, any questions on that?
Any questions, members? Nope.
All right.
Anything else?
That's it for capital.
Okay. Audience, questions? Bill?
Again, Bill Bradstreet, town meeting member. When a new piece of equipment is purchased, what is being replaced is kept online for, I think you said 25 years. At the end of that, is that piece of equipment sold, traded, or junked?
Speak to that if you like. Short answer, it depends. So it depends on the condition and the market value, right? So of course, we're always looking to get as much money back. So if we can sell it, we do. But in some cases, our vehicles are ridden pretty hard and they work pretty hard. So sometimes at the end of their lifespan, they're just barely hanging on, and there's not much. But we are always exploring all those options, trying to get the most out of the most back as we can. I hope that answers your question.
Anyone else? Bill Bates, excuse me.
Great department, always proud to see Danvers Fire out there. They do such a great job. I'm wondering, you are up 9% in the total department expenses. So I'm wondering, when I see a 60% increase in tuition reimbursement, there's also, you got your, up above, you got your educational incentives, your EMT incentives. Can't we make that number go down instead of going up 60% by saying to our members, go get your education, and then we'll give you the incentive in your negotiations, you'll get your incentive, but let them pay for their education?
It's contractually obligated, so it would have to be something through the bargaining process.
All right, I just put it out there for maybe future years that that's an item that we maybe can save some money on. Thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else? Kevin?
I agree with everything Bill said. A great department, proud to have them. So maybe a couple questions. So kind of piggybacking on Member Bernard's question, right, about how we're responding to medical emergencies. We've heard this from our various emergency services. You know, I think we've heard from the police before that, you know, staffing issues, they're going from call to call to call. Like this is a burden, right? We want to respond to everybody on their worst days. I get it. I'm not debating it. I'm just wondering, we're sending the cavalry every time, right, for a medical call. Or maybe I'm wrong. Maybe there are times where we say, you know, it's our third call at the nursing home today. We get it. It's just a transport thing. We're not going to send the cavalry, but we're sending police, fire, EMTs every time. Is there any way we can do this a little more efficiently? I don't want to degrade anyone's care, anyone's chances of, you know, getting through their emergencies successfully, but is there any way to be more efficient here?
Happy to speak to that. So we do, and we're constantly reevaluating now to make it more efficient. So, Chief Lovell might be able to speak on this more when he gets into dispatch, but here in Danvers, we use the emergency medical dispatch, emergency medical dispatch. So all calls are prioritized. They're basically put into a card depending on what the people say, and that assigns a number of resources to it. And we're constantly reevaluating those. So obviously your worst case gets everybody, and the more minor things gets less resources, but someone's always going. I can speak for the fire department, where recently Danvers has quite a bit of nursing homes, where their demands have increased. They've started using the 911 system more. So we sat down with Chief Lovell and Brian Pratt, the dispatch supervisor, and found a better way to do that, where now if there's any sort of nurse or doctor on scene, we're now screening those calls much more heavily and not sending resources to them unless it is something that we're truly needed for. So it's a process. It's easier said than done. You know, there's going to be hits or miss on both sides, but we're always reevaluating that and making sure it's quality over quantity, right? We're making sure everyone always has what they need, but that we're using our resources and finances wisely.
All right, anyone else? What's the will of the board?
I say we move the fire budget as proposed.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming today.
I'll note that Acting Chief Chaffner wore a blue tie. Chief Lovell did not reciprocate and wear a red tie today, so.
Came close.
He fooled you.
He fooled you.
Taking a look at our police budget, salary and wages is the big driver this year. So the last couple of years, due to the department having several vacancies, we carried a vacancy factor, which basically was our instruction for Jamie. If Jamie's able to fill all those positions, we'll find the money. But in the meantime, since they were turning back a surplus every year, we lowered that to help balance other parts of the budget. We're happy to report that Chief Lovell and his team are close to full staff, closest they've been in some time. So as a result, this budget reflects fully funding every potential position. It also reflects an additional position, which, as I mentioned at the beginning of the day, is the first new officer added +1 since 2008. The budget also includes a staffing study to determine the long-term, both the structure and the staffing count needed to provide police services for the town of Danvers. And with that, I'll turn it over to Chief Lovell.
As Rodney said, we are doing very well staffing-wise for the first time in a long time. We currently have 1 vacancy and 1 recruit at the academy right now. So we're getting there with our numbers, so we're getting excited. So any questions you might have, I'd be more than happy to answer.
Dee?
Yes, so the increase in salaries is because we got the staff now, and then we have 1 in the pipeline. Is
Correct.
that-
So it's from the contractual obligations, as well as replacing those 2 positions that were not funded last year, and then the addition of 1 officer.
Okay. The recruitment and selection, the recruitment and selection, are we hiring a firm to do that, and what exactly will they be doing?
So we would hire a firm. There's a firm that we reached out to for an idea on pricing. They've worked in numerous communities in the area, including Linfield recently. And what they do is they'll come in, meet with our command staff in the town, and evaluate our organization, look at our calls for service numbers, how we respond to calls, what our staffing levels are. And at the end, they'll give us a formal report, the recommendations. The last time this was actually done, I believe it was either in the 80s or early 90s. I'm still trying to find that study. It's lost somewhere in the building, I'm sure. But it's been some time since we had that type of study. So we're hoping that we can have someone come in, outside eyes, look at everything, work with us to create a plan to move forward.
Okay. And we think like by this time next year, we'll have a kind of like some recommendations on
Yeah,
that
that'll be the
process.
goal, is to have the study done as soon as we can after July 1st, when the money's appropriated, get that process going over the summertime. So hopefully for next year, budget planning, we have those numbers and we can look at how we can implement some recommendations, hopefully.
Okay. I think that's crucial, and that's so important. And I know select board member being always sometimes referred to.
What I do?
We need to have more bodies, but I think it's important to not just have bodies and feel good about it. Right. It's important that before we have more bodies, we understand what is it that we're trying to achieve. Right. I'm one who always believe that we are not gonna, and I said this before, we are not gonna police our way out of all our problems. The police is not gonna be everybody's father and mother. So by having this and having some expert recommendation that is geared toward our community specifically will be important. And in this budget,
Can I make one comment on that?
Sure.
Regarding the last time we had raised, in 2008, we had 46 offices. We added 2 offices in 2008. They went to the academy, they came out, they started field training. 2009, they were laid off. So due to budget constraints, those 2 officers were laid off in 2009. Never returned since 2009. Of the 2 officers we hired, 1 went to the agency and never came back. 1 did come back after an opening happened. So we really haven't moved much since I got hired in 1998. We have 46. The 47th officer we have right now is paid for by Essex Tech. If the Essex Tech was to withdraw that tomorrow, we would probably lose that funding for that position too. So we are still really hovering at that 46 mark. So.
No, definitely. I mean, I think there might be a need for more. I just think that it has to be a more comprehensive approach. And as we develop the budget with that firm, after their recommendations, I also want to see things about more than just number of officers, but role and responsibility, and how do we improve community policing and be more out there with the people, and not just for enforcement, but for really building trust in community. I think that's very valuable. So thank you. I'm all set.
Thank you. Mike?
Oh, thank you for being here, Chief. So we have 3 new officers.
Correct.
I don't have their names, but that's awesome. And then you're doing promotions. Is that happening?
We're in the process right now. List has been called. The test was taken, assessment center was completed. List has been called. We're just waiting kind of to see what happens with the town manager's position, decide if we're going to act now or wait a few weeks. So we're in the pipeline to do possibly up to 5 sergeants and 1 lieutenant.
Wow, that's a lot. Okay. How many line vehicles do we have?
We're probably about 22 to 23 line vehicles.
And those are all marked?
No. There's 9, 10, 11, 12. There's probably 13 to 14 marked, and the rest would be unmarked.
Okay, all right. Ticket revenue, do you have any idea what that is?
I do not. I could look into that and get back to you on that.
And then I think just to go along with what Dee was saying, and this is just a statement, obviously it takes a lot to get it in play, but I think to make better police officers, we need always more training in all the different fields so that you have a better balance of people. And the more they're trained, the better response you'll get. So that's just something I guess we have to work on. Other than that, no, thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
You all set, Maureen?
Yep, hi, Jamie. Good job. So 3 new officers?
We have 3 just graduated the academy on February 28th. They're in their second week of field training, so you'll see them out on the road. If you see a 2-man car driving around, it's probably an officer on field training.
Good, so that will be a total of,
So right now, we would have 44.
Yeah.
One in the academy would be 45, and the 1 vacancy would be the 46th, and then the Essex Tech position.
good. So with the Essex Tech position, do we get state funding for that resource officer at all?
No.
Through their
No,
town
no,
manager?
it's an agreement with Essex Tech. Well, I guess in a roundabout way we do, but Essex Tech pays us directly for the salary of that police officer.
They do?
Yes.
Okay, good, okay. And I do agree that I think we need more police, so I hope you continue looking, and I hope we continue funding it, too. I have seen the police officers more around town, thank you, and doing some traffic stops, along Poplar Street and things like that. So it's good, Jamie. I think, like my colleagues have said, awareness, having people around, training is huge. I know that officers have to do the shooting training, and is there more? Can you elaborate maybe on
So we
mental
have
health?
mandatory 40 hours of training per year.
Okay,
The MPTC, which is the Mass Municipal Police Training Council, dictates what that training is. So what they do is every year they come out with a list of training agendas, and we have to fill those requirements. They usually legal update, CPR, first aid, usually some type of mental health training, some type of trending topics they pick up on, and then we do our firearms as well as that. So we're mandated by certain training, and then we do additional training as much as we can internally.
that's good. Yeah, no, you guys do a great job. Thank you.
Chief, can you talk to your capital request?
We have in the budget for 4 marked cruisers for FY '26. There would be Ford Explorers fully marked. Actually, one might be non-marked. Frontline car, so it'd be 4 frontline cruisers.
That's it?
That's all we have.
All right. Questions from the audience? Bill?
Again, fantastic department, so proud to see what Danvers Police does for our community. It's amazing. I did want to go back to the tuition reimbursement on this budget is $33,000 less than the fire department. So maybe that's just showing that there is a way that we can reduce the fire department's tuition allowance. I'll just throw that out there. I did want to talk about the cruises. We're seeing more and more with tinted windows. In my opinion, tinted windows reduce interaction. And I would strongly suggest that the town look at eliminating the policy of tinted windows in our fire safety, our school buses. I think it's a bad idea. Thank you.
Chief, any comments on that?
The one cruiser that has probably a heavy tint on it right now is our unmarked patrol car. It's a frontline car, and the idea is hopefully to be a little bit more hidden, and the windows are tinted a little bit darker because that's meant to kind of blend in with traffic. It's meant to blend in parking lots. So, having a fully uniformed officer, it helps kind of hide them a little bit better so they're not as conspicuous. So that's a tactical decision we make on that, and that's probably the only one we really have like a dark tint on.
Anyone else? The other bill, the first bill.
Again, Bill Bradstreet, town meeting member. Considering how Danvers has grown over the years, how many people live in town, and according to a traffic count, how many people pass through town, going wherever, can we possibly entertain a traffic enforcement car would take care of people not parking where they should or shouldn't be, so that the officers are handling more important duties and not that tagging people for parking in front of a fire plug or blocking something? Would there be a way that we could perhaps get a traffic car just to handle traffic incidents, or not incidents, but traffic reportments of somebody doing something they shouldn't? I read the log and I see a car on 128 or 114 driving erratically. By the time, because they are busy, they're able to show up, the offending vehicle is gone. Would there be a way that we could have just
I
a
understand.
traffic
It's really a two-part question. I mean, somebody that parks in front of a hydrant, that you can find and do something, but the erratic drivers.
No, and I understand it. That's why I mentioned it. Not necessarily for them, but for incidents that could be handled by just a traffic car, if it was somebody blocking or driving too slow or
We'll let the
whatever they're
chief
doing.
respond if he wants.
I think a traffic car would be extremely helpful, and I'm sure that would be a recommendation in the study that we do. So again, I think it's going back to having that study done, get the recommendations, and then actually, we need to kind of coordinate how to implement this project as well. We can't hire 10 officers in 1 year. One, we would have a difficult time even finding that many candidates, and two, financially, it's not really reasonable or fiscally able to do so. So we need to have a plan of how many officers we need to do, and like over a 5-year period, implement that process to build up our forces. And again, I'm sure traffic will be one of the top things that will be listed.
Thank you. Anyone else? Yes, Kevin?
I'm not going to say what you think I'm going to say, I promise. So I generally feel the same way as others that have suggested that we need more officers. I'm glad to see we're getting one more. I think the study's worth doing. I look forward to reading it. I guess in addition to the issues we've talked about, right, just wanting more police on a shift doing the work that we all want them and need them to do, I've heard anecdotally that involuntary holdovers have been kind of a historic issue, right? Somebody's always sick. Somebody, even if you're fully staffed, somebody's always sick. Somebody's on vacation, et cetera, and folks kind of get held over from shift to shift without having a choice in the matter. Hard to balance all the other aspects of your life when that happens. I guess just looking to get some information on, is this a problem that's getting better as we've come up to full staffing? And is this a problem that we could potentially address through staffing? It may not necessarily mean that there's an additional person on every shift, but our officers are, have better morale, we're better able to attract candidates that don't like this particular issue. Thanks.
So probably the answer is a study will tell us those answers. Chief?
We're in a much better position than we were like 3 or 4 years ago. Currently, we do still have 3 officers out on long-term sickness. We have 1 who was recently injured, who will probably be out for probably 4 to 5 months. And we still have 1 officer who's on long-term military deployment. So that's 5. And then we have the 3 in field training who aren't able to work on their own yet, 1 in the academy and the 1 vacancy. So we're in a better spot. We're hoping some of the long-term sickness will be back before the summertime. Summertime is when we see our biggest crunch. We have contractual obligations of time off rules that so many patrolmen can be off on a certain day, so many supervisors. In summer is when we see our hardest, we hit the hardest in that area. But we are in a much better place than we were 3 years ago.
Anyone else? What's the will of the board?
I say we move the police budget as presented.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, opposed, none. Thank you, Chief, for coming. We'll
Thank
see
you.
you next Tuesday. Mr. Town Manager.
Moving on, as you may have noticed, we've been joined by the Land Use and Community Services family.
And they're 4 minutes early, thank you.
They are, yes. So this is our Land Use and Community Services. For those of the members of the board who are new, we appropriate the bulk of them as one line item. That's inspectional services, health, planning, senior and social services, and veteran services. The only one appropriated separately is recreation, we'll get to in a little bit. So non-recreation wise, the department total is going up 1.94%. And then we'll dig through the details division by division, starting first with inspectional services. So you see a sizable increase to salary and wages. That's related to what we have is, and the experts will fill you in better than I can, we have a backlog of periodic inspections going back several years. Long-term, we'll need to find a solution on how we perform the periodic inspections as needed. But in the short term, the recommendation was to bring on some more temporary staffing to start chipping away at that backlog. Other than that, the expenses are relatively flat, and I would defer to Mr. Henry or Mr. Hudon to answer any further questions.
Mike, any questions for inspectional services?
Yeah, can you tell me what, anyone that wants to answer, how much money does that department bring in? Because it's a department we actually make money on, right?
Obviously, it depends. I would say the biggest revenue source would be the building permits. That can fluctuate. I think we budget roughly around $600,000 per year. Might have ticked up this year. And we have a baseline, sort of just a generic turnover, and then obviously a project like Maple Square, another project that's going to greatly increase the building permit revenue. But I don't know if you need
No, I
more
was going to say,
detail.
we'd have to dig into the actual receipts to give you that number, but yeah, I
More than pays for
believe-
itself.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we more
right.
than pay for ourselves.
Since you guys pay for yourself, what else can we do for you?
Well, Rodney, box your ears. I'll defer to that question. Thank you very much for it, however.
Don't go away. He's not the only one here.
I know. Okay, thank you.
You say temporary employment, right? Because it looks like you said, I understand you want to.
So I think, and Tim may be able to give us a little more color on this, really how this will work is that the frontline staff will be doing the periodic inspections and will be using our alternates to kind of do the typical inspections when our full-time staff is doing the periodic inspections. So right now, when, Steve LaTulip takes a vacation, we bring in an alternate so that the inspections continue that week. So we would kind of run similar to that, so that permanent full-time staff can go do the periodic inspections.
Good, yeah, because we want to keep things going, right?
Yep,
Keep everybody
exactly, yeah.
happy, so they want to continue building in our town.
That's the plan.
Let's see. I think that's pretty much, that's all I have. Thank you.
Dee?
Thank you. Quick question, and I asked this of the fire, and I don't know if it's the same principle. Tuition reimbursement, how is that allocated? Is it someone express interest and everyone has the chance to get it, or?
I apologize, I didn't hear the first part of it.
Or the
Tuition reimbursement.
Oh, tuition reimbursement. That's something that we usually work with the town manager's office and HR through. Mr. Hudon's been pursuing a degree, and so we kind of stack that in advance, and then that gets folded into the budget. I think if you look back, I think 2 years ago, that was a transfer essentially from the planning office, as we had a staff member working on her degree, and then she completed that degree, and then we've transferred that over to building as we had an employee that was pursuing a degree there.
Okay, so anyone who wants to do it is able to get it. There's no.
I think that's more of a question for Mr. Conley.
So it's more, so the tuition reimbursement in the fire is a contractually obligated benefit to all members. Tuition in terms of the staff, and for example, in Aaron's divisions, it would be if we felt the degree was beneficial to the town long-term as well. So again, it's not just making them a more highly educated employee, but also seeing how that aligns with, is a master's in that position beneficial to the town residents as the service they provide, or both in their current position and future terms of promotion down the line. Just them having a master's benefit the town. So again, it's, generally speaking, it's a case-by-case basis.
Okay,
So, yeah.
okay. And then the software maintenance got kind of wiped out there. Did that move into IT, or is it because we got new equipments?
No, it's been all consolidated under the IT umbrella.
Okay, thank you.
No loss of service.
Maureen?
I did.
You're all set?
Yeah, I'm all set,
Okay.
thank you.
I have no questions for page 24. Anyone in the audience? Inspectional services? Kevin?
Kevin Barrich, 34 Poplar. We made an investment over the past couple of years in e-permitting that I think this is the right office for that, Aaron, right? Okay. So I just wanted to ask, I mean, quality of service is a fine justification, but I just wanted to ask, just in terms of ROI on that investment, have we realized any efficiencies in terms of the number of hours, number of staff that it takes to process these from kind of cradle to grave, from when they come in to when the permit's finally closed out?
Aaron?
That's an excellent question. I'd like to say the answer is yes. We've been working very hard. The benefit of we've had electronic permitting in the past, but they were all individual modules for that particular office, and the current tool that we're using is more of an enterprise-wide version. So I'd like to tell you that we've seen efficiencies where permit routing can happen one-to-many relationship, as the old analog system would have been, here's your piece of paper, and when you're done with it, please pass it to your left. Now we can do that all at once. We don't have metrics to be able to say, well, in the old system, a permit took X number of days, and under the new one, it takes half that time. But I think anecdotally, what we're experiencing internally seems to be a more efficient process.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? It's the will of the board.
I say we move the
sorry.
inspection. Want to wait for all of
Do
them?
you want to wait through these
All of them?
divisions as it's one appropriation, or do you want to go?
Each one? What do you want to do?
Well, are they separate line items?
No, it's one line item.
Oh, it's
for-
one line.
yeah.
Okay, then we'll wait. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Next up, we have public health. Public health has salary and wages increase driven by contractual obligations based on the recently settled CBAs. And operating expenses is a reduction driven by the centralization of pest control costs. So normally a portion was paid out of health. Actually, all of it was paid out of health. Reviewing our pest control system, it was better determined that to expand to cover a little bit more area for buildings, and also to have it housed under Public Works, since they're the ones who technically manage the contract. I believe there still is some pest control in the budget, correct? But that's for more one-off, Board of Health directed type of pest items.
Yeah, we would still have the ability, if there's an actual episode, we have funds for that, but the building management, pest control would move to DPW. So it's net neutral overall, but on this budget, it's a minus.
But, let's see, public health services, big increase. There's no COVID anymore.
Big increase.
Over 24. 24 is 1,800, last year was budget 5,000, proposed 26, 5,000.
Nope.
I'm looking at
Yeah.
Is that
It's level funded at 5,000. Is there,
from last year, but the year before was 1,800.
yeah.
That was actual, so 24 actual. So public health services is a line that traditionally, and these have been trimmed, we've probably down 50% from where we were 2 or 3 years ago on this line. Those are for like unanticipated, we get a hoarding incident and we have some incidentals that are associated with assisting the household with the hoarding incident, or a dilapidated home that needs to be boarded up to prevent the kids in the neighborhood from exploring the home. So we have some, again, $5,000 kind of set aside to kind of come up with those. I think we've been working with Mr. Conley. Like, as I said, over the last few years, we've trimmed that number down based on the spending. It doesn't justify it. In theory, if we had a big one that outstripped these, we'd probably be looking for some sort of reserve fund transfer if we had a real issue, but we've tried to preserve our ability to have a little bit in the budget for those kind of, I say, typical but not anticipated expenditures that come along.
Do you think you spent 5,000 in '25?
No, sir.
So you're just putting this number in the same as the previous year, but you don't know what you'll spend this year.
Correct. And like I said, I think if you would compare this line item to a 22 or a 23 budgeted, we've cut this in half. It used to be I think it was 10,000 in 23. I can't remember the exact year off the top of my head, but
Well, it shows on the budget book is 0 for those 2 years, or maybe it was someplace else.
those are actuals. Those are spent, not appropriated.
Actual, I get it. Look at Public Health Services.
Yep.
53001, 22 actual, 0, 23, 0.
Yeah, in 22 and 23, I believe we were budgeted $10,000 in that line item.
Right, so actually spent nothing, that's.
Correct, and we've been trying to trim that down, but again, we still feel like we do encounter things that happen during the year that we would traditionally
Yeah,
have
right,
had.
24, you had $1,800.
Yep.
So, again, how do you justify 5,000?
Things come up. We board houses. We don't know when those things come up. We don't know when we have, those sorts of public health needs. And traditionally,
As long as I've sat here, I've always tried to support all the budget items and budget as presented. But this looks to me like we're just putting numbers in here for the sake of putting numbers in. You're not justifying the $5,000 expense based on history. So, I can leave it to our friends at the FinCom to beat you up on that, but I'm suggesting that I don't think it's appropriate to put it in the budget, just to have funds in the budget.
That's the will
Right,
of
you
the board.
can't anticipate.
I know
what
right now
hoarding
we
you're
have
gonna
2 or 3
find.
homes. We have 2 or 3 homes out there right now that we're working on that we have expenses associated with those homes.
Okay, so you have some history.
Yeah.
Or you
Again,
anticipate.
I understand where you're at. We've never spent 5,000. We've never spent that sort of money.
Okay. Anyone else? Questions?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, and if we speak of the public health service, and I think it involves more than boarding homes. There's a lot of things in there more than just. Maybe.
Yeah, I'm happy to defer to Frank. I think Mr.
elaborate on
Giacalone
that a little
would be able
more.
to get into more detail, but Frank.
At the mic, Frank.
Rodents and stuff like that.
That line item.
Frank, introduce yourself for the folks at home.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Frank Giacalone. I am the Director of Public Health for the town of Danvers.
Thank you, welcome.
That line item, it's hard to put a number on what to anticipate is going to happen for the upcoming year. And as Aaron had said, boarding up homes. We have used some money, as you see, it went from 0 to, what was, 1,800. We had an instance that we did have to get a locksmith out and board up a home that was condemned on Patricia Ave. We also use that this upcoming year, we're going to be testing the waters to see why the bacterial count is high every summer. So that's a line item that we would charge the testing to. So things of that nature. If we had to go out and actually, under the sanitary code, if there is a nuisance out there, it's up to the Board of Health that we can either tear down a building, secure a building, and continue from that. So by eliminating that line item, it's going to tie my hands that I can't, if someone says, well, we have a problem out there, I said, well, it's not in the budget. So it's very hard to just determine a finite number for that. But I have to say that it was up to $10,000, and we have reduced it down to $5,000. And I think that's a manageable number for the what-ifs. What's going to come up? What do we need to do? So that's a line item that I strongly feel should be there. And we can justify it just by saying, we don't know what's going to come up. And even, we went through the pandemic. And I'm surprised that it's not reflected here, but the state picked up a lot of the costs for that. But if we had to go out and do something, that's a line that we would take the funds from.
Thank you. Mike?
And
Oh, sorry. Go
yeah,
ahead.
sorry, I wasn't done. And full disclosure, I'm a former member of the Board of Health, so this is kind of a soft spot for me. And public health is one of those, I always think of it as 3-4 Ps: protect, prevent, and promote. We never know what's going to happen before we take actions. So it's like paying for insurance, something that you pay for and you hope you never have to use. That's the example that I like to give. So by eliminating this just because we didn't use it the previous year could be detrimental in case we need it. Anything in this, but I think most things except fix, paying for the building, the telephone, we are hoping that we never have to do anything. But in reality, we know that's never going to happen. There's always going to be issues. There's always going to be nuisance calls. If next year, summer, the water is perfect, then we don't need to test it, or we only test it once. But if we're having issues, we might have to test it every other week. So I will hope that the board support that line item. Question about environmental services. Why did it decrease by 50%?
I missed that.
The environmental services budget decreased by 50%.
So we have previously been budgeted 10,000, and we trimmed that this year to 5. This is along the same lines as we just spoke, that Mr. Bennett was raising. Just knowing that things are getting a little tighter on the expense side and trying to look at actuals versus our anticipated funds, it became difficult to justify the 10, knowing that we all had to make some cuts this year on the expense side to balance the wages out.
And I would just second again, as you mentioned, Dee, the goal is to not spend either one. Theoretically, you don't have to spend any of that money, and then we'd all be better off. But again, in trying to get to a balanced budget and looking at past utilization, we made a reduction there. Again, public health services, the same thing. I mean, based on the actuals of the past 3 years, 5,000 maybe seemed too much. If we spent 7,500 next year, then 5,000 seems reasonable the year before. Again, it's how much do we want to hedge against the potential need versus how much do we want to.
How much we have.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a balancing act across the divisions, yeah.
Okay. And the training services, why was that eliminated?
I don't even remember what year that was zeroed out. That was several years ago. I think that the last actual you see is in 22, $200 charge. To me, that feels like maybe something that we did that we coded to that expense. But again, because that line item had been so infrequently used, that was zeroed out a number of years ago. I'd have to do a little bit of digging to get you the exact answer of when that was zeroed.
But Aaron, between conferences, dues and memberships,
Right.
et cetera, in terms of actual
Yeah.
training of staff, we have funds
We still have
available.
all the professional development stuff in the conferences and tools and equipment line.
Okay, I feel better
Yeah,
about that.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Thank you, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Maureen?
You're almost set.
Is that Mike? All set?
I just was going to say, I, with the health inspector and said, it seems reasonable to have that there, whether you spend it, at least it's there. I think out in the street, when you need some money, it can go pretty quick, pretty fast, so I'm okay that they have it there.
I'm happy that they can justify it. I just,
Okay.
questions are questions.
Yeah, thank you.
We appreciate it.
Bill Bradstreet?
Bill Bradstreet, town meeting member, precinct 1. Is this a budget where it's gone up and down? Is that something that it might fall under an enterprise fund, is it? So that if you put a certain amount in year by year, if you use it, it just builds up to the point where it's something unusual happens, it's there, and you can continue with a smaller amount along the line, or is that, am I asking this at the wrong time?
It's always the right time for a question.
All right.
The answer is, Rodney,
All
you
right.
want to?
Yeah, I mean, it really would, enterprise funds are really, they're user-generated costs and revenue to offset it. In terms of putting away, seed money for an emergency public health expense, I mean, it's something you could do, but I just as soon keep a small amount each year. And if we did have that big ballooning cost, like you said, obviously we'd be looking at a transfer or a FinCom reserve transfer, but.
I could see putting a small amount each year. It's like buying insurance, hoping you don't use it, but it's there because it's slowly built itself up. My opinion. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, next department.
Next, we have planning and economic development. Operating expense reduction, again, as Aaron mentioned on one of the other line items, trading services was reduced based on historical actuals and a need to balance the overall budget. Happy to take any questions.
Dee, any questions?
No questions, thank you.
Maureen?
No, everything lines up, looks good.
All right. Mike?
No questions, thank you.
Audience? Move on, please.
Next, we have senior and social services. You'll see salary and wages reduction, again, like IT. Matt Mitchell did not take a pay cut this year. However, we did have some turnover, Matt Mitchell being one of them, who came in lower than their previous counterpart. So that's why you see a reduction in the salary and wages. In terms of the operating, the only increase is $2,500 for office supplies, and that's related to printing costs of the very popular newsletter provided by the Senior Center. And they're happy to answer questions on that one as well.
If I may, back on page 23, Land Use Community Services, there's a line item, senior, for $349,000. And then on page 27, we have an additional senior and social services. Why the two? What's the difference? Are they both the same?
Yep, they are, but let me just confirm it.
Rodney, I think it's the breakdown between salary and wages and operating expenses by division.
Yeah, so on page 23, what you see is a roll-up of all the divisions that make up land use and community services. The top half is their salary and wages line. The second half is their operating expenses. So yes, to answer your question, page 23 is just a roll-up summary of all these
Just,
divisions.
it mirrors.
Exactly.
Okay, it's not an additional, it's
No, it's
just
not. No.
one and the same. Okay, thank you. That makes sense. Questions on senior and social services, Maureen?
I'm all set.
Okay, Mike?
No, thank you.
Dee?
No, thank you.
Audience? Next?
And finally, for this group of land use community service, we have veteran services. Pretty much, it's a level-funded operating budget, contractually obligated salary increases. And Kelly is here to answer any questions.
So my question was the same as before, but you already answered it. It's in two places. Mike, any questions? Veteran services?
No questions. Awesome job on the ceremony. I went to a couple of them a few times down at Glen Magna and whatnot, but other than that, thank you.
Maureen?
No, I'm all set.
D?
Thank you.
Comment, and I spoke of this in an earlier section, the fitness club membership. If that's something that I think we can look at here as well. I think those are expenses that we can have covered by our health insurance. And they actually can even have you just sign up for some of those things online, where you don't have to even go to a gym. You can sign up to like a club or something, and the insurance will reimburse for that, and that will cover it. So.
And Kelly, this is your third year as a full-time veterans person? Fourth year. Goes fast, doesn't it? Well, thank you for the work you do for our veterans. It's much appreciated. Questions, audience? Yes?
Bill Bates, Town Meeting Member, Precinct 4. Just a comment, land use and community services coming in at a 1.94% increase. Just fantastic for the amount of work they do, and hats off to Mr. Henry and his department.
Thank you. One more?
I think if the board's ready to take a vote on these, and then
Recreation
to
is
stand
separate?
alone. Yep.
Okay, thank you. So we've got to vote on the last land use, community services,
I will make the
health,
motion.
planning, senior, social services, and veterans.
Yep, so I'll make the motion to move the budget along and approve for the land use and community services, inspectional health, planning, senior, and social veteran services.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, opposed, none. Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you. And next, we have our recreation budget.
Thanks, have a good day.
Again, a pretty level budget. Operating expenses decreasing slightly, mostly based on our fuel estimates. And we have Aaron Henry's available. Dave Mountain is here as well to answer any questions we may have on recreation.
Questions, Maureen?
No, everything looks great. Thank you for keeping that number down.
Mike?
No questions, thank you.
D?
No question. I think the REC does a good job, so thank you.
Question, Endicott Park maintenance, how does that come under recreation?
And, David, if you want to, Endicott Park runs as a division. It's called the Natural Resources Division. That's headed by Mr. Sanborn. That's a division of Recreation. So their expenses are folded into this budget.
So there's recreation activities at Endicott Park with students participating?
Yep, I'm not sure if I'm fully understanding. Mr. Conley, did you want to jump in?
Well, I'm not too sure I understand the line item.
The Endicott Park maintenance?
Yeah, I mean, is it recreation?
These are-
It's under recreation.
It's the recreation. So
David,
again, the
but I mean, these are
recreation.
sorry.
So the recreation department's composed of the standard recreation programming as well as Endicott Park and the harbor. So this funding, this is the operating budget for Endicott Park as well. Endicott Park isn't a separate department.
It's not, so the Endicott Park is under recreation.
Correct, yes.
Including Mr. Sanborn and others.
Absolutely.
Because don't they do like the snake camp and little lizards and all that?
Yeah, so some of that, again,
Yeah,
to
that's
the point
part
that's
of it.
tied into rec, so like those camps that we talk about where kids are paying user fees to support the programs, those do come out, again, out of rec revolving because natural resources is part of recreation.
Okay, so all of the Endicott Park costs are in this department?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Mike?
So, on the same line, Endicott Park maintenance, I mean, it seems like it would be a low number. Like, is this taking care of all everything to do with Endicott Park? I'm probably just not understanding.
David Mountain, Recreation Director. Through you, Mr. Chair. It's actually much more than Endicott Park. Our staff maintains Endicott Park, also maintains the rail trail and approximately 360 acres of open space in town. And that is the operation cost for that. The other line item you'll see on there is maintenance of the barn. That's a separate line item that maintains the animals in the children's barn. But all of the expenses, since the division was created, go back 40, 50 years, Endicott Park expenses has been under recreation.
All right, thank you.
There are some costs that are absorbed as part of rec revolving too. So to your point, we can't maintain all of Endicott Park with $25,000. Some of that, again, is part of the rec revolving process as well.
Right.
So who maintains spots in town like on Center Street, the old Parsonage Foundation?
With the revolution.
Yeah, that is under Public Works. If you would like an
Okay.
example of the open spaces of those 365, with Proctor Farm, College Pond, Ferncroft, Ipswich River, Canoe Launch, Town Forest, Rail Trail, Choate Farm, LaBelle's Grove, Rocky Hill, Greenleaf Drive, open space. Those are really the active maintenance areas we maintain. There are much more other spaces that we don't maintain, and then there are spaces that Public Works maintains.
Okay, good, thank you.
Can I just say something? I love Endicott Park. I mean, it's.
Oh, we all do.
It's a gem. I mean, and can I just make a request? Can the cow have another cow? I mean,
They
the
eat a
barn-
lot of hay.
I know. Just add a little number. I know, let's add in a cow. But really, Dave, you do a good job with the park, and I do see the rangers there and all the upkeep, and I think a lot, Dan, I mean, a lot of fundraising goes on there.
Oh, yeah.
Goes on to that. And
Well, the
just-
Friends raise a lot of money.
Friends Yeah.
The Friends of Endicott Park have contributed over $400,000 to the park on the
Wonderful.
operations and improvements the last several years, so
Are
they're
people-
very active.
Yeah, are people paying, like, the fees to come in, like, out-of-town residents, do you think, or they just drive
So-
through? I'm just curious, being
This
nosy.
is the fees for Endicott Park. Weekends and holidays, $2 for residents, $4 for non-residents.
Mm-hmm.
You pay at the Iron Ranger at the gate there. That's collected, revenue is collected, put into the town's funds. We also do rentals. We had over 200,000 people attend the park this past year. We collected approximately $60,000 in rentals that go back to the town that offset the cost to operate the park. So that's kind of like the big picture if you want to look at the whole scope of how the park works. But parking fees, weekends, holidays, and large group community rentals.
We do a great job, continue doing what you're doing, thank you.
Thank you.
Dee?
No
All set,
question,
all
thank
set?
you.
Audience, Bill in the back?
Bill Bradstreet, town meeting member. Is it recreation or forestry? On occasion, my wife and I will go down to Pope's Landing to watch the tide go in and out and have a cup of coffee. During the season when the trees should have leaves on them, some of them are covered with dead branches, some not. My question is, who's responsible for either trimming the dead branches, removing the trees, or seeing that a reasonably sized, and I don't mean a twig, being planted where they are, so that park is welcoming not only to the residents of Down, but those who might come in because they've heard about how welcoming we are here. And also, at the same time, I'd like to see a pine tree or evergreen down there that could be decorated seasonally with a solar panel and appropriate lights, so that can be appreciated seasonally. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody want, David?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Bradstreet, and we've talked briefly about this before. When Mr. Bradstreet brought this to our attention, we were aware of it last year. I've spoken to the Forestry and Grounds Division. They're actually maintaining those trees. They planted new trees there. The original trees that were there were diseased, and we had to replace. The new trees that were planted, due to some overtides and the salting, the trees did not take. So they are aware of that, and there is also a plan in the future to replace those trees, but it takes time. And it is a very volatile situation based on being close to the water and the past disease that we've had for 2 different trees that we've planted there.
Thank you. Anyone else? It's the will of the board.
Okay, so we will move to approve the land use and community services for recreation as presented.
Is there a second?
Second.
Discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you, David, Aaron, everybody. Thanks for coming today.
Yeah. Thank you.
You don't have to sneak.
Grab some food.
Have a good day.
Get the big one. Save the best for last.
Take all you want.
Moving right along.
Have a good day.
Doesn't matter, my hair.
You're in trouble. I'm just going to ask random, out of the crazy questions.
Public Works, I think we're going to go 20.
All right.
All right, Mr. Manager?
All right, so from one large group to another large group, we have our Public Works family here in attendance now. We have Acting DPW Director Rob Dever, Town Engineer Stephen King, Clint Allen, our Electric Director, his Engineering Jason Small, and our Business Manager Angelica Medina, all able to answer our questions. Stephen King's going to lead and fill the Dave Lane role this year as the showman, and we're happy to answer the questions.
Hi, sorry.
Good, Dave.
Oh, this is
Stephen. Yeah.
3 pages.
Yes. So the salary and wages increase primarily driven by contractual obligation. Oh, no, hold on.
Contractual, yeah. Well, this is.
We have contractual obligations. You'll see some notable increases. The largest, I think, dollar one will be related to cleaning services. That's our contract cleaning. The operating budget also includes some new funding, one for flashing beacons, and the other, as we talked about earlier, consolidated pest control. So again, there's a lot of lines in there that have some ups and downs, and we're happy to answer any questions you may have on the Public Works tax-supported budget to start.
Mike?
Public Works. I'm a little disorientated at the moment. I don't know if Dee has anything right
Want
this
me to
second.
go skip you for a minute?
Please, yes.
Please, all right. He's trying to catch up. Dee?
Yes. So, and I asked this question of the fire chief earlier, and I just want to know if this is the same concept, out of range.
Correct, yes.
What is that?
So the outer range is typically when we have outer range grade union employees moving up because of a certain refill position or someone's on vacation that they have to take over at a higher level. So we use that differential to pay for that increase for that time.
Okay, so it's the same concept. Thank you. That was all new to me. The gas heating, the gas and heating went down about 17%. Is it just out of, do we know why?
Yes. So yes, you're seeing about a 17% reduction. That's one of the items that we typically do a 5-year average, looking back at our utility usage, multiplied by the therms that we typically use on an average year, based on what we've seen for the previous pricing, and also using U.S. Energy Information Administration website. That's how we calculate what we're potentially going to see for utility bills in the next fiscal year.
Okay, and because at the same time the heating repair went up. So,
Yeah, so to talk about heating repair, that's an item for specific mechanical components.
that's
not utility bills, that's mechanical components that need to be replaced or repaired over the year.
see. What is driving the increase in the hazardous waste removal?
That is a contractual obligation that we pay for hazardous waste removal. So based on the contract that we've signed, based on our public bid, that's the price that we see in the next fiscal year. So that encompasses both our street division and also our fleet equipment. So any hazardous waste removal from solvents to oils to land waste, we hire a separate company to come in and remove those from the DPW yard or the transfer station.
So they're just increasing their prices?
Yes.
Wow, that's a lot.
It is.
41%. And then the pest control, that was my question, but I think that was answered on the previous one. The last question I have is when we talk about weather services, which also is seeing an increase, what are we referring to?
So those are the weather services that we use for helping us track winter storms.
So we have our own?
We hire out a company that we can call in and say, what are you seeing for a particular winter storm based on prediction versus just using our typical Channel 5 or 4 news. we have a separate service that we call in, and they help us track what the storm may or may be by the time it arrives at the Danvers front door.
Do you think we need it?
I think
because from my phone, I can use my cell phone and be like, I can tell you what's going to happen between now and tomorrow. So when I look at it, I'm like, I didn't know Danvers had its own weather person.
Yeah, if when you get right down to the snowplow budget, and 2 hours can make a huge impact on a snowstorm and the price we pay. So with the advanced and the direct weather service that we get for the community, it's based on being in Danvers. They look at it. We can call. We know it's going to change over. We'll start the salting. We can be done 2 hours early, or we can predict when we call the people in. And it actually, one storm could pay for that service.
Wow. So, and from your experience, do you think, I mean, it's not a big cost. I'm just curious, is it worth it? And you've seen
It helps, because they're available 24/7, and we do call them throughout the storm. And when we see a lag in the snow, we'll be like, is this over? Would you see anything else? Sometimes with the ocean, it swings back around, it just stays circling, and they can give us that information on the spot.
Do we have any stipulation in the contract that if they give us wrong information, that they reimburse us for that?
I would gladly take some of that. They do the best they can. They're not always correct, but they do. One storm
could make a big difference.
Could pay for their prediction on one storm could pay for the whole weather service and savings.
Okay, thank you. No further questions. Thank you.
Is the weather service you use run by the federal government? Oh, it's a serious question.
They do use enough. They all. All the satellites and all that, the snow and all of those things. Those are factors. The company we use is Precision Weather.
Okay, thank you.
Private company.
You ready, Mike?
Sure. We're at Public Works, right?
Want me to go
Yes.
ahead of him?
We're in Town Hall right now, right? So this year, did we lowball our snowplow budget, or were we?
Again, that's one of the predictors that we have to use averages on. So again, that's a 5-year average based on what we historically have seen over the past 5 years. We haven't seen the same amount of snow that we saw this year. So that's typically been our standard operating procedures to be able to predict what we're going to need for a snow and ice budget for the following fiscal year. Obviously, when we move forward in 26 and 27, this year will actually come into the fray, and we'll obviously have to increase our snow and ice budget based on the averages increasing.
Mike, can I follow up on your
Yes,
question?
yes.
Why don't you take 6 years, 7 years, throw out the low and throw out the high?
We've also done that as well, because when we had those very high predictable storms,
Yeah, but-
that was also severely increasing the budget. So if we do see outliers, we will look at that and see, is that one really a good indicator, predictor of what we're going to see for the next year? If it's not, if it's out of the norm, we can safely take it out of the equation.
Thank you. I'm sorry, Mike, go ahead.
No, it's okay. And then I know that over the years, it's changed the way, you do pre-salting and all that stuff now too, right? Which we didn't do 20 years ago, right?
Right.
So there's a lot more going on with that budget by
Very
itself.
intricate operation for snow and ice removal this time of year.
Right. All right, there was still a little off here. I think it was something in my lunch.
Need a cookie?
I had a big brownie, and it didn't work out. Let's see, contract cleaning, did Dee just ask this question? Am I asking this again? Contract cleaning?
Nope, that's,
It's new.
What are we
Good
cleaning?
question.
What are we cleaning? That's a lot of money.
that is contract cleaning for all of our town and school buildings.
Oh, okay, good. That makes sense then. All right. And what's the one above it there? It says, oh, it's recycling. That's just our recycling budget. Okay. No, just a lot of big numbers, but big expenses too, so, okay, thank you.
Maureen?
I think you guys have done a great job this year. Stephen, you did, you and your group, you did really good. The number's good. Grants, do we get any grants? Have you seen or more grants coming? I mean, state aid's going to be a little tight this year, but.
Yeah, so two in particular that I'm heavily involved in are we got a grant for ADA accessibility improvements. So we were just, I think, received the funds in the last month. So we predicted, well, actually, we looked ahead. We gave them some areas where there's inaccessible routes. We said we'd like to improve these, so we're actually going to use those funds that we just received to improve those routes along walking paths in environmental justice communities. We also just put in for another grant for water treatment for PFAS removal. We're waiting to hear back from that. I believe we should hear a response this week. That's a $400,000 grant to help us potentially move a design forward on improving or enhancing our water treatment for PFAS at our wells. And then we also received a state road grant program for any state road that we have in town, even though we own it. We get additional funds for making pavement improvements. So we also received a grant for that, which will be into the mix for FY26 on the state calendar.
Good, yeah, and thank you for, filling a lot of those potholes, too. Thank you. No, you guys done a great job. Number looks good. I'm all set. I think they did a great job.
Thank you. Stephen, the fertilization program's up 25%. Can you speak to that?
Sure.
You want the number?
Yep, nope, I have it. So you're going to see an increase by 24%, roughly $10,000. That's for liquid and granular applications of one time per field, and that's based on the cost per acre. So if you look at our 31 fields that we treat and we maintain contractually with our program and the materials and the labor, that's the increase in cost for that work.
The flashing beacons, what line item is that specifically?
DTAC supplies.
That's why that's up to $23,000 for flashing beacons, correct?
Correct.
Cover how many beacons?
One pair.
One pair?
Yep, they're about 9,000 each.
Okay, thank you. Question I asked of Endicott Park, but they turned me over to you. On Center Street, the foundation from the parish house, who maintains that?
I believe DPW, Forestry and Grounds will maintain that area.
Had a number of complaints about lack of maintenance over the last year or two on that site.
I did receive a call. I did go and visit that site and then saw that the grass was pretty high at that point, right around the fall time. So I did, reach out to Forestry and Grounds to see if they could mow that down a little bit.
So,
But again, it's not every month.
No, I understand, but are we maintaining it on some type of regular
Yep.
basis?
Yep.
And I don't expect you to rebuild the foundation, but.
So it's a
Okay,
walkable
good.
path inside, correct?
Okay,
Yeah,
good, all right.
absolutely.
When needed.
When needed, okay. Is there other areas in town like that needs attention? Until, you don't know unless somebody. Okay, thank you. Anyone in the audience? Public Works, Bill? No, Bill number 2. You're number 2.
Number 2. Got worse. Number 1 as far as my mom was concerned. Anyway, Bill Bates, Town Meeting Member, Precinct 4. I'm so excited with the DTAC supplies line going up. That is for the beacons, rapid flashing beacons. It's a safety tool that I think is really going to help the people at the Maple Street and Burley Ave area. Trying to get across Route 62 is just a nightmare. I would like to say that we need to, and perhaps we'll do this at FinCom or whatever, this is only one set. There's got to be other crosswalks in town that would benefit from this type of safety device, so I hope we can be thinking forward.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, the goal, that's why originally I thought was, should this be a warrant article? And I think knowing that there might be several of these that we need long-term was to put in the operating budget, so we could, again, it may just be one a year, but at least we could start to go down the list and prioritize and put some in.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. And I'm embarrassed to give you a hard time now, but I brought up earlier, Smith School I'm a town meeting member up there, and I got neighbors calling me and saying, it's lit up like a Christmas tree, even at 2 in the morning. Can't we do better? And then I got to be honest with you, at 3 in the morning, vacation week, you guys are plowing the Smith School. And it's beep, beep, beep at 3 a.m. again, it was vacation week. I got to understand you're going to say you got to get the school ready, but it was vacation week. Is there any way that we could turn off those beepers if we know that there's nobody around at 3 a.m. at Smith School that you're going to back over? Not allowed. All right, just please try to help us with that.
Anyone else? Bill?
Again, Bill Bradstreet, I know you talked about the pavement improvement. The town has a list of all of the potholes. It's kind of hard going around them. I try to go over them. My tires don't reach. I know in different areas of town, the streets have had a lot of work done on them. Is there a specific time or someone who is going to be paying for those? Locust Street's one example. There are other streets in town that I can't be the only one is concerned because of, I don't want to pay for a front-end alignment or a blown tire. Might be the exception, but there are areas in town that need work. Is that all going to wait until a certain season starts? And who gets to pay for that, please?
So I've seen a number of areas that have been patched in the last few days.
Yes.
So probably it's, as it warms up, they'll be able to get to them, but somebody want to speak to the process of the program going on?
Yeah, sure, Mr. Chairman. I mean, specifically for potholes in localized areas that there haven't been any contractors in, if we ride around or get a work order in, we, at the time when the weather presents itself, we'll go out there and make the repairs to the pothole. We obviously had a lot of contractors working on a lot of streets last year. Some of their trenches, have settled over the winter, which naturally occurs. If there was an issue with one of those, we'd expect if we get that complaint through town hall, and we go out and inspect it and we see it's one of the contractor's trenches, we would then move that on to the contractor to repair or make the insurance correct for the whoever the driver was that hit the pothole.
Okay. Anyone else? All set, Bill? Yep. What's the will of the board on Public Works, or are we doing all these all together?
We can do the Public Works tax supported first.
Thank you.
Yep.
So I will move to move as presented the Public Works for approval.
Do a second?
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. Moving into our enterprise funds, first we have the water enterprise budget.
Let me comment. Thank you for putting the font in something I can read. The rest of the departments don't know how to do that.
You're welcome.
So salary and wages, again, increase related to contractual obligations. We also have an increased need for overtime, which Stephen can walk us through. Operating increase driven by sludge removal and chemicals, with both are seeing increases this year. And debt increase is driven by, we sold about $3.7 million in debt that was already authorized that we issued last year. So seeing that phased into the debt service. Again, water and sewer benefit from having aggressive declining debt services. So while we see the spike in year one, it'll be declining over the next 15 years. And capital outlay, they have overall capital outlay. We probably should have touched on that too, if we want to do capital outlay, but or we can do it at the end. But one of the pieces is a sweeper that's being split between the general fund, water, and sewer. So that's the bulk of the capital outlay for water.
Do you want to go through the whole
Stephen,
capital
I
outlay?
take back my comments. You still have small font. It's the electric division that knows how to do it. My apologies.
Bigger printers.
They don't want us to use lights, that's why.
I'm sorry, Stephen.
Yeah, do you want to take a step back and we'll just do capital outlay real quick?
If-
For all the
yeah.
divisions? Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you want to just walk through DPW
Yeah.
capital outlay?
Yeah, no problem. So for
What page
DPW,
is that?
Page,
47.
Thank you.
Bless you. For DPW, we have 2 vehicles in the street division that we're replacing. As Rodney just mentioned, the sweeper, which is getting split between tax, water, and sewer. We also have a 1-ton dump and plow that's being replaced. In the grounds division, we have 3 pieces of equipment. We have a 3/4-ton pickup with a plow, leaf vacuum, and snow removal attachment for one of our mowers, so it's combo mower and snow blower. For the buildings, we have a van with a aerial bucket lift as well, presented for the capital on the tax-supported side. And then
Questions? Mike?
It says the one-ton van with the aerial bucket is 50,000.
yes, that's correct.
That's a new vehicle?
That is, we're looking at a potential, it's a great question. So we're looking at different options for actually replacing that, whether we're going to go utility body or a van with the bucket. We're calling it a van for now, based on what the potential use would be for this position that uses this vehicle. Also looking at options to potentially get a pre-owned vehicle as well, not a brand new one.
Okay. Yeah, I
Worst
would-
case, Mike, we may be coming back looking for the bucket part next year. So.
Yeah, I was going to say, the bucket must be 20 grand by itself, right? Okay.
We actually have a potential vehicle that we can actually. We actually have a potential vehicle within the buildings division. It's a dually truck that can hold a bucket on it. And this comes down to the needs for our electrician. And there's also a van part of that. So if we can buy the body and the lift and put it on this dual truck, we can actually save a lot of money than buying one straight up.
Yeah, okay. All right. Are we just talking about capital outlay right this
Right.
second? Yeah, no, I'm all set then, thank you.
Maureen?
No, we talked about the police vehicles and the recreation, the loader, we know about that. What's turnout gear? What is that?
That's the fire uniform, the turnout gear.
Oh, the gear
We
that
spoke.
they wear, okay. And I guess just a comment, and maybe I don't know what I'm talking about, because I'm a girl and about vehicles, but when you buy attachments and things like that, we're making sure we're not wasting money that, they're fitting on our existing vehicles, right? Anything to do with,
Oh, correct, yeah,
right?
absolutely.
Yeah, because
Yep.
I know that, I've heard in the past that wasn't being done.
Our
So
fleet-
I just want to make sure moving forward that the attachments and anything we buy is going to be universal, if you want to quote unquote, for lack of a better word, be on the vehicles or the equipment that we have, instead of just having it sit there and not use it anymore. Right?
Correct, absolutely.
Okay, great, thank you.
D?
Quick question. Are these vehicles net new or the replacement?
These are replacements. So we have existing vehicles and we're replacing them based on our vehicle replacement policy.
And are we selling the ones we have now, and then that will offset some of these costs, or that has already taken into account?
That has not been taken into account, but we do want, because we don't want to, we'd like to know the known number, so if there's options, so we can either salvage, resell, or turn in for cost changeover, depending on what they give us for a price on the vehicle we want to switch it with. So there's a couple options. We don't know the exact number what we'll get depending, but we'll take the best option that we have received and use that towards funds for the vehicle replacement.
Okay, so these numbers are not taking into account what we
Correct.
have now.
Correct.
And once this moves forwards, then you have that
There could be
option
some
of
price
choosing.
fluctuations where we could spend less because we got a good number for a trade-in.
Okay, thank you. That's all said.
All set? Okay.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, if I can walk through that capital slide. So what we'd be looking for is a vote on the overall general fund capital outlay, which is the public works that Stephen just walked us through, the police cruisers we talked about, fire turnout gear and prevention vehicles, and recreation has a mini track loader. So that would be the action before you this afternoon. Water and sewer have some items that are in their operating budget, and schools, their bus will be a warrant article that we'll talk about in early April. So right now, we'd be looking for the $843,000 general fund capital outlay budget to be approved.
843,000. Any questions from the audience? Yes, Bill?
Bill Bradstreet, Town Meeting Member, Precinct 1. When it comes to replacing or a vehicle, some of the vehicles that we want to replace, aren't the older vehicles useful? They could be used by one of the other divisions so that they have another piece of equipment. So they might have a spare, or they could put two out on a job rather than one and struggle.
Anybody want to respond to that?
Yeah, I would say that has to be on a case-by-case basis, Mr. Chairman, through you. Obviously, we have to make sure that we have enough drivers for the fleet. So we have a lot, as you just mentioned, if we're having vehicles that are not being used because we don't have drivers or we have too much fleet, that's just additional maintenance that we need to pay on those vehicles. So we try to keep it a 1-for-1 ratio.
Okay, thanks. Anybody else? So,
Mr.
yes,
Chairman,
please.
yeah, the mini truck loader, what is that and what are we using that for?
That's going to be for natural resources over at Endicott Park. That's basically essentially like a bobcat.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a track, so it doesn't, not wheels, so it doesn't disturb the grass.
The grass.
It's a small one that can get into a lot of different places in the trail. So it can be a useful tool for them.
Okay, so we're going to vote on $843,000 as presented. Is that correct?
Correct, Mr. Chairman.
May I have a motion,
I'll have a
please?
motion to approve the $843,000 capital outlay as presented for approval.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
All right. Oop, hold on, what did I just do? Look, Nick, I finally put you to work. Moving back to water, again, I kind of walked through the highlights, but again, salary, wages, related contractual obligations, and an uptick in overtime needs. Operating increases driven by our new sludge removal contract, as well as chemical treatment. And then debt, as I mentioned, a recent bond sale for some water distribution improvements. We're happy to answer any questions or anything in particular, Stephen, that you wanted to add, but.
Yes, so I think you had mentioned earlier there was an uptick in overtime on the water side. And that's essentially because we have a retirement coming up, and we're also going to have to do some additional training for whoever the new hire is. Typically, we don't see someone coming in with the correct treatment licenses right away, and then we want to put those people on first shift. So we have run 2 shifts at our water treatment plant, so that second shift needs to be covered by another operator, in the time being until we get someone trained to come in and fill in that second shift. So that's why we're accounting for the slight uptick in overtime for next fiscal year.
Okay. Questions, Maureen?
I'm kind of just looking through it again. Can you?
Do you have any?
Yeah, not a big expense, but just an outlier here. Out-of-state travel. That's on page 38. 1,021.25% increase, even though it's not a big number. Do we?
Yeah, so out-of-state travel is essentially travel for any of the conferences that our water treatment plant manager or lab technician go to. We basically go ahead, we find out where the next event for the water annual conference is. We back calculate what the travel expenses are going to be, and that's what it encompasses for the year, based on the location.
Okay. So that, and you don't have a section for conferences and?
We do have another section for conferences. That's typically for in-state and most of our, I would say, distribution operators or treatment operators. So not necessarily our treatment plant manager or lab technician or myself would use the out-of-state. Laborers and operators would use the conferences. They pretty much stay in-state for a lot of those technical seminars and conferences for their continuing education credits.
Okay. Thank you. That's it.
All right, I have a question. With regard to, Stephen, chemicals, the treatments, do we get any, grants for that, from EPA or anything, state, to help with those, offset those costs?
We do not. And what we do, chemicals for the water treatment plant are purchased through a consortium.
Okay. So
So it's a community BOP process where every water supplier kind of builds in, and then we go out for one general bid or contract. So most of the suppliers know that they'd be supplying their materials or chemicals to 10 to 15 different water suppliers within the county area. So those are similarly the best prices we typically get is through that consortium bid. Now, we're also going to see some of those chemicals can come from out of state, out of the country or internationally. So we have to account for any surplus charges for transportation and/or chemical costs that increase because the materials are coming from out of the country.
And what, if you can just touch upon the health insurance opt-out, what is that? On page 38.
Sure, so that would be, we have an opt-out program, so if you're able to get health insurance, if you're currently on our plan,
Okay.
and you're willing to opt out and go on your spouse's plan or whatever it may be, then we offer the opportunity, essentially, we pay you to get off our health insurance because it
Okay.
benefits us
It does
from a
help
bottom line
us, yeah.
perspective. Yep.
Okay, and that's utilized a lot, it looks like.
Yeah.
And then sludge removal, talk about that a little bit.
Sure,
I
that's.
know we have to remove it, right? But,
Yeah, so that's residuals handling from our water treatment plant or our wells when they're running. We previously had a bid with some favorable numbers in our favor because of the operations that the small business ran. We went out to bid because they went out of business. With the numbers that we got back and the volume that we're taking to the South Essex Sewage District for residual handling, we're just seeing an increased cost. So based on the contractual obligations for the bid and what we're predicting for the volume that will go to South Essex Sewage District, this is the number that we came up with.
okay, and I saw like contractor trucks cleaning out the manholes in a neighborhood, right? That was
Correct.
pretty good. They did a good job. I gotta, that's a company that we hire, right, to do that.
Yeah, we do it both for our stormwater system and our
Stormwater.
sewer system. Yeah,
Okay,
two
good,
separate
yeah.
processes, but similarly, they are similar.
Yeah, they're very, very courteous too, and very nice and accommodating to the residents. So good job picking them.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Just a point of clarification, Mr. Chairman. The health insurance, that's our total health insurance budget. I'm not sure why it says opt-out. That's probably a coding issue.
Yeah, that's
but
okay.
We are not paying $500,000 for people to opt out of
All
health
right,
insurance.
yeah. That's okay, thank you.
Mike?
Yes, please. Support services, what, is that subcontractors?
Nope, that's in-house support services. So for billing at the business office through Angelica's staff, when we have support services covering for entering POs or water utility billing or sewer billings, we cover that through the two borough staff. So if someone may be split electric and sewer and water in the office, that's covered through support services.
It also covers their contribution towards accounting, HR, management, et cetera, as well. So water, sewer, and electric pay support services because they utilize the same resources that the taxpayers do.
Okay, that's a really big number.
Yeah,
Am
so
I looking
Most
at
of
the
it's
wrong?
the
I
staffing.
don't understand that.
Is it just, it's all staff?
So
Yeah.
so again, if you look at sewer, it's much lower. Water is, Angela, do you know how much is for actual staffing at the business office?
It covers two.
The dollar value?
So can you explain that again, what he asked?
Yep. So for water, it's twofold. So part of it, and Angelica's going to get the number, is for actual business office staff that help with the billing of the water and sewer bills. Support service also, and this is a page in the back of the budget every year, water, sewer, and electric, because they take advantage of our HR, town accounting, treasury, the town clerk's office. They pay a portion of those budgets.
So that's additional staffing?
No, it's
Nope,
paying
it's just
paying
paying.
into town hall.
Yeah, it's so the
for the use.
taxpayer doesn't have to pay
Yeah.
for the treasurer to manage water. The idea is that the water department pays their share
Okay.
of the treasurer's budget.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right, sorry. I need
Sorry
that
about that.
cookie now.
Rodney, the
Didn't
number
work
is
out for me.
228,000.
Anything else, Mike?
One other question, if you don't mind, it's a little offshoot, but we're still adding fluoride to water, right? Is there any discussion about that we do that, we do less, we don't take it out at all?
It's part of our treatment plant permit that we have through Mass DEP is to still use fluoride. So
They're not talking
until they
about
tell us
changing anything?
to not use it, or we put in an amendment to ask the request to not use it,
Yeah.
we have to supply that and put it in.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Well,
Thank you.
Thank you.
He has another question.
Dee, did you have a
Oh, no,
question?
did you say you put a request to not use it?
we'd have to talk to the Mass Department of Environmental Protection. They're the ones who, obviously, we have to go under their guidelines and regulations for water treatment based on our water surface quality. And that's part of our treatment process. You'd have to go through an amendment to your permit to change that. And then they would have to review it, and obviously,
I understand. What I'm saying is, are we actively trying not to use it?
no.
Okay.
No.
Okay. Because we still need some.
Yes, we
Kids
have to
need
use it.
fluoride. it's important. Okay.
Okay. Stephen, under electricity, down $105,000.
Yeah, so again, that's some of our, that's both between a mix of Danvers and Middleton Electric, because we have some of our facilities in Middleton. Based on the averages and what we've seen for kilowatt hours or what we've paid, that's what came up for our total number. Now, we haven't had one of our wells running, so that's a reduction in cost for the electricity. And then also we have another part of our ozone system at our water treatment plant that also is not running, which is a high energy user. So that's also a reduction in costs yearly.
Okay, all right, that makes sense. Printing forms, I assume that's the water bill.
Correct.
Does DPW pay a share because their trash fee is on that bill?
That's a great question. Do you? No, we do not pay a share.
No, it's
No,
not shared.
It's not shared.
Okay. Down to page 39, what is MWPAT? You want the line?
Yep, so that is a debt payment. One of our debt projects, and it very well predates me, Stephen, I'm not sure if you remember what project specifically that
Predates me.
references, but essentially through the Mass Clean Water Trust, sometimes a project may fit in a way that we can actually get a tremendous interest rate. I believe it's 2% if we run it through the Mass Clean Water Trust. So this was a project many years ago that we did fund it through that way versus a traditional borrowing where you'd be subject to whatever interest rate environment we're at the time. So
So the decrease is a factor of the
declining debt schedule.
declining
Yeah,
debt.
exactly.
Okay,
Yep.
all right, thank you. Anyone in the audience for water? No water? Okay. Take a separate vote on water, please.
You want a motion to approve the water
Yep.
budget as approved?
Yep.
Approval.
As
As-
presented.
As presented.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, thank you. Next.
Moving on to sewer. So this is the one budget that we do have a change from the packet that we sent you back on the 1st. We received a new packet on Friday. The corrected budget is on the website as well. And so if you took a hard copy off there, you'll notice that that number doesn't match the number you see on the screen. The reason behind that is there's one potential line item in all the budgets that could change late in the game after I've already finished the budget. And as luck would have it this year, that number did change, and that's the SESD proposed budget. We're part of the Southeastern Sewage District, Southern Essex Sewage District, and as such, we're assessed annually for our involvement in the operations, debt, capital, et cetera. Normally, we try to be conservative in that estimate, but we have some debt coming on this year, so we got the proposed final budget assessment last week, and it looked like it was higher than we had anticipated. So again, a slight increase of roughly $140,000 on what is a $4.5 million assessment, but we wanted to clean that up now while we can. So other than that, again, that is literally the bulk of that operating budget is our contribution to SESD. In terms of other items, we see the benefits of declining debt as the debt budget is going down by 6%. And operating, again, contractual obligations and otherwise pretty flat. Again, happy to answer any questions, but that is the one budget that you did see change from our original March 1st submission.
Thank you. Questions, Mike?
No, I have no questions on that, thank you.
Maureen?
I mean, it's nice to see these numbers are good. No, I don't have any questions either. That's
Okay,
good.
D?
No questions, thank you.
Audience on sewer? What's the will of the board?
Make a motion to approve the sewer enterprise fund as proposed.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, thank you. Okay,
And next up, there will be no required vote on this. There will be a warrant article vote authorizing, I believe it's to authorize the electric division to exist is the vote. So that'll be in the warrant coming up. But as part of the budget review process, we like to have Electric come and present their budget for the select board. So with that, I will turn it over to Clint Allen.
What page is that?
40,
Pages
40
40
to
through
46.
46. Yes.
the biggest budget in town, or the best.
Arguably
Best
the best,
presented.
yes.
As
Thank-
presented.
Thanks. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So this afternoon, Clint Allen, Electric Utility Director for the Electric Division. Nice to see everybody. So this afternoon, we'll be running through we are on the calendar years, most of you know, versus the fiscal year from the town. So we will be running through the calendar year 2025 electric budget as presented. The big swing this year is right at the top, and that is our purchased power expenses. You can see those are actually projected to be about $7 million less than we'd anticipated in 2024, which is a big, 30% swing from what we've seen in 2023 and 2024. The primary driver for that is it's hard to imagine now that we actually just went through like a actual New England winter a little bit, a lot of ice and a lot of snow and cold nights. But 2023, 2024, we had our forecasts and our budgets were based off of our 5-year historic data, anticipating that we were going to actually have winter. And if you remember, January, February were incredibly mild. So we anticipated to spend $3 million on energy and transmission and capacity expenses. Those costs came in significantly lower. So over the course of the last 2 years, we've actually accumulated a power supply surplus of about $4.5 million. We are required by the DPU we cannot do anything with that money except for pass it through to the customers. So if we spend money to buy electricity, we have to use it to supply to our customers, and that's it. So the budget this year reflects the anticipated return. We've set the power supply rates as such to return that $4.5 million over the course of 2025.
That's good.
So moving down, other expenses up slightly, 2.6 million, about 6.3%. Portion of that is we are the closest to being fully staffed that we have been in a number of years. We have a couple of bucket trucks that we need to replace that have become incredibly expensive from just a few years ago, and the Northland Substation project. We are funding that, so our depreciation, the money we are taking from the rates to fund the construction of that, we're still maintaining that 5% increase that was approved at last year's budget cycle. So you can see our total expenses are overall down to that $4.3 million figure, as I mentioned, driven by power supply. Total revenue thereby is also reflected that we have set the rates as such in January 1 of this year to maintain enough cash to cover the total expenses. So that just lines up. Our anticipated profit for this year is $1.7 million. That's up a little bit from 24. And our pilot has gone also slightly up to the tune of about $1.5 million. At the end of the day, we are anticipating, covering pilot and covering all expenses as required.
Questions, D?
Yes, if you can elaborate a little more on that, the 4.5 million you mentioned.
Sure.
As a resident, how does that translate to my bill or to me?
So going back to when it began was January 23. So like I said, we anticipated spending $3 million. It was going to take $3 million to buy the electricity from the network, bring it into town, and get it to your house. In reality, it cost less than $2 million just for that month.
Yes.
So we had set the rate anticipating that we needed to cover that $3 million. So the PP&FA portion of your bill, which is a line item on everybody's residential bill, that value reflected what we anticipated we need to recover. In reality, we saved over $1 million in that month alone. February was very similar, and we had a couple other months like that throughout 23 and 24. So at the end of this last calendar year, we were looking at that $4.5 million essential surplus, where we had anticipated we were going to spend X, and we had spent less than that to get electricity. But again, per the DPU regulations, we're required, because, I mean, Jason would love it if we could throw that at the new substation project, believe me. But we need to return that to the ratepayers. So our plan for this year was to maintain the rate from '24 going into the year, and the calculations and the way that we have performed our forecast, it's showing that we will return that 4.5 over the course of 12 months through 25.
Okay, so the rate set in January had taken that into account.
Correct.
That's why it wasn't increased, for example.
Exactly.
Okay. Do we get any electricity from Canada?
I knew it was going to come up. Luckily, I had a call about this yesterday afternoon. So we do, and we'll go to the power supply portfolio chart. There it is. We do have a small hydro contract with Hydro-Quebec. The anticipated, so we ran through the analysis. It's only about 3% of our total portfolio, and it is an extremely affordable contract. So if the 10% tariff goes into effect, it'll be looking at less than a 1% difference on our wholesale power costs, which over the course of the year is very marginal. If it's the 25%, we're looking at close to a 2%, negative or adverse impact. But at this point, yeah, it's not a significant detriment.
But if it's 250%, then we might actually feel it.
Yeah. Then we'll probably have another meeting in this room about that.
But in all seriousness, at those 3%, is this something that we have more in like a reserves type thing, or are we actively maximizing the use of those 3% that we get from Hydro-Quebec?
So we're continually looking for, we love hydro contracts because usually they come in at a very affordable rates and they're reliable and we know how they're going to run. And so this was actually the first under my tenure that we've actually secured we have some Canadian transmission rights, but this is the first actual energy contract that's being generated in Canada coming down to us. Most of our hydro contracts are in New York, Maine, Western Mass.
Okay. Is there talk internally to, I mean, it's only 1%, so you think, at least in the foreseeable future, it will not affect, like you're not just going to come back and say, sorry, Danvers, we're going to charge you more. You think we have some safety net to,
certainly. So
to
part of
absorb the disruption if that was to happen?
Yes. So we do have what we call the over-under fund for power supply. Our policy states the target for that fund is to be at 2% of total annual projected cost. Usually that figure is right around $600,000. So right now, we've set the rate to return the 4.5,
exactly,
and it will land at the 600,000. That's the target. So we'll have that buffer, and at the very least, that'll get us through. If there is like a hardship like that, there was once when the Seabrook nuclear plant took an unscheduled outage, and that leaves us, as you can see, that big blue chunk at the bottom. When that thing goes offline, we have a lot of market exposure. So in events like that, we have that over-under fund to kind of act as a shock absorber. So we're not swinging the rates up and down, chasing power supply costs.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you. I'm all set.
Maureen?
So, Clint, thank you for what you do. Question, so with that money, that 4.5 million, does that mean that the rates are going to come down for the residents?
So
we hope.
If we took that 4.5 million, that's a great question.
Yeah.
By the way, but if we took that 4.5 million out of play, the actual cost that the electric division would incur for calendar year 25 would have introduced a rate increase for the customers. So our transmission costs have actually gone up. Our wholesale energy costs have actually gone up a little bit. So we would have actually seen an increase in January if we didn't have that 4.5 million that we needed to kind of bleed down.
Okay, that makes sense. Well, anything we can try to keep it even for them.
Yes,
No
stable.
increases, right? Table,
Right,
yeah.
level, yes.
Level.
I agree with you.
Just a couple of questions with regards to the financials. What is stores expense? What is that?
What's that?
It's
The inventory.
line item, I think, 163,
Yeah.
maybe, FERC.
Oh, yeah, the stores expense, FERC 163, that's just our inventory warehouse.
So what's that mean? So
So
that's,
like the
that's,
cost to operate and run our stock room. And then I think this reflects, does this capture the new software yet?
Hi, I'm Angelica Medina, business manager. Our 163, the stores expense, is our inventory. It's unissued inventory. So it's inventory that we purchase for jobs, whether it's a public job or it might be a private job for a line expansion. And then we issue it and referk it either to an operating expense or a capital expense.
okay.
It's our inventory on hand before it's issued out on site.
Before it's issued on site. Is there a lot of equipment that's on site that you're not using? Like, someone had mentioned something about transformers. I mean, we bought a lot during COVID or whatever.
Yes.
I mean, sorry about that.
Jason handles.
Just want to make sure we're using what we're buying, right?
Yeah, Jason Small, Engineering and Operations Manager for the Electric Division. After COVID, the lead times for transformers spiked to about 4 years from the time you placed the order to the time you received them. So we looked at where we were in inventory, looked at what we might be at 4 years out if we continue to try to supply electricity and upgrade our transformers when needed or replace ones that fail. And we made a large order anticipating that we'd have to backfill a lot of empty spots. Now, the quoted price was 4 years. The manufacturer somehow freed up something or built another manufacturing facility, and some of them came in 3.5 years before they were anticipated. So we had put our transformer replacement, asset replacement program on hold after COVID because of the lack of the ability to get transformers. And we were even putting up transformers backup that we took down that we probably would have scrapped in the past. We stopped that practice, but we have now started to increase our transformer asset replacement again to get those back out in the field and replace some of those transformers that we probably should have replaced in past years, but we didn't because of the instability of the transformer market.
Okay, good, but they're not going to be outdated or anything, and we're not
No.
going to hear that, oh, they're not going to fit code or whatever, right? Okay.
Nope.
All right, good. No, that's good. And then just a little bit with regards to customer accounts, clerical expense, data processing, and then office equipment, you know, kind of administrative and general expense with customer accounts. I mean, those numbers, can you explain those?
Is that the 901?
Are you talking about the 901?
Yeah, 903.
All right, so the 903 are billing and collection expenses. There's multiple sub-accounts under that, but that covers anything from the bill statement forms, salaries and wages within the business division. We have a credit and collections person, so when we have past due or delinquent accounts and we have to shut them off for non-payment, those expenses roll out of there. Our office supplies come out of there, any office equipment.
Okay. And what do you need? Office equipment is what? What is that?
Office equipment would be stuff such as we have a bill
Printers.
inserter machine. We print all of our bills in-house and mail them out. So we have a machine that actually the town utilizes sometimes too for the annual census. We have a postage machine in-house, not for the bulk mailings. We have a bulk mailing permit for that, but for if we have to mail one-off final bills, stuff of that nature. Some of the other office equipment could be our copier leases.
Excellent.
Printers.
Okay. And just, Clint, it's nice to hear that you're up to full staff. Can I just ask a general question? Why do I see contractor trucks, you know, not Danvers Electric trucks, but I see other
Sure, I'll
trucks
turn-
out there instead of Danvers Electric?
You want to handle that one, Jason?
So if we're up to staff, why are we hiring outside services to, I would think if you were shorthand, you might do it, but now if we're,
Yeah, our capital plan, which is in the budget book, we're anticipating spending about $6 million this year. That's hard to do with just in-house labor. We have a lot of projects that we're trying to accomplish and complete, and before the equipment fails. So we have a lot of reconductoring, we have a lot of aging equipment that we're trying to replace. So to supplement our staff to get to some of that stuff that our staff can't get to. And in this case, where if you've seen them recently, there's a third-party fiber company that's trying to attach to our poles to go from Middleton to Peabody. It's a pretty long run down 62, down Route 1, and then down 114. There's a substantial amount of work to make room for that fiber company, and that's something we need to turn around in a quick time frame. So we brought in contractors to do that.
Okay, good. Well, we want to keep our own employees busy too, right? So, yeah, thank you.
Jason keeps them plenty busy.
I know.
Yeah.
I know. I see them working on Saturdays and stuff. That's good.
Yep.
Thank you.
What's up?
Yep.
Mike?
Thank you. Is there an average amount of transformers that we have to replace each year?
And Jason's having a hot afternoon.
He brought it up.
We do have a asset replacement strategy where we take, there's two different types of transformers primarily. There's pole mounted and there's pad mounted, which is the underground. And we have a couple of formulas that we run on all the transformers that are in service to calculate what we think the rest of the useful life might be. And if they're close to that end of the useful life, then we try to, so it could be different every year. So because we put it on hold for a couple of years, I think we're looking at trying to replace about 40 pole mounts and 20 pad mounts this year.
General question, are we trying to get electric underground on everything that we're doing?
It's a town bylaw for any new division to go in that has to be underground. So that's, we follow through with that. As far as our existing stuff, we can underground it when we can if we have a project in there, but it's extremely expensive, like probably 6 to 10 times the cost of overhead. It would be extremely pricey, and underground comes with its own issues. It may not,
Right.
you may not lose power necessarily in a storm and a wind, but when you do lose power in the underground, it's a lengthy outage.
Right. And ledge and whatnot, yeah, water.
And so it's very hard to find equipment failures or underground cable failures in a timely, and fix them in a timely manner. So the outages would be a lot longer if it was underground.
With all the electric items coming on board and becoming more popular, are you having to upsize all your equipment?
We are looking at-
Wiring and
Yeah, we have.
fixtures, whatnot?
Yes, we have a decent amount of reconductoring projects where we're taking the smaller size wire out of service and putting larger wire up. You can see that over on Cabot Road, Belgian, North Belgian. We just completed a project at the end of last year along Holton Street and Pine Street. So we're constantly upgrading that stuff to larger size, putting up larger transformers. We're building a new substation over at the mall. The existing substation that's there is one station transformer with 2 circuits. The new substation is going to have 2 transformers and 6 circuits. So yes, we are, and we're also looking to add additional capacity at our main substation.
Do we get federal money towards the upgrades?
There are some grant opportunities out there. We can look into them. Historically, in the past, I haven't really been for system improvement type stuff, but they're starting to come now. Yeah.
All right, thank you.
What's up?
Thank you, yes.
Audience, electric? Bill?
Again, Bill Bradstreet, Town Meeting Member, Precinct 1. Thank you for the lights at the senior center. Long time waiting, but thank you.
Better late than never, right?
Yes, yes. Are we working on, or is the town working on a system for, we're going to put a solar farm up to the landfill. I had mentioned it many times in the past. We have a lot of public buildings in town, a lot of them with flat roofs, not all of them, but adding solar panels to the town property in smaller amounts if it's economical to do that.
Perhaps Clinton?
Fuel gets more expensive, no matter where it comes from or how it's produced. I don't know we want a large wind turret tower in the center of the square, but anything that's, once it's established, paid for up front, and continues to produce the energy that we seem to need. Is anybody working on that, or is that out of our reach?
Clint?
Thank you.
By way of Mr. Chairman, yes, so you may have heard, Bill, about the 3 schools that we recently installed solar on, the Smith, the high school, and the Highland School. We did a town-wide roof assessment where we basically took a look at every town-owned building and roof, and those were the 3 that made the most sense based on the size. So what size system we could put up there that would make it economically feasible, and then also, to your point, the condition of the roofs themselves and the orientation. So we took the most economically viable project, and we took care of that first. That was the 3 schools. And you had mentioned the landfill solar. So we've been working very closely with Stephen King and his staff. We are, as most of you may know, we are approaching the completion of the fill project that was required in order to put solar panels at the landfill. I believe that'll be finished this year. We'll go through the permitting process and the capping process, and then we anticipate going out for bid to actually get those panels installed next year. You're welcome. So we are looking at it.
Thank you. Anyone else? What's the will of the board?
The will of the board is to approve.
We're working on it.
That's Mr. Chairman. So again, we won't have an actual budget to approve.
Oh, that's right, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Oh, no
we're
worries.
gonna wait.
Okay.
Oh, can I go? I have to do it every year. It'll be quick, I swear. Just go through this. I just wanted, this is a kind of a, this is a, I mean, I've
Proud
a
of
present for all you. Yeah, this is my, I think I said it in the years
go
past, it's
for
like my prize pig here. This is like my baby. But I wanted to point out this year, we have only one remaining long-term gas contract within our portfolio. So we are actually 80% carbon-free generation. But all contracts that were sourced in a competitive market and bleed well in with our power supply that doesn't impact costs. So it just looks nice. I got the colors all orientated this year, but and the only gas that we have a 10% market exposure, and then the Stony Brook contract. But other than that, we have a lot of new solar on, we have new wind coming on, and then over the next few years, you see in the bottom right corner, we have another handful of hydro, solar, and wind projects coming on.
I have a question for you before you leave. What's your take on heat pumps?
They make a lot of sense if you live in Danvers.
You live in Danvers.
If you're paying, heat pumps, we incentivize heat pumps pretty well. We want people to buy them. We encourage beneficial electrification. Especially if you're like I have oil heat, I spend a fortune, but I'm a National Grid customer, so I would spend even more, arguably.
Because, yeah, we're partnering, I work at a bank, a 0% loan for heat pumps for residents, 10,000 to 40,000, but you have to live in the community.
Yeah, that's excellent. We are looking. We have been Taunton, I believe, just did a similar program. So that is something that we would like to entertain in the future.
Yeah, why not, right?
Yeah.
Give you some food for thought, right?
All right.
Yeah, thank you.
So,
You got coloring books for us?
So our materials manager,
Thank you.
Corey, found these the other day.
Oh, okay,
So
great.
this is our centennial celebration book. It's pretty cool, back in 1989. But the
Oh,
thing
cool.
I really wanted to, so we had our fuel mix.
Yep.
It's like 30% oil, 30% gas. 30%.
Oh.
But those are kind of cool. I have a few extra ones if anybody else wants one.
No, I don't.
I'm not trying to butter you up or anything.
So Clint, can I get this pie chart
Right?
easily?
Very pretty.
Clint?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chairman. So this presentation is online, and also this page, I think we generally include in the budget book as well.
Okay, we don't have it now.
You don't have it now.
Right.
I'll drop copies off on Tuesday night
All
as
right,
well.
great, thank you. All right.
Fuel mix, look at
That it for electric?
That is it.
All right, thank you all for coming.
Yeah. Like the book,
All right,
thank you.
thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you, bye.
Mr. Chairman, we have benefits and the management budgets. We had a 10-minute break, or we can just proceed.
Can
It's up
I
to you.
ask, we'll just take a quick 5-minute break?
Sure.
Okay, please. We're ahead of schedule, but
Let's go.
let's go.
began the morning talking about, as we discussed, a 10.9% renewal rate on our health insurance this year, which severely impacted our budget this year. Up until a couple weeks before we finalized the budget, we still had roughly a $500,000 deficit. That was reduced in collaboration with the schools, Public Works, land use, public safety. Everyone had to really dig in and make some budget cuts to balance. And one of the big drivers was this health insurance line. Like we talk about, it's 2.5% is our Proposition 2.5 is the cap of our tax increase each year. So when we have something like this, that's an 11% increase, every dollar over 2.5% has to come from some other source. In terms of what's driving that, again, it's not unique to Danvers at all. There's several reasons, which I touched on a little bit in my transmittal letter to the board, but we're looking at increased healthcare utilization since the pandemic. We're seeing a dramatic rise in prescription costs and an increase in prescription utilization, including the rise of GLP-1 drugs being used to treat diabetes and obesity. We also have costs of delivering care are climbing. Healthcare providers are experiencing labor shortages, which is in turn driving up personnel costs. So there's other factors as well, but those three factors are driving not just the town of Danvers' renewal number through Maya, but also the industry as a whole. In terms of Maya, which is our trust fund that we're a part of, it's our administrative wing and pool, in which part we get our health insurance from Blue Cross and Blue Shield. Their range for all Maya communities was 9.9% to 19.9%. We were lucky enough, I know 10.91% seems like a very high increase, and it is, but in the grand scheme of things, the town of Danvers actually had a pretty good renewal rate in the environment that we're in. I'm happy to take any questions specifically on the health
So
insurance number.
why are we so fortunate versus 19%?
I think it comes down to mostly the loss ratio is that, again, we have a better loss ratio than probably some of the other communities. The average, I believe, of all my communities, the average was around 14%. So we got a better than average renewal rate.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Any other questions from the board members? Mike?
Just, can I ask, when you said the loss ratio, we have less people making claims?
Yeah, so essentially, every community has their own, it all gets pulled together, and again, I'm not an expert, so if I get something wrong, I'm sure I'll get an email from Maya telling me that I got it wrong, but, essentially, yeah, it's for the amount of premiums we're paying, how much of that are we utilizing in payments that the insurance company has to make?
So Danvers is healthier than its surrounding cities?
Maybe, but that sounds better, so we can go with that. Yeah.
All right, thank you.
We will be, over the next few months, again, once we have a new town manager in place, we'll be kicking off some meetings with our insurance advisory committee, which is represented by the various unions in the town, as well as the retirees, to look at what we can do. Again, like I said, some of this is just driven not just locally, but nationally. But what can we do, to try to stem the tide on future costs? Because again, this 10.9% impacts the town of Danvers budget and the taxpayer. It also will impact the employees receiving their health insurance by a 10.91%. So again, I think anything we can do to come together and try to find solutions. Again, I don't know if we're going to get a solution that's going to drive it down dramatically, but anything we can do, we'll look into over the next few months.
Dee?
Yes, on this benefit and insurance, the sick leave incentive is there. Are we going back there, or that's an overlook?
So that is what we talked about earlier, that we've negotiated out of contracts that sick leave incentive. What we do have in turn is that if you meet a certain criteria, if you leave or retire from the town after a certain period of service, and you have sick time remaining on the books, you can earn up to a $5,000, I believe it's $5,000 payout from the town upon separation. So we keep a little bit in there. Again, as you see, we didn't use it in '24. We had one employee that was eligible in '23 and one employee that was eligible in '22. So again, that's the sole sick leave incentive that we would have to pay out. So we just, instead of having a small amount in every budget, we just put it in the actual full health and employee benefits and insurance budget.
Okay.
Yeah.
And maybe this is me getting in the weed here. Does sick leave carry over year after year, or at the end of the year it starts over?
No, sick leave carries over. So sick leave carries over, vacation carries over. We cap the amount you can carry over, and personal days have to be used within the year.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. And then the health insurance opt-out, I suppose this is where you were talking about the opt-out, not the previous
Exactly, yeah,
portion.
exactly. Yeah.
The veterans aid, what does that entail?
So Veterans Aid, and I wish Kelly was still here because she could describe it better than I could, but again, we receive funds that we provide for veterans for services, medical, et cetera. The reason why it's in the benefits and insurance, it used to be in the veterans budget.
Exactly.
After we saw, after the recent wars in the early 2000s, we saw a dramatic spike in the budget for this, and it was determined that it made sense to be in the benefits and insurance, which is part of a larger budget. That way, if it goes over $10,000, $15,000 in a given year, in the greater benefits insurance budget, you can absorb that. In the veterans budget, which is, that and $2,000 worth of mailings, you can't absorb a $10,000 over budget. So that's why historically it's now residing in the benefits and insurance budget.
Okay. And in 2024, we had it at 79,000, and we budgeted 145 last year, and we're budgeting again 145 this year. Do we have any reason to believe that we will get there, or what's the trend for this year, if you know?
I can try to see what I have for the trend for this year, but the year before that, it was 106,000. So again, it does have some fluctuation in it. And again, I know Kelly and her team have been trying to promote it as well and make sure veterans are aware of every service and benefit we can provide them as well. So again, I do think we want to keep some in there. Just again.
Oh, no, I totally agree. It's that we go from 99 to 106 to 79, and then to 145. That's quite a big jump. And I didn't know if there was any trend or any specific reason that makes us anticipate the bump.
145 has been the number we've carried for a couple of years now as the budget. So where you see the 79, that was the actual.
The actual,
24, yeah.
exactly. Okay. Thank you.
Maureen?
I like that. That's good, Ronnie, the Veterans Aid.
Sorry to interrupt. We've spent 65,000 year to date on that as well.
Oh,
65.
Yeah.
that's good, the Veterans Aid. That's excellent. That's a good question, Dee, because I was wondering about that, too. Thank you. So you're telling us that the health insurance has gone up the 10.91 for all employees, too? Is that what it is? Wow. And when you talk about, is there a pool, like you said that what is it, MIA?
Yeah, we're part of the
What is it?
Massachusetts Interlocal Insurance Agency.
So is that is that like all city, is it like?
Yeah, it's various communities in
Various
Massachusetts. We were
communities.
actually, Dan, I don't know if you remember this, but we were a founding member.
Yep.
Yeah, many years ago. We were one of the
many
founding
years?
members.
And what other, is it?
I don't remember. I just know that for a
No,
fact.
but is it communities around with us? I mean, are there different, when you said the MIA, is there a different group?
It's all
besides
communities in
MIA?
Massachusetts,
Oh, it's
yeah.
all in
Yeah,
Massachusetts,
yeah.
okay. Because like even with me, I know with our insurances went up to like 7.9
Yeah.
or something like
And again,
that,
there's the
because
group
we're with
in
banks.
there's the GIC, which covers a lot of Massachusetts communities as well. Again, they're seeing significant increases, and we've actually beaten their trend the past few years. So again,
Have they looked at it like where deductibles have gone up for people, like, is that whoever does this?
yeah, so some of that's guided by state law, and we have a certain threshold we have to match. But again, as we go through, that'll be a discussion. Again, ultimately, you have to pay one way or the other, but we'll explore options. Last time around, we introduced a high deductible, which many employees have taken advantage of and really like. We also have the benchmark plan, which is a more standard plan.
Oh, so you give them options?
Yeah,
Right,
so
like
yeah.
3 tiers or something?
Yep, so again, we have HMO, PPO,
Yeah.
again. So again,
Good.
but as we go through the summer into the next year, we'll be looking to see what we can do.
It's unfortunate, and as everybody knows, I mean, your automobile's gone up, your homeowners, right? I mean, town, we're doing the best that we can do. Okay, nope, I'm fine, thank you.
Okay. Anything else? Okay. Audience?
Mr. Chairman, just a quick comment for health insurance increase, all the increases. One thing that I also like to point is, and I don't know how we're doing it as a town, with some of these increases also comes increases in services. And we want to encourage our employees to actually take advantage. Mental health counseling, like things that you can do from on the phone or like virtually, for telemedicine and things like that. So yes, it's increasing, but sometimes there's also a lot of services that people are missing out on. So I don't know what we're doing to really bring that, because a healthy workforce is a highly productive workforce. So the more we can bring those services forward to the staff so they can actually use it, because if we're paying for it, we might as well take advantage.
I agree.
I would like to hear more about how we're doing that too. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone in the audience? No? What's the will of the board?
That we would move the proposal for the benefits and insurance budget as proposed.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Next.
Next, we have our human resources budget. We're joined by Philippe Hippolyte to talk about the human resources budget. We have.
What page is that?
That is page 16 of your packet.
Okay, I was like,
We have a slight decrease in operating and an increase in salary and wages based on a salary adjustment of the assistant HR director. Again, happy to answer any questions. Yeah. Did you want to sit up? Philippe has an injured foot, so if we don't, you can sit down if you want, and then we'll see if you have to get up.
Welcome, Philippe. D, this.
yes. Question about, there's a line item there that is medical exams. What is that?
Philippe Hippolyte, HR Director. So that line item is for pre-employment medical screening. So any new employee that comes in, their medical screening, thank you, comes out of that line item. Thank you. As well as we pay DOT exams out of it as well.
What is DOT? I'm sorry.
Department of Transportation. So when we have random drug testing and testing for our CDL drivers.
Okay, so those are not, so we don't have a physician in-house that's doing like physical exam of people?
No.
Okay, okay. Thank you, that's all.
All right.
Maureen?
And personnel administration, what's that?
So personnel administration is a budget, is a line we use for things like assessment center for police and fire, some reclassification and company class studies that we do for our workforce.
Okay. That's it.
Mike?
Hi, thank you. Are we looking for another HR person right now? Are you guys short-staffed?
We are short-staffed, so we welcome any help that we can get, but we are doing our best to maintain, to assist the whole town as much as we can.
Right now, we have a benefits coordinator vacancy that we're looking to fill. And also, again, we've had some part-time office staff outside of the budget that we funded through available resources last year. We're funding it through the vacancy we have in the DEI position this year. Long-term, we'll have to figure that out because, again, to your point, I mean, the office needs the help. We found ways to patch it for now, but long-term, we'll need to look at that.
Thank you. That's it.
Okay, the audience? What's the will of the board?
That we will move as proposed the human resources budget.
Second?
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, thank you.
Next, I will be handling the town clerk budget as she's someplace warm and sunny. She gave me copious notes, though, so feel free to ask any question you'd like. Again, the town clerk's budget, as we mentioned earlier, is vying with the assessor's budget as the one significantly decreasing. The town clerk's budget, as you're aware, is mostly driven by the number of elections. So last year, having the presidential and the other ones in the primary have drove it. So this year, a lot of those costs are down, such as office equipment maintenance, not needing the poll pads, some of the temp staffing, overtime, election workers, et cetera, just driven by the number of elections. So again, it's a level service budget. Funding is down based on the number of elections. You'll see one increase, printing forms. That's just related to the potential of outsourcing the census mailing. Right now, we do it in-house through electric. I think long-term, that machine needs a lot of work, and to replace it would be a significant cost. So electric, I think, has been charged with the task of seeing if it's more cost-effective to just outsource versus maintaining, A, the equipment and the staff time to do the processing. So if electric were to get rid of that machine instead of replacing it and it was most cost-effective, The downside is that the clerk's budget would have to pick up the cost of outsourcing their census as part of that.
Mike?
No, no questions, thank you.
Maureen?
No, that looks good.
Dee?
That looks good.
What are the positions that the town clerk appoint? There's in the third line item, the appointed positions.
I believe those are the 3 registrars. Yep. So they're not appointed by the town clerk, but they live in the town clerk budget. Those are the election registrars.
Oh,
We appoint them,
Yeah.
but their budget is hers.
it's in the town clerk. Okay, thank you.
Audience, what's the will of the board?
I say we move the, as presented, the town clerk's budget.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Next, we'll go into the management budgets. The first one being the town manager's budget. Again, salary and wages, again, just contractual. Operating expenses, you'll see a increase of close to 8%, and that's driven primarily by one line item, and that's our postage. So there's 2 factors in that. Again, just the cost of postage increasing, but more importantly, the equipment we need. There's a good chance we're going to need to replace our postage machine and get a bigger one, particularly with some of the mailing of the ballots that requires a bigger piece of equipment. The good news is there's a good potential that cost may come back in the form of reimbursement as part of the Secretary of State's reimbursement program. So again, in the short term, we'll have to absorb that cost, but there is hope that they'll pay at least for some of the costs of that new machine.
Maureen?
No questions.
Dee?
No questions, thank you.
Mike?
No, nothing, thank you.
Who travels out of state?
So that is for all, that's not just for the town manager, that's for anyone from the senior management team that needs to go out of state for a conference.
So historically, it was about 5,000. Last year, you budget 12, now you're down to 10, but you're still historically higher than what it's been.
Correct.
Because there's more conferences or more management?
Why are we, again, I think we probably took a pass on a couple conferences. I know there's, last couple of years, normally we'd have a DPW director going to a conference, they didn't go. I think the assistant town manager usually goes to the ICMA, they did not go last year.
Okay.
So again, I think we didn't want to cut our future boss's budget too much, not
Okay.
knowing what their plans are in terms of what conferences they'd like to attend as well.
Thank you. Audience, management, what's the will of the board?
I say we move as presented the management budget.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, thank you.
The department head's budget,
Page 12.
so that's packet page 12. This budget, as it mentions, includes funding for all existing management positions that are funding out of this. The decrease is just relative to the changeover in 2 of the positions. So again, based on what our projected salary range is for the town manager and the potential DPW director, those came in under what we had previously had for actuals at this time. So that's why the budget's going slightly down.
But you don't want to budget for anticipated increases over the next 6 months?
So we have in terms of the other staff or those specific
Those
positions?
specific,
I believe we have some room, should one come in higher, that we can make it work.
Oh, we
okay.
do, okay, good.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Any other questions? Mike?
No, thank you.
Dee?
No questions.
Okay. Audience, what's the will of the board?
Okay, I say we move the department head budget as presented for approval.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you.
Legal
Town
counsel,
yeah.
again, mostly driven by our town council, Murphy, Hesse, Toomey, Lehane. As we mention every year, we were one of the first, if not the first community to get legal services from Murphy, Hesse many, many years ago. As such, we enjoy a very, very favorable rate that would dramatically increase by going outside, and we're happy with their services.
Nice.
And this is the budget, level funded from last year.
What page is that, Dan? What page, Rodney?
9, but I don't think it's 9.
Not 9, Rodney, what page is that?
Do you have your new packet? Sorry. It
No,
was left
okay.
off the first packet. It's in the new
Yeah.
packet. You can also find it in the table of appropriations.
Well, it's 100, how much is it?
It's 99,123,
okay.
same as last
It's
year.
right up there, okay.
Okay. Same as
Questions?
last year.
Yep. D, any questions?
No questions, thank you.
Okay, Maureen?
Nope.
Mike?
No questions.
What's the will of the board? Oh, I'm sorry, audience? Okay, go ahead.
I say we move as presented for the legal counsel.
Is there a second?
Yes, second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Two more budgets. One is the town moderator, the salary and wage, and the operating expense level funded.
Questions? Audience? What's the will of the board?
Move as presented for the town moderator.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
And finally, select board, just a slight increase for our MMA membership.
Move as presented.
Is there a second?
Can we do that?
Yeah, you just
For
did.
ourselves? I know, but.
We've done once.
Second.
All right.
A second.
Should we ask for an increase? Wait a minute.
Oh, is this where we do that? Question, Bill?
All this time?
Bill Bradstreet, Town Meeting Member, Precinct 1, in appreciation of the hard work that's done by the Select Board. Would it be out of place to ask that they be given a raise, slight or whatever, but a raise for what they do for the town, all of them?
Well, we appreciate that. I
You
don't know
deserve
how we'd handle a motion like that.
I just wanted it out there.
Thank you.
You're working on it. Okay?
No,
Thank
the
you.
turn of the manager. How much money you got left in the budget? 100,000, did I hear?
Well, since this is Bill's 15th time with the microphone, I'm out of money, but all due respect, though, a couple years ago, we did look at it. We increased it a couple years back. Again, we're happy to reevaluate and again, make sure that you're in line with peers of similar sized communities. So that's
Yeah,
something we
I
did
would say it would be appropriate to just review it.
Sure,
See where we're
absolutely.
at. Thank you.
So make a motion?
On this, yeah.
To review it?
No.
Oh.
I thought you were tired.
I am very tired.
Make a motion to approve the,
Make a motion to approve the
thank
select
you.
board.
Is there a second? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, thank you.
And last but not least, Finance Committee Reserve. Again, this is funds that Finance Committee can appropriate as needed throughout the year, should something come up prior to a town meeting or after a town meeting, so one doesn't need to be reconvened. Again, we recommend level funding. It didn't even update the years. It's $125,000 is the recommendation, as it has been for several years. A couple of things this is funded in the past is we had a fire overtime issue a few years ago. We've had health insurance come in higher than we expected. So again, it's not enough money to solve a major problem, but some of those smaller things that would require us to have a special town meeting for a small thing, it allows FinCom to just appropriate.
Questions, Mike?
I think I delved into this budget once when a cruiser I was driving got wrecked, but I don't know. So I
It was
would-
your money.
I
You
would go-
spent the money.
I would go along with this.
D, you all, any questions?
So this is appropriated, and then if it needs to be triggered, it's done by FinCom?
Yes, so Finance Committee can move. I think the last time we might have done it was for some of the IT stuff related to the regional IT program. But yes, FinCom could meet, appropriate the money. If they do not, it does not carry over year. It closes right to free cash, any amount that's not spent at the end of the fiscal year.
Okay, thank you.
Audience? Bill?
Audience and then Bill.
Again, Bill Bradstreet, this is like buying, to me, it's like buying an insurance policy.
Right.
We set so much money aside, if we don't spend it, we could keep that and maybe put a little less the next time, but let it build up, because as we all know, emergencies, maybe large, come up. Would it be prudent to,
We statutorily cannot carry the FinCom reserve over year. It has to close out if it's unspent. That's Mass General law, unfortunately.
okay,
What's the will of the board?
I will make a motion to move as presented the Finance Committee Reserve.
All, second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Mr. Manager?
That concludes our budget hearing.
Good night, Danvers. Thank you all for coming.
Thank you.
And watching.
Yeah.
Thank you.